Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Vigilantia Pretium Libertatis in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 26, Sorrow Itself. Lorem Ipsum. Washington, D.C. AD 4 Non. November, 2677 AUC. Armin's first nightmare had been a surprise, to say the least. He could recall the dimness of the hotel room, the familiar lumpy discomfort of the couch, the musty scent of decay and bleach that seemed to cling to every surface. Shafts of moonlight had trickled in from above, and he had only just calmed his mind enough to fall into a blanket of dark sleep, his mind trained to keep dreams away. The scream had been like a bullet crashing into the dirt beside his head. Erwin recalled awakening, expecting a gun in his hand, ammunition weighing him down, a grenade close at hand. But he had been asleep in a pair of faded gray sweatpants he'd coined from a laundromat, deciding to use what little money he could scrounge up on Armin. The boy was a twisted white apparition in a hazy dream, and Erwin had not known what to do. He used to have night terrors. Not so much when he had been on duty, but when he'd been sent home, that had been the truest hell. He used to awake all alone in an apartment, to complete and utter blackness, to faces crawling across his stolen sight, memories burning into his mind, and he'd cried on the floor, his body unused to the luxury of his bed, and he'd forced himself to do something constructive such as exercises or walking around his apartment or writing down memories of sights he'd never see again. Armin's night terrors were worse than Erwin's had been. His tiny body would not stay still, and he was sobbing, sheets caught between his curling limbs as his voice fluctuated, small and reedy, and he'd gripped his head and screamed. Erwin had lurched to his feet, his heart pounding, because he had no idea what to do. If this had been a comrade, he would have knocked some sense into him, but this was just a child Erwin had barely known at the time. Armin, he'd said with a hoarse voice. The boy had moaned, his eyes snapping open, and upon seeing Erwin standing over him, he had screamed some more. Armin. Erwin had did the only thing he could think of. He'd sat down on the edge of the bed, taken the boy by the arms, and hefted him upright. Erwin had tried, hopelessly trying to recall any child-soothing techniques he might have picked up over the years. Armin, it's all right. It's okay. Look at me. Armin had strained himself to stare fearfully into Erwin's face. Tear tracks glistened in the shivering light, and a tiny sob escaped his lips. Suddenly, recognition sparked there, and he'd stopped struggling. Erwin. The boy had croaked, shaking pitifully. Yes, Erwin said, smoothing back the boy's hair tentatively so it wouldn't get wet with drool and tears and snot. Hello. I hope I didn't frighten you too badly. Armin had been mortified, and he'd looked ready to burst into tears again. Oh God, I'm sorry, oh God. We all have nightmares, Armin, Erwin had told him as gently as possible. You are not the first boy to be scared of something that isn't really there. Here now, get up. Let's play a game. Armin had looked minutely horrified. Erwin, it's late, are you? Erwin parted the curtains above his ratty couch, letting moonlight spill vicariously across the dull room. Armin had squinted, and Erwin recalled his shaking, his face sickly as though he were about to puke. Yes, a game. Erwin sat down on his couch, moving the blanket out of the way. Armin did the same, wiping the drool and snot and tears on his sleeve, blinking his glassy eyes through the glare of moonlight. I'll say 3 facts about myself, and you have to guess which one is a lie. What? Armin had been stricken with confusion. But 1, Erwin had said, I've eaten a shoe. Ew, Armin had blurted, laughter struggling into his voice. That's gross. Erwin had smiled. 2, he said, I've been arrested for a DUI. Armin said nothing in response to that. He'd merely studied Erwin, blinking his tearful eyes and slumping. 3, he said, there is a very large graffiti mural in Baltimore that I tagged with my actual name to see if Erwin Smith could be traced. Why would you do that? Armin blurted. I don't know, Erwin had said, smiling at the small boy. Did I really do it? Yes, Armin said firmly. You've never been arrested, so clearly the second one was a lie. How do you know that? You were a high-ranking military official, duh. Armin shook his head furiously. You were trusted with secrets. You can't have a felony for that. That's not entirely true, Erwin had said. He studied Armin's face. He'd been impressed, to say the least. So why did you tag the mural? Armin had asked eagerly. Erwin had explained that he had simply wanted to see what would happen. He'd explained in such extraneous detail that Armin had fallen asleep. That had been the start of what Erwin considered one of the most rewarding relationships he'd had in his life. Armin always had nightmares. They were on and off, erratic in nature, but inevitable. Erwin became used to waking up in the middle of the night to soothe the boy, and there was a sense of trust between them that Erwin knew Armin did not hand out very easily. Erwin was so used to awaking in the middle of the night to Armin's nightmares that it was a little strange to have months go by without one. Had Erwin simply not been paying attention? Had he missed something crucial? Aside from the fact that Armin barely slept? Erwin had gotten a vision once. His visions were quick, erratic, like channels flickering past on a television screen, numbers ticking by, only ever going up. The channel had flickered. It had stopped. The year was uncertain. It was long past the date Erwin had been living at that point in time. The color had been sapped from the future, monochrome dreams washing over Erwin's mind. In this future, there was a boy in a hospital bed. An intravenous drip hung from his bony arm. His eyes were a burst of color, a murky blue in a sea of gray. His pasty, chapped lips had trembled as he'd smiled, miserable. His voice was a dull thrum in the back of Erwin's mind. I'm so glad you didn't see this coming. Erwin rubbed his face tiredly as he leaned back in his chair. He was sitting at an outside table at a little cafe, coffee steaming from the cup before him. It was a chilly day, which was to be expected from early November, but Erwin didn't mind. He enjoyed the cold weather. Erwin rested his hands against his eyes, reeling at the thought of Armin's peculiar behavior. That boy trusted him, sure, but like hell he'd tell Erwin anything. Tired? A familiar voice asked, the squeak of the chair across from him jolting him from his thoughts. Erwin dropped his hands into his lap and straightened up. He smiled warmly as he stood, reaching across the table and grasping his old friend's hand. Niall, he said, keeping the handshake formal. It's good to see you. Yeah, Niall said, his face older now than it had been a few years ago. He had wrinkles now. That was interesting. Did Erwin have wrinkles? Yeah, wow. Didn't think you'd be contacting me again, honestly. Ah, yes. Erwin sat down, keeping his posture straight as Niall mirrored him. We didn't leave on the most cordial terms. Well, Niall said, his shoulders rising and falling in a meager shrug, confessing your love to your best friend's wife will do that to a relationship. Erwin laughed. That had not been the last time they had seen each other, of course. This meant that Niall was being tailed. Typical. I cannot apologize enough for that, he said, shaking his head in disbelief at his younger self. Though, technically, she was not your wife then. You know, I think she would have gone for you if you weren't up for a tour, Niall said, his smile thin. You always were better looking. I sincerely doubt she wanted anything to do with me. Erwin had not thought about this in years. It had seemed so huge then, like the world would end if he had not told this one girl that he loved her before he fought in a war, but now he felt as though he'd been tricked somehow. Society had prepared him for a life like any other. A successful job in law, a beautiful wife to come home to every day, a happy life, a fulfilling life. That had never been the life for him. I'm not complaining, Niall said with a snort. I'm glad you bailed. Got a family now, thanks to your fear of commitment. I am not afraid of commitment, Niall, Erwin said smoothly. So you've settled down. Niall quirked a brow, and Erwin stared at him placidly. He took a sip of his coffee, letting it scald against his tongue and peel off the skin of the roof of his mouth. Niall snorted. Thought not. I'm not married, Erwin admitted, setting his coffee aside. I never intend to get married. But I do have a son. Niall's eyes shot wide for a moment. They wouldn't speak of it in public, but Niall Dock had committed a rather large felony at Erwin's request a few years ago. That had been the last time they had met. Niall had handed over a test tube of inky black liquid. Irwin had thanked him, and Niall had sworn they were even. As far as Irwin knew, no one had suspected a thing. A son, Niall said slowly. Incredulously. You have a son. Irwin smirked. Did I not just say, he said, bringing his coffee cup to his lips, that I have a son? You aren't so old that your hearing is impaired, Niall. Ha ha. Niall grimaced. Glad to know you haven't lost your sense of humor. But seriously, a son? Whose son? Irwin thought back to the facility. Rose had been very quiet, even before her procedure, and he had never thought to get to know her. He regretted that now. If I'd known then, he thought. If my precognition worked the way it's supposed to. It couldn't be helped. Rose had been doomed from the start, and Irwin would not have Armin without her untimely mental instability. It was terrible, of course, to be thankful for a woman's insanity. But Irwin never pretended to be anything less. He's not mine biologically, Niall, Irwin assured the man, pulling his phone from his pocket. But he is my son. I never pegged you for a parent type, Niall admitted, sounding odd. Too self-absorbed. You flatter me, Irwin said, his thumb sliding through photographs on his phone. The word you're looking for is narcissistic. There we go. Irwin smiled. He turned the phone to Niall, who took it carefully and peered at the photo. The man's eyes flickered over Armin's picture, a simple photo of him from about a year previous. He'd been in the library where Irwin had once worked, cooped up between two shelves with a small mountain of books at his side. He'd looked up upon Irwin's intrusion, and the boy had smiled wanly at the camera. His eyes had been brighter then. His face fuller, his cheeks rosier. A teenager. Niall actually sounded impressed. Damn. You've always been gutsy, but taking in a teen is tough work. His phone buzzed. It was a struggle. He's a good kid, Irwin said, watching Niall flick the screen. Far better than we were when we were his age. Or worse, when Levi was their age. Irwin thought about it sometimes, the misfortune that was Levi's life. Irwin didn't know everything about Levi, of course, just the basics. The prostitution, the abusive father, the substance abuse. None of it was Levi's fault. Irwin would never blame the man for his temperament. Niall glanced up from the phone. His fingers flew hastily across the screen as he spoke quietly. I see. Irwin nodded. He took a sip of coffee, and he waited. Niall was typing very quickly, and he began to speak, his voice slow and measured. Do you remember, the man said, how terrible we were? Taking hits outside the school, fucking girls under the bleachers. No, Irwin said, glancing up at the grey noon sky. No, I don't believe I ever fucked anyone, that was all you. No, you did, I remember. Niall never looked up from the phone. It had buzzed again. You got drunk at a football game. Irwin smiled grimly at the memory. Yes. I remember that. But no, there was no fucking that night, I can assure you. I got slightly buzzed and played it off in order to get out of watching football for another 2 hours. I ended up going home. You were an incredible dork, Niall said with a scoff. I won some money off that game, Irwin recalled. Even before the facility, he'd had an uncanny ability to predict the future outcome of things. Such as high school football games. Hey, I didn't say you weren't smart. Niall turned the phone back to Irwin. It buzzed, a message popping up and quickly disappearing. Irwin was not focused on it. The blocky letters underneath his message read, "They're always following me. Be careful." Irwin had asked how long he'd known he was being followed. This complicated things a bit. I can really never apologize enough, Irwin said carefully, for the last time we met. Niall studied him. Yes, the man was catching on quickly. It didn't end badly, the man said. And you had your reasons. I'm sure. I'd tell you if I could, Irwin said earnestly. But it's for the best, I think. Shall we put this thing behind us? Well, that's why I'm here. Irwin was overtaken by a blunt vision just then. Smoke spread over his eyes. Milky white smoke, blooming slow. Fire. Yes, fire. Broken glass danced across the screen of smoke, and a head dashed into a steering wheel. Blood. So much blood. An accident, someone whispered. Smoke billowed from their mouth. Perhaps it had been the smoke that had whispered it. No. It was no accident. Niall Dock's bloody face was pressed into his dashboard. His brakes had been cut. Alive, though. The man groaned. Smoke burst around him. Alive. Irwin tore himself from the vision, blinking the smoke away. Niall was watching him curiously. Irwin was breathing a little heavier than before, and he exhaled sharply through his nose. The scent of smoke burned his nostrils. His phone buzzed. Niall, Irwin said sharply, looking straight into the man's eyes. You drove here today, yes? Niall watched him quizzically. Yes. Take the subway back, Irwin said. Do not use your car. Get it towed, bring it to a shop. Just don't use it. Niall sat, his fingers tightening around his coffee cup. He turned his face away, and nodded slowly. Sure, he said. I'll do that. But, Irwin, you could do me a solid and tell me why. He could. Niall was already aware of a good portion of it. He was, after all, the chief editor of the brigade. He knew things. He hid things. He was the reason Irwin Smith had signed a contract handing over his life to a facility that promised him something he thought impossible. When Irwin had revealed the conditions of the facility post-escape, Niall had been utterly distraught. Children. Niall had whispered, horrified and blanching. No, why children? It had been then that they had struck a deal. Niall would procure a very specific substance from the facility's lab, wherever it was, and hand it over to Irwin. In turn, Irwin would never ask a favor of Niall again. Which was fair. And the reason why they had all gone through such great lengths to get into the brigade's computer system. This was the first time they were speaking in several years. It would have been nice if they weren't being watched. His phone began to ring, and he scooped it up, glancing at the caller ID. He blinked at Niall, and held up a finger, quickly turning away to answer it. Hello. He said gently. Historia. Irwin, the tiny girl gasped. Irwin, you weren't answering me. Where are you? Catching up with an old friend, he told her. Is everything all right? No, she breathed. No, I don't know. Please calm down, he said gently. Panicking will make everything so much worse. Now, very slowly, I need you to tell me what's happened. Historia sounded close to sobbing. Oh, Irwin, can't you just come here? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong, no one tells me anything, they think I'm 9. 9. Irwin didn't know how to pacify her over the phone. He'd have to improvise. What would make Armin feel better? A mistake on their part, you could almost certainly pass for a 12-year-old. Irwin. I'm only teasing you, he sighed. Please calm down, and tell me where you are. Is Armin okay? That's the whole problem. Historia groaned. I can't help if I don't know where you are, Irwin reminded gently. Oh. Historia sounded breathless. H. Howard University Hospital? I think. Irwin stood up, nodding slowly. Her breathlessness mingled with his dread, the sound putting ambience to his cloudy sense of futures. He saw possibilities in everything, but there was no future in Armin. Everything around him was a deep, thundering blackness. Everything he touched turned dark. He was a lightless path in a twisted, foggy forest. Pursuing him felt like running headlong into a tree. I'll be right there, he told her. He adjusted his scarf, glancing at Niall apologetically. The man took a sip of his coffee and shrugged. Irwin listened to Historia's shallow breaths, and he wondered if she was crying. Hurry, she whispered, her voice muffled against the phone receiver. She hung up. Irwin was left to stand for a moment, searching the channels of the futures that could be, the endless strings of limitless possibilities floating before him. Armin was not anywhere in the ever-flowing current of time, nor the branching off variables that spiked out from the main loop. Armin might as well not even exist. I'm so sorry, Niall, Erwin sighed, tucking his phone away. My son. I heard. Niall tilted his head. Is everything all right? We'll see. Erwin grabbed his coffee, pushing his chair in. I'd love to do this more often. Perhaps you could come to New York one of these days? My roommates are always interested in playing host. Well, one of them, anyway. You have roommates? Niall asked curiously. Circumstantial arrangement, Erwin explained. For Armin. Your son, the man clarified. Erwin smiled. Yes, he said. My son. So weird, Niall chuckled. Well, I might take you up on that offer. One of these days, at least. We really must talk more. I couldn't agree more, Erwin said. They shook hands. Years and years ago, if Erwin had looked into the future and saw himself here, now, undeterred by the prospect of his best friend's possibly imminent death, the boy would balk. He'd been a nobler man when he'd painted building sides and had romantic notions and believed in futures because he could not see them. Wartime had jaded him. The facility had broken him. Armin had given him stability. A real future. Not the cookie-cutter kind that Erwin had been pursuing before it had all been busted by reality. Armin had handed Erwin the keys to something greater. A life that could mean something. In Armin, Erwin had sought a brighter future than even his precognition could reach. Erwin drove as fast as he could, but there was an immense amount of traffic. He was left to his own musings. And the subtle shift in futures. Niall Doc would live. For today. Tomorrow he could die just as easily. But Erwin saw that there was no malice in that possibility. If he died, it was out of fate, not human design. He called Levi while in the car to make sure everything was going smoothly. Things tended to pile up when one group went off on their own. Erwin was not in the mood to deal with futures he could not predict outright. I'm still in a hospital, Levi said thickly, so it's going pretty gross. Good to hear. Erwin watched children crash into a pile of leaves in a park across the street from where his car was all but parked. Mikasa's still there, I expect. Yeah, you wanna nag at her? Go ahead. There was a pause, and Erwin smirked as the connection shuffled. Mikasa's voice was hoarse as she spoke. Erwin. Hello, Mikasa. I didn't intend to speak with you. Levi is simply being an ass. Yeah, well, what else is new? She sounded pensive. Is Armin okay? Erwin's mouth went dry. This girl. She could probably sense it from Manhattan. The unrest between the words Armin and okay. Perhaps she could hear the battle raging on in the spaces from 4 hours away. Armin's on a mission, Erwin said. But I'm positive he's fine. Oh, she said. Oh okay, bye, Era. She was cut off as a brisk voice took over the phone. Hi, yes, hello, this is Aaron speaking, can you cut the shit and make sure he's not passed out in an alley somewhere? 'Cause he would push himself that far. You know he would. He shouldn't even be on a fucking mission, and it ain't 'cause I think he's weak, it's 'cause he's gonna fucking break down if he doesn't take a breath of fucking air. Give me that, brat. Levi's voice was almost welcome in comparison to Aaron's snappish southern drawl. You managed to piss off the peanut gallery, congrats. They're not wrong, Erwin admitted. Armin pushes himself too hard. Yeah, are you gonna check that shit out? Levi sounded skeptical. It's not exactly normal. But neither is the little creep, so what do I know? Erwin understood. This was the sort of thing that had been weighing down for a while. Everyone had noticed. A string of heavy words was about to snap. I appreciate your concern, Erwin said mechanically, but I can't force Armin into anything he's not comfortable with. And he hates doctors. Well, so do I, Levi said, but here I am, rotting in a hospital. Erwin sighed. Yes, well, Armin's predicament is a little more extreme than yours. Erwin checked the time. He'd been stuck in traffic for half an hour. If Historia had been panicking before, Erwin expected she was close to throwing a tantrum. Even so, he wasn't sure exactly what he was heading into. His sight could not reach his immediate future. Armin made the world go dark. Thus Erwin was going in blind, knowing nothing but Historia's panic over the situation. "I honestly don't give a shit," Levi said. "Was there an actual reason why you called? Or do you just like giving me grief?" "I'd like details about Aaron's time in Oregon," Erwin said. "Have him write down everything he can remember. I'd like Jean Kirstein's account as well. I also want to speak to Connie Springer personally about what happened." "The kid's house almost burned to the ground," Levi said dully. "You really want to give him a heart attack?" "I'm not particularly keen on the fact he withheld information." "So did Petra," Levi reminded. "Whatever. Do what you want." "I intend to." Yeah. "Can you speed that shit up, because I want these bandages off already." Levi sounded irritable, which was unsurprising. Erwin smiled. "You can live a few more hours in a hospital," Erwin assured him. "But yes, we'll be back soon. I expect." "Fine. Bye." Levi hung up, and Erwin couldn't help but think he was an incredible man-child. Erwin leaned out the window, calling to a bystander standing at the sidewalk. The traffic was still not moving. "Excuse me," he said, "but do you know what the hold-up is?" The man glanced back at Erwin. He shrugged. I think there was a security breach up at the White House." "Oh." Erwin settled back in his seat, grimacing. Figured that Armin and Historia would cause the mess that prevented him from actually reaching them. That's terrible. He was aware that they'd been taking a risk with this particular objective. Confronting Rice outright had been Historia's idea. She wanted to see him, or, more aptly, she wanted him to see her. He understood. She was attempting to gain back some semblance of agency, and to do that she had to face the man who had taken it away from her. Erwin could only hope the mission had not taken a wrong turn. If they had gotten caught, there was little Erwin could do for them. Erwin knew a lot of people in this city. He knew them, but it was unlikely they knew him. At least not the Erwin Smith who fought against monsters and corrupt organizations. No, they either knew Erwin as the soldier he used to be, or the boy that had died somewhere along the way. He wasn't sure. It all depended on the person. Finally, after an hour of anxious waiting, Erwin parked his car and entered the hospital. The scent was the first thing that hit him. The stinging smell of antiseptic and bleach. The masked scent of sickness. Dread crept upon his lungs, and hitched his breath. His eyesight became fuzzy as he closed his eyes, and let himself recollect. He'd spent too much time in hospitals as of late. "Hello," he said, walking up to the front desk. "I'm looking for my children, they might have come through here earlier." "Names?" the girl at the desk asked dully. Historia would not have used her real name. She was smarter than that. "Crystal Lentz and Armin Arleld," he said. The woman checked her computer screen, typing quickly. She turned her gaze back up to Erwin, nodding her head with a frown. "They went to the psych ward. They haven't left, I don't think. Try floor 3. Can you just sign in here?" She pushed a pen and paper toward him, names trailing down to a block of empty spaces. He spotted Armin and Historia's names. He signed quickly, and left her to find an elevator. He did not find Armin and Historia in the psych ward. In fact, he had not even been admitted into the psych ward. He'd been told at the doors that there were no teenagers fitting Armin and Historia's descriptions visiting. He texted Historia to ask where she was. Well, Erwin thought, this is strange. He filled with dread as she replied. Pediatric ward. He was not good with handling things he could not predict. And he could not predict this. So, rightfully, he felt as though he should be wary as he proceeded. He asked for directions to the pediatric ward, and he found that it wasn't too far. It was easy to get lost, however, and Erwin nearly found himself in a cancer ward by mistake, but a kind nurse pointed him in the right direction. His brain was scrambled. His concern was reaching a peak. Historia, he called. He found the girl right outside the door, sitting on a bench just below a brightly depicted cartoon rainbow. Her face was buried in her knees, which were pressed firmly to her chest. She looked up upon hearing her name, her eyes hollow and sunken and her cheeks and nose plainly flushed as though she'd been keeping herself from crying. Her hair was in disarray, flaxen strands sticking to her ruddy cheeks, tucked at her forehead and stuck up all around the crown of her head, static forcing it to stand on end. She leapt to her feet at the sight of him. For a moment he thought she would run up to him. But she stood frozen, her lips parted and her eyes darted from his face. He composed himself. He didn't need to see the future to know something had gone terribly wrong. "Historia," he repeated in a softer tone, walking up to meet her. "What's happened?" She struggled to speak. Her voice wavered pitifully, thick with sadness and strangled by fear. He could sense her panic. "Oh. I don't even know how to." She took a deep breath, smoothing back her hair. She sniffled once, and bowed her head. "Nobody tells me any details. But, Armin's getting a CT scan. Or he was, 3 hours ago. CT scans don't take that long, right?" "I don't think they do. I think he might be getting an MRI too, I don't know, but 3 hours is such a long time, I don't really know how it could take so long, and they're not telling me anything." She scratched her hair in frustration, and Erwin felt the urge to grab her wrists and hush her. He didn't, of course. He wasn't really her father. He understood where his boundaries were. "A CT scan," Erwin said. He tried to wrap his head around that. He sat down. Historia stood before him, nodding. She was such a tiny girl, her jacket didn't even fit her, and she was wrapping the sleeves around her hands nervously as she spoke. "I was told," she said shakily, her voice thicker now, "he collapsed in a hallway, and was immediately brought here. He had a concussion, so they took him for a CT scan. That was the only thing they told me, and that was when I first got here. 3 hours ago. I didn't want to bother you. I thought it'd be quicker than it was. He had a concussion." Erwin's hands itched to rub his face. His stomach churned at the thought, and it was strange and terrifying. When had Armin stopped talking to him? When did I stop noticing these things? Damn it. Erwin had been so focused on seeing an answer to the facility beyond what he knew to be true, that he couldn't see a foot in front of him. He was blind in the here and now. He was a god in the futures he could see. Historia took another deep breath. He listened to the way it hitched in her throat. She was so sad. It didn't take a man with his attention to detail to notice such trivial things. But he knew there was more to this girl than sadness. She had an emptiness to her. And perhaps, maybe, even a cruelness. If she was Armin's sister in more than blood, he could understand it. She seemed to be like him in most sense. And Armin could be a cruel little thing. "We didn't say anything," she said, loosening her grip on her sleeves. She caught them again in her tiny fists, and wrapped them up around her knuckles. "I told him to, but he just wouldn't listen. When Berthold and Reiner left, Berthold skinned me, and I attacked Armin. And this led to a concussion," Erwin said slowly. Her face was stricken, and he shook his head. "I'm not angry, Historia. Please, I only want an explanation. You won't be in trouble for hiding this from me." "It's not even that," she sighed, rubbing her eyes furiously. "It's that I couldn't. I didn't fight Berthold off when I could have. I just let it happen. It was nice to not be in control for a little while, I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. But then, suddenly, I hit Armin, and his head hit the tub, and oh, Erwin, there was so much blood. He bled." Erwin peered at her face, but she would not look at him. Her eyes were covered by her skinny hands. "Ah. Well, I'd imagine there'd be some damage then." His panic was easily hidden. He felt sick to his stomach. She lowered her hands, her expression devoid of emotion. Her lips were parted before she spoke, uncertainties pushing forward. "I was thinking internal bleeding," she admitted in a low, bland tone. "Or bruising. That'd be the reason they'd take a CT scan, right? Just to make sure. And I've read about this, I know I have, I made myself read about medicine when I was younger, just in case, Um. She sighed. I should be able to help, but I can't. I'm sorry. It's beyond your control, Erwin said. You said you've been waiting for 3 hours. Yeah. Historia wrung her hands. Her hollow blue eyes moved to Erwin's face, and he could see her internal struggle beneath the stormy glaze of vacuity. The nurse wouldn't tell me anything. I don't know where he is right now. I told Armin to get the concussion looked at, but he didn't listen to me. Armin is. Erwin struggled to find the right words to describe the boy. He's very independent. He doesn't want to be a burden on anyone, so if he's not in good shape, he won't say anything. He'd rather deal with it on his own. That's stupid, she said dully. Everyone needs someone. Of course he needs people, he sighed, he just doesn't want to, seem too clingy and needy, I suppose. It's a flaw in him. He's got very little self-regard. Historia said nothing. She stared at Erwin, her dull eyes softening, and she plopped down beside him. She covered her mouth with her hands, her pink sleeves smothering half her face, and she stared vacantly ahead with her gauzy eyes unmoving. She looked half a dead girl, honestly. But then, Armin looked half a dead boy. They were mirrors of each other, it seemed. How did everything go? He found himself asking. Otherwise. She lowered her hands in order to speak, but her entire body was stuck frozen in her current position. Fine. My father told us what we wanted to know. That's what led us here. She flattened out her skirt, her entire body seeming to crumple under the weight of her words. Our mother is in the psych ward. Rose, Erwin recalled. Historia said nothing, but she did scratch her wrist, her lips tugging into a frown. I remember her. How is she doing? She's. Historia tilted her head, and her lips moved soundlessly as she blinked, her voice struggling inside her throat. She sounded pained. She's nothing. Erwin quirked an eyebrow. Nothing. He echoed. She exhaled sharply, digging her nails into her skirt and bunching the fabric between her fingers viciously. Nothing. She gritted her teeth, and Erwin listened. Molars cracked against one another. Skin hissed against cloth. Her tongue clicked against the roof of her mouth. Nothing, Erwin, she's nothing. Just an empty shell, without any mind or feelings, or voice, of her own. That's a little unfair to say, he said, watching her face as she turned away. She's disabled, Historia, you can't blame her for the way she acts. Yes, she said. Her voice was thick and dull and coarse. Fine. I'm a horrible person. I couldn't stand being near her. It made me want to throw up. Erwin thought about the kind little girl who had appeared to them only weeks before, and he understood. That girl never existed, he thought firmly. There was never Krista. Only Historia. He'd seen through the lies, of course, and it was a bit of a relief to see her for who she truly was. Human. And hateful. And hurting beyond relief. You are not a horrible person. Erwin shook his head, not understanding why these children were filled with such self-hatred. You're merely directing your anger in the wrong place. She rubbed her eyes. Can we just go home? She asked weakly, turning her red-rimmed, hazy gaze to his face. I have a chemistry test on Monday, and I'm failing, so. Why don't you get Hang to help you? She flushed, her eyes squeezing shut. I'm very bad at it, she admitted. I've never really taken science classes before. When I was younger, I was taught a lot of things. Lots of reading and writing and history, and even Latin. But never math or science. You were taught Latin, but not math. Erwin couldn't help but smile as she buried her face in her hands. Your father certainly had his priorities straight. I know basic math. Her voice was muffled by the heavy fabric of her pink jacket. I just don't get why there are letters everywhere. What does that even mean? Have you ever thought about asking Armin for help? He's quite good at math. I don't want to bother him with stuff like that, she mumbled. He works his brain hard enough as it is. All right. Erwin nodded at her. Tell me what classes you're failing. She peeked over her hands, her pale hair curling around her eyes. Chemistry. Yes. Go on. She swallowed thickly and lowered her hands. Algebra 2 trig. Civics, and, Spanish. That surprised him. Historia, you know Spanish, he said slowly. Amir spoke fluent Spanish. How could you possibly be failing? It's hard. She said, biting her lip. I can speak it, a little, because of Amir, but the tests. She winced. I'm not a very good test taker. Erwin nodded. All right. I'm sure Heng would be more than happy to tutor you in chemistry. If Armin can't help you with algebra, I'll tutor you in that and civics. And since Connie withheld some information from us, I think it an apt form of community service to tutor you in Spanish. How does that sound? Historia stared at him quizzically, her brow furrowed and her eyes wide. You'd. She didn't seem to know what to say. So instead she nodded. Okay. He nodded, patting her once on the head before standing up. It didn't escape his notice how she went rigid upon his touch, but he thought it an innocent gesture. He did it to Armin all the time, and he intended on gaining her trust in some way or another. Baby steps. She was a useful piece in a grand play, yes, but she was important beyond that. Armin saw a future in her that Erwin couldn't. And Erwin always trusted Armin's judgment. Excuse me, he said, walking up to the nearest desk. Historia followed him obediently. She kept her distance, however. Nanaba, Historia said. The nurse at the desk looked up. Oh. They gasped, eyes flitting between Historia and Erwin. Is this your father, Historia? She glanced up at him warily as he answered for her. Yes, he said. I am. Could you tell me what room my son is in? Nanaba chewed on their lower lip, and they shook their hands somberly. No, they said. Sorry. I haven't been informed of what room he's in, and you'd need the doctor's permission. He's my son, Erwin said sharply. That must mean something. It's out of my hands. Nanaba stared at him, their eyes apologetic. They were androgynous, bright eyes, no makeup, tightly trimmed hair, sharp features. Erwin stared them down, feeling that this was not the time to be keeping him from Armin. I'm sorry. But it's been hours, Historia blurted, striding up to the desk and gripping it with her tiny hands. You must know something. Nanaba shook their head. Erwin sensed Historia's rage, and he stepped in quickly. I'd like to speak with the doctor responsible, he said. I am Armin's legal guardian, and you cannot keep him here without telling me what the hell is wrong with him. There was a soft sort of silence. Nanaba's eyes lowered. They sighed. He asked that no information be disclosed to his family, they said slowly, until there is a conclusive diagnosis. He's 16, Erwin said in a very low tone. He watched Historia take a careful step away from him. He can't keep that sort of information from us. Please, Nanaba said desperately, wait until a doctor comes. I don't know enough to give you the kind of information you want. But you do have information. Historia cried. Erwin placed a hand on her shoulder. When she looked up at him, he shook his head. Thank you, he told the nurse in his kindest voice. Inwardly, he felt like kicking the desk over. We'll wait for the doctor. Nanaba nodded hesitantly, and Erwin led Historia back to the bench. She was shaking. I'm going to punch him, she hissed, her eyes alight with rage and fear. Erwin nearly laughed. I'm going to advise against that. She scrubbed at her eyes, and glared up at the ceiling. She was very clearly not used to being in this position of helplessness. She looked around as Erwin sat down, pressing his folded hands to his lips pensively. I'm going to go to the bathroom, she said suddenly, whirling away. Erwin watched her go. If Armin didn't want them to know what was going on, it likely was not good. Why would he keep this from us? Why can't he understand that closing himself off helps absolutely no one? Erwin was anxious to find a doctor, but he was equally dreading the conversation he would have to have. Armin was probably a terrible patient, in that his power would make it difficult to do anything remotely productive. If Historia's power worked on him, it would make things a hell of a lot easier. Historia. Erwin jumped to his feet. She'd been gone at least 10 minutes. What had he been thinking, letting her wander off in a hospital? He found her in a room with 2 children in it. One child was sleeping, curled up in the tiny hospital bed, while their parent was slumbering on the chair at its bedside. The other child was sitting upright, chatting amiably in hushed tones to the tiny blonde girl. She turned her head toward him as he walked in. And suddenly, the entire room sparked a brilliant, mesmerizing gold. He blinked. The child had gone very quiet, looking puzzled as he squinted. He rubbed his eyes with his fists, his intravenous drip shaking against the back of his hand. Historia stood up, brushing past Erwin, and he followed her out the door without sparing the child another glance. He caught Historia by the arm as she stalked off. "You can't just heal people like that," he told her. "Yes, I can." She shrugged him off. "Why can't I? Isn't that what we do? Help people. You can't heal everyone." "No." She looked up at him, and he saw gold had singed inside her gauzy blue eyes. She was smiling dazedly, looking a little high off her own power. "But I can try." Erwin studied her face, her starry eyes and her parted lips and the liquid that seemed to leak like molten gold from her tear ducts. Bloodshot, red-rimmed, gold-flecked, cloudy. Her eyes told him she was hardly even there. Her mind was in a haze. Her power had half consumed her, and she was drinking it all in. "Come with me," he told her sharply. She didn't seem to want to, but after an acute stare, she followed him with unsteady steps. He held her by the shoulders. They returned to the pediatric ward 20 minutes later, 2 cups of coffee and a sober Historia better for wear. She sipped tentatively at the steaming liquid, looking a little exhausted. She apologized for what he power had done to her, but Erwin assured her it wasn't her fault. He wondered why her power had such an intoxicating effect, however. Perhaps it was a cautionary sign. "I never thanked you," she said suddenly after some more time had passed. Erwin was keeping an eye out for a doctor, but none had come him way just yet. "Thank me?" Erwin peered at her, smiling dimly. "What for? Saving Amir?" She took a sip of her coffee, keeping the styrofoam cup at her lips as she stared sullenly ahead of her. "I guess I didn't really appreciate it then, but I do now. It's better that she's alive, and away from me, than dead by Aaron's hand." "I never intended any harm to her," Erwin said. Though that was not entirely a truth. He had not had any real plan for Amir. First and foremost he'd wanted to capture her, but beyond that had to be up to discussion. "It's unfortunate she's so lost to us now. It seems as though Aaron's no longer out to murder her." "Yes," she sighed. "I'd like to find her. If that's all right. We'll figure something out." Historia lowered her cup of coffee, glancing at Erwin over the whirling rolls of steam. "Can you not see her future?" she asked confusedly. "She's not with Armin. Shouldn't you know where she'll be?" "I should," he said. "However, my foresight is not always reliable. And also, strangely, I'm unable to see Amir's future at the moment." She snorted into her coffee, and Erwin peered at her, surprised. "Your power kinda sucks," she said quietly. "I'm plagued by misfortune," he said, chuckling. She smiled minutely, and took another sip of her coffee. They sat there for another 10 minutes, finishing up their coffee and speaking in low tones. Erwin had not expected this day to be so long. It wasn't incredibly bothersome, but the longer they stayed here, the more concerned he grew. His dread was rapidly increasing with every second that passed. He took Historia's empty cup and went to throw it away in the nearest trash can down the hall. He stood there for a moment after he disposed of them, and he rubbed his face tiredly. He could weather this, of course. That wasn't the matter at hand. It was Historia and Armin. Whatever happened, could they handle the pressure? He wasn't certain enough to make a gamble on it. "Erwin." He turned slowly, startled at the familiar voice. It took a lot to startle him, but this voice had. The man only just behind him was taller than even Erwin, a scruffy-looking man with shaggy hair and a stubby beard. His nose was particularly large, and Erwin found that was the most recognizable feature of his old friend. He smiled wanly. "Mike," he said, unable to keep his shock out of his tone. "Well, this is a surprise. How are you?" Fine." Mike's eyes were wide as he stared at Erwin, his mouth dropping open. "Where's your cane?" "My." Erwin froze. He'd forgotten. Ah. What a fool he was. Mike Zacharias studied his face, his expression only growing more and more alarmed. "You can see," he said, very clearly uncertain. Erwin nodded, unable to speak. Damn, Erwin, that's amazing. I could have sworn your vision was permanently impaired." He smiled grimly. "Yes," he said, "well, I suppose the diagnosis was wrong. I've regained full visibility." "Ha." Mike grinned broadly. "How about that?" "Well, I'm glad to hear it. Say, if it's not too much trouble, we should grab a few beers and catch up." Erwin noticed his scrubs for the first time, and he mentally scolded himself for being so inattentive. "You work here," he observed. "Yeah, went from nursing soldiers to nursing infants." Mike laughed. "Nah, but it's not so bad. It's more rewarding, in a way." "So who are you here for?" Erwin was reluctant to speak. He wasn't prepared for what this unseen future had in store for him. "Armin Arlelt," he said. He watched Mike's face change rapidly, his eyes blinking in alarm as he averted his gaze. "You know him?" "I've been with him," Mike said cautiously. "Yeah. Then you know what's wrong with him." Erwin took a step forward, searching Mike's face for any sign of what laid ahead. He was only very keen on avoiding eye contact. Which was not a good sign. "I can't really disclose." "Mike," Erwin said sharply, his eyes flashing with fury. "He's my son." And just like that, Mike's expression seemed to crumple. He turned his eyes to Erwin, watching him, searching him, and finding whatever truth he was looking for. He stood, tight-lipped and hunched, his eyes softening and hardening and softening again. He looked at Erwin as though he didn't know him, as if the years they had spent as friends had been nothing but a hazy dream. "I had no idea you had a son," he said tersely. "It's been a while, Mike," Erwin said. "There's a lot you don't know about me." Mike's face was the kind of somber that made him look years and years older than he truly was. Silence stretched before them as Mike gave a short, curt nod. He glanced away, his body coiling with tension. "Follow me," he said. Erwin nearly did without thinking. "Wait," he said. Mike stopped, and shot him a puzzled look. Erwin turned around, taking a few strides down the hall. "Historia." The girl looked up at him, very clearly startled. He waved her over, and she jumped to her feet, moving very slowly at first. Then she broke into a sprint until she was at Erwin's side, her eyes darting wildly between him and Mike. She looked just about ready to sink into the folds of her oversized pink jacket. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice breaking. "Is it Armin?" Mike peered at the girl curiously. "And who's this?" he asked, smiling. Erwin pressed his arm to Mike's chest, shooting him a sharp look. "My daughter," he said. "Don't sniff her." "Hey, I'm in a professional work area." Mike shook his head, his shaggy hair bunching around his ears. "I would never. Don't think I buy that for a second." Erwin angled himself so Historia was behind him. "Take us to Armin, Mike." Mike took a deep breath, glancing between them uncertainly. "Oh," he sighed, "all right. Come on." He ushered them forward, and Erwin felt his stomach churn once more. He grimaced. "I just have to ask you a few questions, Erwin, if that's okay." "It's fine." Mike nodded, his broad shoulders moving as he turned completely forward. "How often does Armin get headaches?" he asked. Erwin stared ahead. "Often," he said quietly. "Has he experienced any vision changes recently?" He walked forward. He recollected the time before he'd permanently lost his sight. This was all beginning to sound very familiar. "He recently had to get glasses," Erwin said. "How about unexplained nausea?" "I'm not sure." "Vomiting?" Yes, Historia blurted. Erwin glanced at her. Yes, very often. How are the sensations in his limbs? I don't know. His balance. Not very good, Historia said. Does he have difficulty speaking? I'm not sure what would constitute, but I suppose he does sometimes. Slurred speech, stuttering. Mike waved his hand. That sort of thing. What about behavioral changes? Loss of interest, or mood swings? Mike. Erwin said, staring at the man's back. What are these symptoms of? Armin has mood swings sometimes. Historia said quietly. It's a little creepy. Mike nodded. How's his appetite? Non-existent, she said. He thinks if he doesn't eat he'll throw up less. That's troubling. Mike glanced back at them. He might have an eating disorder. I'm going to recommend a nutritionist for him, okay? We live in New York, Mike, Erwin said. So unless your nutritionist travels. I know a few nutritionists in New York, Erwin, don't you worry. Mike didn't sound very playful at all. It was jarring. Okay, here's a biggie. Seizures. Once, Erwin said thickly. Not too long ago. How about memory? Historia laughed. It was a bitter sound. Mike, Erwin said darkly. Mike paused before a door. He turned to them, and he nodded. He's in here, he said quietly. Erwin felt a tiny hand at his back, bunching a fistful of his coat anxiously. He looked down at Historia, and saw that she was staring wide-eyed, her lips parted and her expression dazed. Mike gave them a sympathetic glance. He pushed open the door. Of course Erwin had been expecting to see Armin in a hospital bed, but it was still strange. He was a tiny lump in a huge cot, nothing but a candlewick of fluffy yellow hair supporting the theory that there was a boy somewhere within that expansive white mattress. An foredrip ran in a squiggly line down under the thin white covers, disappearing somewhere amongst the empty space and Armin's tiny body. Erwin could hear him breathing soft, shallow breaths. He's asleep, Erwin murmured. Yeah, we sedated him. Mike shut the door behind them, and Erwin looked at him very sharply. He noticed, and he held up his hands. Whoa there, it wasn't unwarranted. He told us he has trouble sleeping. As in, he gets an average of half an hour of sleep per night. This week alone he's only slept 4 hours. Last week he said it might have been 6. Mike was now looking at a clipboard, scratching his beard as he frowned. He doesn't know. He's been losing track of time recently. He can't read the numbers on the clock. He struggles with understanding letters and numbers, and he says sometimes when he does fall asleep he wakes up in strange places, and he hasn't a clue how he got there. He sleepwalks. He has hallucinations, Erwin. Historia turned away, wandering over to Armin's bed and sitting down at the edge. Erwin watched her, feeling sickened and sad. Armin's ragged breaths gave them enough assurance that he was alive under that lump of white, but it was so hard to be sure. Erwin remembered waking up in a hospital bed once. The sense had been excruciating. Antiseptic and bleach. Sick people. Old people. Dead people. But he'd seen none of it. Only the hollow blackness of his own brain. Did you know about any of this? Mike asked. No. Somewhat, Erwin said levelly. Will we wake him up? Historia asked, staring at the boy in the bed. By talking like this. He won't be waking up for a while, Mike said. Which is a good thing. He needs the rest. Mike, Erwin sighed. I'm tired. What I need right now is for you to tell me what the hell is wrong with him. Mike closed his eyes. He nodded, and then turned to Historia. Would it be okay if I talk to your dad alone? He asked her gently. She shot him a long, withering look. No, she said in a quiet, throaty voice. He grimaced, his eyes turning to Erwin's face worriedly. Erwin shook his head. She's not a child, Mike, he said firmly. She can take it. Yeah, Mike sighed, yeah, okay. Well, the good news is that his concussion is very mild. Erwin stared at him expectantly. Historia had settled at the corner of Armin's bed, watching the slow rise and fall on his tiny form. Mike was very clearly reluctant about telling them. There could be a number of reasons why. The diagnosis, or the situation, or it could be simply that Mike knew Erwin personally, and his personal feelings were mucking up his judgment. Mike referred back to his clipboard. We performed a CT scan, he said, and then an MRI scan. The results are not 100% conclusive, as they will have to be looked at by a specialist, but we were able to determine an intracranial growth. A tumor, Erwin said. His mouth had gone dry. Mike nodded. We're preparing to do a biopsy, he said, in order to determine if the tumor is malignant or benign. It's malignant. Erwin turned to Historia. Mike's eyes had risen to her as well, his mouth parting in confusion. She glanced between them, and she shrugged. He had a tumor when he was little, she said. Mike stared at her in bewilderment, and he came closer to her. Can you tell me how old he was? He asked. She shrugged, plucking at the ends of her skirt. Between 6 and 9, I think. Mike took quick note of that. And the tumor was malignant? You know for sure. I doubt there was anything benign about it. Historia buried her mouth in the collar of her jacket, her eyes dropping to the floor. She looked very small. Very young. Hardly a teenager. And Armin looked like a child too. Perhaps it ran in the family. Even so, Mike said, continuing to scrawl onto his clipboard, we're going to keep him here overnight, and then run some additional tests. That's not necessary. Historia jumped to her feet, whirling to face the bed with wide eyes. Erwin watched as the tiny lump stirred, the white woolen blanket sliding from the boy's hollow face. He was pale. Dazed. He looked about the same as he had that morning. Only now Erwin knew why. It was a strange feeling of emptiness. There wasn't much relief in knowing. Not this time. Armin, Mike said, sounding surprised. You're awake. It's hard to stay asleep when you've got tastes going sour inside your mouth, the boy mumbled, his face half buried in a pillow. Erwin could not for the life of him tell if Armin was drugged, or if he was just feeling particularly candid. Mike seemed to take it as the former, for he smiled. Tastes, huh? He hugged his clipboard. What kinds of tastes? Something like pine-scented air fresheners and lemon peels. Mike wrote that down. Armin's one visible eye followed the movement of his hand. The boy's dull yellow hair curled against his cheek. Armin, you understand the severity of your situation, don't you? Mike asked. Armin did not lift his head from his pillow. You mean, do I understand that I'm dying? You're not dying, Armin, Mike said firmly. That's a matter of perspective. Armin. Erwin said. There was an unspoken warning in his tone that he seemed to catch, for he sat up, his blanket crumpling into his lap. I'm sorry, Armin said, his voice soft and slurred. Please continue. What are my options? Mike glanced at Erwin, but did not pause in his response. Judging by the location of the growth, the fourth ventricle as well as your age, it's very possible you have an ependymoma tumor. We'll have to remove it as soon as possible. Of course, Armin said dully. He huddled in his blanket, staring vacantly ahead. And if it's inoperable? Mike stared at Armin, and Erwin found himself smiling. Armin had an extraordinary ability to make something uncomfortable and make it even more so for anyone who he found grating. And Erwin could tell Armin wasn't very fond of Mike. It wasn't something he could be blamed for. We'll determine that after a neurologist looks at your scans, Mike said cautiously. Armin watched him, the corners of his lips quirking upward, but he said nothing. Hopefully we can remove the growth quickly and efficiently. Armin, I don't want you to be scared. This isn't a death sentence. Yeah, he said. Okay. Thanks, Dr. Zacharias. But can I get treatment for this, maybe like, at home? Mike grimaced. That's not something advisable. I'll sign whatever waivers you need me to sign, you don't have any responsibility if I drop dead on the car ride home. Armin rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. Actually, that's my job, Erwin pointed out. Oh. Armin blinked blearily at him, and he nodded. Right. Erwin will sign. But you might want to give him the papers now, because he's going to dissect every solitary word before he puts a pen to it. Mike nodded vaguely, and he smirked. Sounds about right. He jerked his chin. Erwin, can I talk to you out in the hall for a moment? Historia watched them, backing slowly toward Armin until she was sitting on the bed beside him, her dull eyes following their movements toward the door. Mike shut the door behind them. The man took a very deep breath, and he shot Erwin an apologetic glance. This isn't going well, he said with a weak little laugh. Damn, I'm usually better at these sort of things. It's fine, Erwin said. In all honesty, I don't think any of us are surprised. But what we really need right now, Mike? It's home. We can't stay the night. You can't let something like this go, Erwin. Mike's eyes were narrowed, and he clapped a hand against Erwin's shoulder. We don't know how long it's been growing, and leaving it alone only increases the risks. I appreciate everything you've done, he said, truly. But one night won't kill him, and all he wants is to go home. Out of curiosity, how did he react when the nurses had to touch him? Mike looked puzzled. His brow knitted together beneath his shaggy fringe of hair, and he frowned. Actually, he asked that we wear gloves, he said. He said skin contact makes him highly uncomfortable, to the point of panic attacks. We thought it'd be best to minimize that kind of behavior, since he'd need to keep still during the scans. He's very sensitive, yes. Erwin didn't know how else to describe it. But he supposed he shouldn't be surprised that Armin had found a way around forging unwanted connections with the nurses and doctors who treated him. It was Armin, after all. Erwin. Mike gave him a long, level stare. It's really not as bad as it seems. You know, he said, smiling dimly, people told me that when I lost my eyesight. Mike's smile was wan, and it was close to crumbling as he swatted Erwin playfully on the ear. Hey, see. He nodded firmly. And you got better. Erwin found himself shooting Mike a dark look. This was not what he wanted to hear, and it seemed Mike caught on, because he bowed his head. He's been through a lot, Erwin mused aloud. He didn't need this. I'm sorry, Mike said, looking and sounding very earnest. He's a good kid. But trust me, he's got good chances. I can recommend some really good surgeons. Hell, I'll make it my priority to get him exactly what he needs to make a full recovery. Mike, you don't. Nah, I do. Mike smiled. I'll go get the forms you'll need to discharge him. I'll schedule him in to get looked at by a specialist in Brooklyn on Monday, since the scans should be verified by then. You live near Brooklyn, right? Yeah, Erwin said. That's perfect. Thank you. Mike snorted. Not even a problem. He squeezed Erwin's shoulder reassuringly. Actually, one question. Of course, Erwin thought amusedly. Shoot. Why does he call you Erwin? Mike moved very slowly past him, watching Erwin as he went. And not Dad. He's not my biological son. Erwin ran a hand through his hair, feeling his scalp and closing his eyes. Neither of them are really mine. Ah, Mike smiled grimly. That explains a few things. Yeah. You'll probably need to take that into account, since you can't look at my medical history for answers. Very true. Mike winked. Always thinking, you are. Erwin shook his head in disbelief. It was strange how his old friends seemed so keen on being loyal to him. He couldn't say it was surprising, exactly. He knew he was charismatic. He utilized that. But after years and years of silence, these men still remained friends to him. Amazing. It's pure, unadulterated talent, I imagine, he said. Mike laughed, backing away slowly. Hey, do me a favor, he said, pointing at him as he retreated. Talk to him. And don't make him feel like he's broken, or something. He doesn't need any of that bull. I'll keep that in mind, Erwin said, nodding distantly. He watched Mike disappear down the hall, and he stood for a moment in the perpetually off-white corridor that stretched endlessly from side to side. Erwin closed his eyes, and he tried. He imagined Armin's face, and her pushed through the fogs of his mind, begging for some inkling of a future. But there was nothing. Just a familiar inky blackness. There was too much irony in Armin blinding him. Erwin re-entered the room, finding Historia and Armin facing each other, sitting cross-legged on the bed. They'd stopped talking upon his appearance, two pairs of dull blue eyes falling on his face in synchronized tilts of the heads. How eerie these two were. Historia climbed off the bed, smoothing out her skirt. "I'm going to get you food," she said suddenly, staring at nothing in particular. Historia Armin objected as he struggled to sit upright. "Shut up." She moved past Erwin, her head bowed, and he stopped her at the door. "Don't make any extra stops," he warned her. She stared at him vacantly, and then puffed out her cheeks in indignation. She nodded curtly and brushed past him, hurrying out the door. Erwin stood, his back to the door, and Armin watched him with his vague, distant gaze. He pulled up his knees to his chest and embraced them tightly. Erwin watched, uncertain and unable to move. Armin looked so much younger than he truly was, with big eyes and pouty lips. His hair was disheveled around his head, a mop of unruly yellow strands. "Hey," Erwin said. Armin studied him, resting his cheek against his knees. He was very quiet, and Erwin wondered if it was a struggle for Armin to see him. He didn't have his glasses on, after all. Erwin made up his mind and took a few long strides to Armin's bed, until he was directly at his side. His eyes trailed upward, focusing on Erwin's face. "Hi." He straightened his neck, blinking a little dazedly. So. It was an awkward silence, short and full of anxiety and tension. They both knew exactly what was the matter, and it was difficult to process. Erwin wondered how he felt about all this. If he was relieved to know what was wrong, or if he was terrified. It was all very strange. Sadness wasn't the feeling, exactly. More like an absence of understanding. The world seemed suddenly too big. "I'm sorry you had to wait so long," Armin said quietly. "Don't be silly. It wasn't supposed to take this long." Armin closed his eyes, resting his body back against his pillow. "Maybe it would have been better if we never came. Historia's upset about our mom, and I don't think talking to Rice did her any good. And then this happened." "Armin." Erwin sat down near his feet, turning his body to face him. They were now almost eye level. His eyes opened hesitantly, and he squinted at Erwin's face. "How long have you known?" He smiled vacantly. He tilted his head, his eyes cast down toward his knees. "Since my seizure," he said. "Armin." The boy sat up straight, dropping his knees and staring into Erwin's eyes. "It's not important, Erwin," he said, his voice hoarse. "It's not a priority. I didn't want to distract everyone from what was really important. I didn't want to be a burden. Armin, this is your life." Erwin could not contain his anger. How? How could someone have such little self-regard? Had Armin learned nothing? "You are important. You are a priority. You need to get it out of your head that you're a burden." Armin bowed his head. There was clearly a lot going on in it that Erwin would never understand, but this was ridiculous. He couldn't keep putting himself down in favor of other things that he deemed more important. It was a little frustrating. Of course, Erwin struggled with his perception of the value of human life. But not Armin's. Armin's life meant something. It possibly meant everything. "The Institute," Armin whispered, his eyes rising hesitantly to meet Erwin's. "It was never about creating human weapons." Erwin tilted his head. "Excuse me. Erwin." Armin's eyes were suddenly very wide. "Don't you see it? The experimentation was never about creating a destructive force, it was about healing." "Armin." "Armin Arlelt, brain tumor," he cut in, and his eyes brightened considerably under his resolve. "Historia Rice, comatose. Aaron Yeager, muscular dystrophy. Annie Leonhardt, leukemia. Rainer Braun, lung cancer. Berthold Hoover, melanoma. My mother had a severe type of epilepsy that went without medication for a really long time. Levi had HIV. Connie was hit by a car, and then Ilse came along and gave him something that made him be able to walk again. Rico said she was sick when she was approached about the institute. And you? Armin tilted his head, smiling grimly. You went blind after you hit your head in Afghanistan, and left the concussion unchecked. Erwin sat, feeling stunned as he let this sink in. How had it never occurred to him before? Of course, he'd gone into the facility knowing they were going to try and get his eyesight back. But he'd always assumed there had been some sort of ulterior motive beyond that. But, as a collective, it did seem like their goal had been to cure an array of different maladies. And Mikasa and Amir. Erwin watched Armin's face as his smile tightened. What was wrong with them? Nothing, at least, not with Mikasa. Armin rubbed his temples, and he grimaced. I think there's something else up with Mikasa. And Levi. They're both Ackermans, right? I haven't a clue if that means they're related. Well, I think they're connected somehow. Mikasa was never sick, as far as I know, and I've got no idea about Amir. Maybe Aaron knows something, or Connie, or Petra. He scratched at his knuckles, staring dazedly into space. The trouble is, I guess, that my illness came back. When I realized what was wrong with me, I was mostly concerned about the idea that maybe. Erwin's heart sank into his chest. The positive effects of the procedures might not be permanent, Erwin finished. Armin glanced at him. He sat in his hospital bed, looking half a corpse as he smiled. His bony shoulders rose and fell. There were so many side effects, he said, leaning back and forth, his body swaying to and fro as though he was an impatient child waiting to be given a cookie. It was always experimental, Erwin. But, if this is happening, then I would like it to start and end with me. Very suddenly Erwin tried to imagine a life without Armin. It was as if every future open to him had gone black. What would all this work amount to if Armin could not witness it? Erwin had urged Armin to become a hero out of faith that Armin's abilities could change the future. But it had been too long since Erwin had seen a future with Armin in it. You won't die, Erwin said. Armin blinked. Dull eyes. Blue eyes. They seemed to be the most colorful thing in this room. You don't know that. Does it matter if I know something for certain? He reached out, and he took Armin's hands. They felt oddly cold. Soft, but cold. And bony. And small. And Erwin felt as though he had missed something crucial in raising this boy. He must have done something wrong. The blame was inevitably pinned on him. He'd rightfully bear it. Armin smiled. Chapped lips. White lips. They stretched into a thin little line. I'm so glad you didn't see this coming, he whispered. His words echoed inside Erwin's brain. They were a dull thrum, like an old song that had been overplayed and reduced to nothing but a vacuous tune. A tune he knew well. But I did, he thought, feeling sickened by his own failure. He stared at Armin's tiny, bony hands, and squeezed them tightly. Erwin had made a lot of not-so-nice choices in his life. He'd lived with them. His current position as a pacifist made him feel a little at ease with his crimes, but even still. He'd compromised too many times in his life for him to be deemed a good person by any standard. Perhaps that was what his crusade had been all about. Atonement. Self-assurance. He'd wanted something good to come out of what he'd done, and what had been done to him. And he supposed Armin was the complicated crux of the solution. He'd pushed Armin into a future that he wanted so badly, and now there wasn't any future that had Armin in it. How cruel. Something warm and wet hit his knuckles. Beneath his hands, Armin's were quaking, and his body was no different. He shook like a leaf in a torrential downpour, and he sniffled, turning his face away in shame as he attempted to wipe away his tears on his shoulder. Erwin let go of his hands, and he quickly tackled the thick streams of tear tracks that glistened on his flushed cheeks. His breaths were hollow and thin, and his lips were parted as he covered his eyes, shaking his head profusely. I'm sorry, he gasped, I'm sorry. SHH, Erwin hushed, edging closer and taking him by the shoulders. You don't need to apologize, I understand your reasoning. But reason isn't everything. I'm trying to see a bright side, he hiccuped, curling into himself. His voice was strained, thick with tears, and a sob was perched upon his tongue. I don't know. I'm scared, Erwin. It's okay, Erwin whispered, pulling Armin to his chest as the sob he'd been holding was released, crackling against the air like a burst of electricity. He felt as though his brain had been fried. His fingers were jerky as they combed slowly through Armin's hair, helplessly trying at some semblance of comfort. Armin, it's fine to be scared. Everyone gets scared. He didn't respond. He clutched at Erwin's coat, grasping fistfuls of it as he sobbed into his chest, hiccuping, and shaking and coughing and wheezing. Every once in a while he'd throw in a choked, "I'm sorry." Erwin held him tightly, feeling as though he'd gone back in time, and this was that terrified little stranger who'd followed him out of a fire. It was hard to accept that this was a truth, that they would have to deal with this, address it, treat it. And if they failed, it could be fatal. Erwin felt like crying too. He kissed the top of Armin's head as his sobs began to die down. He smelled familiar, a strange mingling of ink and dust and something sweet, such a different smell than the antiseptic sting of the hospital around them. He listened as his sobbing drifted into soft, heavy breaths, and his forehead rested against Erwin's chest as he sniffled. Erwin rubbed slow circles around his back, listening to him hiccup and feeling him burrow his face further into the folds of Erwin's jacket. They were both very quiet for a few minutes. There was a knock at the door. Armin pulled away from Erwin, sinking into his cot and turning onto his side. "Dr. Zacharias," he murmured. Erwin nodded, rising to his feet. He made his way to the door, shooting a glance back at the boy. He was curled up under the blanket again, his breaths back to being ragged and shallow. Perhaps they were always like that, and Erwin had never noticed. He left the door open as he exited, turning his back to Armin. "Mike." Erwin nodded to the man as he handed over a thin packet of papers. He began to read through the forms he'd been given. Ultimately, it seemed straightforward. He filled out the papers, thankful for the health benefits he had as a result of his service. It wasn't as tedious as Armin had bemoaned about. It had actually been quite simple. He handed the forms back to Mike, and he flipped through them quickly, nodding. "Well," he said. He entered Armin's room, and Erwin followed. "Looks good. Let me just get the 4 out, and then he can get dressed into his regular clothes." Wait, what the hell? The bed was empty. At the corner of the carefully made cot, Armin's hospital gown was folded neatly. Erwin would never understand that boy. How? Mike looked around the room wildly, whirling in place with a slackened jaw. Erwin turned away, nodding to Mike curtly. "Don't worry about it, Mike," he said. "Thank you for everything you've done. If you're ever in New York, you have my contact information." "Erwin, your son just fucking disappeared," Mike stated in a flat tone. "Can you explain that?" "I could, actually," he said, backing cautiously away from the man. "However, I don't really have the time. And you might need a few drinks to really process it. Maybe another time." "You're kidding me?" "Afraid not." Erwin stalked toward the door, feeling furious and distraught. "Goodbye, Mike." Bye." He couldn't have gotten far. He had to still be in the building. Erwin pulled his phone from his pocket and checked where Armin's phone was. It wasn't difficult to track. A floor down. Okay, Erwin thought, striding forward. Okay, he must have a reason. Armin doesn't do things without a plan. There's something I'm missing in what he's feeling. Erwin. Historia was standing at the landing of the stairs outside the pediatric ward. She had a bag of chips in her arm, and a bottle of chocolate milk. Erwin gestured her to follow him as he headed down the steps. She quickly fell in time with him, her eyes widening as they went. "Wait, what's going on?" she asked slowly. "We can't be going, can we? Where's Armin?" "He ran off," Erwin said. "I'm tracking his phone right now." "What?" She didn't sound too surprised, which made Erwin wonder how well she knew Armin. If she truly did know him better than he did. "Why?" "Historia, I've already told you." Erwin exited the stairwell, pushing through a pair of doors and finding himself in an elongated hallway. "I don't think I'll ever understand Armin." She followed him down the length of the corridor, her head whipping around slowly. "This feels weird," she said. The hall was like the rest of the hospital. Off-white everywhere, in a blindingly bleached-out sort of way. The expanse of the hall seemed to go on and on both ways. A tunnel to nowhere. Erwin paused. He dialed Armin's number. "Erwin. I don't like this." The sound of distant ringing filled the empty hall. Erwin whirled around, pulling his phone from his ear in order to get a better grasp on where the ringing was coming from. "There's something," Historia whispered. He moved down the hallway, growing more and more determined as the sound's volume increased. It was like a steady thrum in his head. An echo of words he wished he'd never heard. "I'm so glad you didn't see this coming." "I don't know, Hazy." Her voice was a comfort, if nothing else. It reminded him what he was listening to. The sound was blasting in his ears. "It just doesn't feel right here." Erwin stopped before a potted plant beside an exit door. The blaring red sign burned into Erwin's retinas. He stood, his phone gripped in hand, and he listened to Historia's soft footfalls as she neared him. "Armin's not here," she said quietly, "is he?" Erwin stared vacantly ahead. "No," he said, fishing the boy's phone out from between the snaggled roots of the plant inside the pot. "He doesn't want us to find him." "Are you sure?" Erwin peered at the screen. He stared at it, and he understood one thing for certain about Armin. He could not be pinned down. He turned the phone to Historia. It said, "Found lead, got to follow. Don't tell others about tumor. Love you both. Sorry." Chapter 27, I Shall Not All Die. Non Omnes Morier. Salem, Massachusetts. 83 Non. November, 2766 AUC. The musk of pine and the tang of lemon hadn't been the tastes to awake him. It had been the familiar ghost of cookie dough and something else, something daunting, something dastardly, something unlike anything else. Something like poison. Maybe it was his own mind he tasted. Maybe he'd been tasting something malignant inside his own head all this time, and he hadn't even noticed. He didn't know. He couldn't know. Armin sat on an empty seat on a bus that would take him from DC to Massachusetts. Slipping past Erwin had been easy. He knew Erwin's attention would be undivided on those release forms. He'd stripped down, tugged on his jeans and buttoned up his shirt, made his bed, and folded up his gown. He hadn't put on his shoes, because they made too much noise against the linoleum. And then he'd simply slipped past him. Carefully, slowly, holding his breath, keeping his body pressed against the wall. There was something strange about his invisibility. It worked with Erwin. Now he watched the starlight spread out across the great expanse of blackened sky. The stars were nothing but elongated blurs from the view Armin had through the foggy window. He hugged his knees to his chest. Traveling was so easy when you were invisible. He'd woken up in a hospital bed to the taste of cookie dough and bile. He recalled being a little disgusted with himself, because this was not what he'd intended. In all fairness, he probably would have gone to a doctor after things had calmed down. Now that it was confirmed, though, would he be able to ignore it? "I guess the jig is up, then," Marco had said. He was sitting on the floor, squeezed between the foredrip and Armin's bed. He was a distant and hazy thing, barely even there. Armin had to squint to see him, and he was right in front of his face. Armin had been so sleepy. It was so nice to feel sleepy. He felt like he was floating, his mind in a haze and his body somewhere on the brink of dissipating, and it felt nice. Seeing Marco made everything feel gross. Armin supposed it'd be nice when they got the tumor out, and Armin wouldn't have to see him anymore. "Now you know." "I always kinda knew," Armin had whispered, his face half buried in his pillow. "Some part of me always knew. I was just too blind to see it." "That's my fault," Marco sighed. "Sorry." Armin had felt discontent. Like he was talking to a brick wall, or running into one, over and over and over. His mind was peppered with sad thoughts and his mouth was heavy with thick, goopy sad tastes, and it was all so sad here, in this place, and it made him feel sick and dizzy. He wanted to go back to sleep. "Why Marco?" Armin had asked, his voice a distant murmur. In the glaze of his vision, he saw the hallucination cock his head and blink confusedly. Why do you always go back to him? The hallucination smiled. Doesn't it haunt you? He whispered back, edging closer and closer until Armin could count the freckles that were burned into his nose like 1,000 little scars. Armin couldn't find it in him to care. The proximity didn't scare him. Nothing about this thing could scare him. How you could have saved him? If you had just paid attention a little? If you had just listened. I couldn't have saved him, Armin sighed, closing his eyes. I'm not stupid. There was no way I could have fought off Annie. She wouldn't have hurt you. He cracked open an eye. The hallucination was on the other side of the room. In his hopeless high he could see the hazy shade of yellow hair that suggested the hallucination had changed. Armin was staring at himself as he spun slowly in place, his head craned up toward the ceiling. She might have. Nah, said the boy who looked like him. No, I think she liked us too much to hurt us. Think about it. She wanted to tell us something, didn't she? She was so keen on it, too. She trusted us. And then she killed Marco, Armin had muttered, pulling his blanket over his head. And everything started to suck. Did she really want to kill him though? His own voice drifted from somewhere in the room, knocking on the doors of his mind and slipping in through the cracks. Sure, she's pretty nasty, we'll give her that, but she wanted too badly to be good. It just didn't really work out for her in the end. I don't get what you're saying. Armin. The blanket slid back, and Armin had blinked up at Aaron's face, squinting in confusion. He was mesmerized by how perfect the hallucination was. From what Armin could see, every detail of Aaron's face was perfect. From the warm brown hue of his skin, the way it stretched across his cheekbones and sunk into his eyes, the way little white scars drew across his chin and his forehead and his hands, scars from before he was given an ability and scars from his ability healing his skin in mismatched colors. Aaron was so close that Armin could see the glow of his eyes, the arrangement of teal crystals, the pattern like frozen slates of ocean waves stitched together on a minuscule scale. It was beautiful, but a little terrifying. Why can't you just stay one person? Armin had groaned, burying his face in his pillow. Armin, look at me. He had. It was just the same, only he looked hazier, and the world tasted fouler, and Armin had felt like he was going to puke. He felt a hand on his cheek, and it felt soft and real and strange, but Armin had to tell himself that it wasn't. He sat up straight, blinking blearily into the face of nothing, and choking on his own fear, because he hated this uncertainty, and it wasn't fair that he couldn't comprehend his own mind anymore. It hurts, the thing that looked like Aaron whispered, holding Armin by the chin, right? But you're so smart, you can pull through it. So won't you think for me? Think about Annie. She wanted to tell you something. Armin didn't understand why these hallucinations were so vivid, and yet, so incredibly hazy. He felt this thing touching him, a thumb and forefinger grasping his chin, turning his head up. But they were uncontrollable, and frightening, and he wanted so badly to be alone in his own head. He'd give almost anything. I don't know. Armin whispered. Annie, she was keeping something from us, of course, but how could I possibly know what she wanted to tell me? Think, said Aaron. The boy smiled, and it was so nice to see, and too terrible to look at. Armin closed his eyes. You know. She knew. It's not a secret anymore. Armin's eyes snapped open. He sat up straight, staring into the dark face of this blurry Aaron, this thing that was pressing into his brain, and his mouth dropped open. She knew, he gasped, his voice slow and slurred and sloppily used from the drugs running through his system. She knew that I was sick. Think about those robots, Aaron said eagerly. You were so sure that robot was Annie. It looked like her. It had her power. It looked at me, Armin whispered, as if it could see right through me. Maybe, Aaron gasped, his voice too slow. Armin's brain had already formulated his next words. Maybe it was like a checkup. Maybe that entire attack was formulated to get everyone, from the Institute, together. Armin's heart had thudded in his chest. They used the technology in the robots to make sure we were all still healthy, without giving away the true intention of the institute. "You're so smart," Aaron laughed, pressing his forehead to Armin's. "I'll be sad when we won't get to have these little talks anymore." "You're creepy," Armin had sighed. He let this information settle inside his brain, and the more he thought about it the more it made sense. The attack had been so random, and the robots had been careful not to actually harm civilians. So had it worked, then? Had the robots determined who was sick again, and who was not? "I don't know," Aaron said quietly, his eyes bright and unreal as they searched Armin's face. "I bet Annie knows, though." "How am I supposed to talk to Annie?" Armin whispered bitterly. "You're so smart," Aaron said, his voice echoing in Armin's head. He put two fingers to Armin's temples, bright eyes sparkling madly. "You're so strong. Use your power. You can find her." "That's impossible," Armin blurted, his eyes flashing wide. "No way. I can't use my connection to track someone like that, I'm not powerful enough." "SHH, Aaron cooed. "Yes you are." "No." The sensation of lips on his was almost non-existent, numbed by drugs and reality, but it was there, and it was startling, and he sat frozen in place as he blinked rapidly, watching the strange formation of green crystals that gathered inside the circumference of Aaron's irises. He had to choke back a scream. He remembered once he'd been kissed by Annie in a dream, but that had been so quick, he hardly remembered it. Not real, he thought, the skin around his mouth itching. Not real, not real. He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling an almost feeling of pressure deepening on his lips before disappearing altogether. He sat, heat flooding his face as he considered this situation, and felt sickened by touch and not being touched. It was an oddity, and he had no idea what to make of it, because if it had been anyone else, aside from perhaps Mikasa, Armin would have puked on spot. When he opened his eyes, he was alone. He could hear his own shallow breath, and he rubbed his face furiously, running his nails over his lips and wondering if it'd make him feel better to scratch at the tender skin until it tore. What would a real kiss be like, if imaginary kisses made him feel so terrified? It wasn't very fair. There was something clutching at his mind, a line of a thought that trickled slowly like rainwater gathering in between the veins of a leaf. The thought froze over in a winter gust, and Armin winced, clutching at his head and taking a deep breath, tears gathering in his eyes. Annie, he thought, grabbing hold of the severed link he'd had with the girl, the frozen chain of thoughts and feelings that he had been unable to fully grasp. He tasted freezer burn and it made him nearly gag. Annie, he thought desperately, clawing on that thin little ribbon of a thought that connected their minds. It hurt. But he could sense her, somewhere, her thoughts an icy wall that he could not climb. The overwhelming taste of pine and lemon forced him to lie back down and drag his blanket over his head, his breathing heavy and his body curling as he blinked back tears. Annie. It wasn't as hard as he'd thought it would be, following her taste. He'd decided to stop trying to fight off the pain, and just let it wash over him. After a blinding, white-hot moment, everything seemed to fall into place, and suddenly he was sitting on a bus and watching the black blur of trees pass him by as the night drew onward, and his heartbeat tried to recover from the pain of all but smashing his head through an mental wall. His decision to leave the hospital had been rather quick. He didn't overthink it. He had a hold on Annie's mind, and he took advantage of that. He knew he'd have some explaining to do. He was prepared for that. But he knew that if he was going to face Annie, he'd have to do it alone. And if he'd told Erwin about going, Erwin would stop him. Because his health was more important. But that was exactly why he hadn't told anyone about his illness in the first place. Armin got to make the decisions about where his life went. If he ended up dying because of this thing, so be it. He could at least make sure that the others wouldn't suffer the same fate. The bus kept going. Armin didn't know off the top of his head how long the trip would take, but he assumed it'd be a while. He simply sat, invisible, feeling a little lost in too many ways to adjust to. He was thinking about Aaron and Mikasa. How worried they'd be. He was thinking about Historia, how sad she was, and how he'd probably messed up any chance he had at becoming a real friend to her. He could only hope they'd be understanding about this, but he didn't hold his breath. He knew this was not going to be seen in a positive light, no matter how it went down. Technically he hadn't been kissed, and even if he counted imaginary kisses, his first kiss would have to go to the dream version of Annie that had tried to drown him, not the Aaron hallucination. It wasn't really a big deal, he didn't think. He wondered what Aaron would say when he told him. He couldn't imagine he'd react negatively. He had no idea what time it was, but he assumed it was past midnight, because it had been quite a long time, and it had been nearly 8 by the time the bus had left the station. That meant it was November 3rd. His birthday. Oops. He buried his face in his knees, and made up fake conversations with his friends in his head, thinking up ways to apologize, playing out scenarios where everything was okay and scenarios where everything went wrong. Eventually he fell asleep, too exhausted and still a little bit too drugged to stand lucidity. It was a nice, vacuous, dreamless sleep. He was so glad for that. He woke up when the bus stopped. He exited with the mass, careful not to bump into anyone as he fled, still invisible. In his head, he felt the pressure of Annie's mind as he got closer and closer to it. He stopped in the bus station's bathroom, peering at his reflection as he made himself visible again. He looked gaunt and sad, his dull eyes sunken inside his face and his hair sticking to his pasty cheeks, his lips chapped and parted, and his teeth white and a little crooked when he tried to smile. His shirt was too baggy, even when he rolled it up, and it was too thin for the harsh November wind anyway. His jeans hardly even clung to his hips, he was so skinny. How had he let himself waste away so rapidly? He flicked on the faucet and splashed some cold water onto his face to wake himself up. The world was still a little hazy, and he supposed he should be thankful he had his glasses. He was also thankful for the nausea medication the doctors had given him. He might have gotten carsick otherwise. Once more he peered at his reflection. His powers had grown considerably, it seemed. He could do things he hadn't imagined ever being able to do a few months ago. He wondered how far he could take it. He dragged his hands across his cheeks, a mental command coming to light as the skin he touched went from sallow and thin to rosy and bright. He covered his face completely, and thought very hard, his mind stretching into the folds of what he knew was reality, and he parted it with a thought. When he pulled his hands away, he took a step back in alarm. Historia was staring back at him. Rosy cheeks and plump lips and wide eyes and silky hair. A healthy girl, wearing the same white button-down and jeans, only they seemed to actually fit her lithe frame. Armin swallowed thickly, his mouth parted in awe. Historia's plump little lips drew back into an O, and as he touched his face, she touched hers. This was amazing. He grinned in disbelief, and she grinned back. He whirled around, and her hair flew around her head in a soft whirl of bright yellow, settling at her shoulders gracefully. He could hardly believe it. He'd done this. He'd made himself look like Historia, and it was so easy. It was just like making himself invisible, only it required just a little bit more focus. He had to visualize Historia as he kept focus, which was a little difficult, but nothing he wasn't used to. And the result was mesmerizing. The door to the bathroom opened as he gaped at his reflection, and he jumped as a man said, startled, "Jesus. What are you doing in here, kid?" He looked at the man, his tiny hands gripped the sink, and he glanced back at the mirror. Historia's bewildered stare greeted him. "Ah. Right. Men's room. Sorry," he cried, his voice hoarse and a little boyish as he rushed past the man. Armin touched his throat as he stumbled out into the terminal, focusing on the thought of Historia's face as he walked very slowly through the station. He took a deep breath, and schooled his features. He could easily turn back into himself, but where was the fun in that? Nah. He was gonna see what happened. He flattened out the wrinkled from his shirt, reminded that Historia had a tendency to do that when she was anxious, and he straightened his shoulders back and walked out the door. He was greeted with the brutal whip of November wind, harsh and biting at his bare skin and whipping his hair all about his head in a twirl of yellow. Historia's hair was much longer, and he blinked as golden strands blinded him in spite of not truly being there, flying in a long succession to the left of him as the wind picked up and sliced at his ears and neck. He hugged himself, grimacing a little. At least he had his gloves. He wrangled his hair, pushing it back as he looked around blearily. He pushed up his glasses, which he had forgotten he'd had on, and he took a deep breath. "I'm Krista," he said, his voice breaking a little. He walked away from the door of the bus station, shoving his hands into his pockets as he walked. He winced, and tried again, focusing his memory. Historia sounded very sweet, always, like she was perpetually a child kindly asking for a cookie. "I'm Krista Lentz." That time it sounded better. He could only pick up his own voice from the accent. Historia had a mixture of different accents floating in her childlike tone, while Armin's accent had developed in Baltimore. Subtle difference, but a difference nonetheless. He had to wrangle it somehow. It was very late. Or maybe early, depending on how one looked at it. Armin was freezing, his body coiling against the vicious wind, and frost clinging to the rim of his glasses. His breath was a puff of mist that blew outward from his lips, a little cloud of fog writhing around his head. He was following the frosty trail in his head, pulling on a chain that gave his mind frostbite, and he wandered forth into the darkness, his sneakers scuffing against sidewalks, his heart thundering in his chest. He supposed Salem was as spooky at night as any other place. But even at what Armin could only assume was a witching hour there were cars whizzing past, and the street lamps directed him forward through the yawning early morning darkness. He felt a little dizzy from walking, and lightheaded from the cold, and he tried to remember when he had last eaten, and regretted not getting something from Historia when he'd had the chance. Even if the thought of food nauseated him, no food at all was worse. Annie's mind was so close, he felt as though his entire body was about to freeze over. He could even taste her springtime thoughts, the jittery caution and the wariness that struggled beneath the icy exterior. He wondered what she was doing here. Certainly this wasn't where the institute was, right? Armin swallowed thickly as he paused at the entrance to an alley. He thought he could trace Annie into one of these buildings, but what if he was wrong? It was so late, and he wasn't exactly equipped to stand a mugging. He hugged his arms, rubbing them as his teeth chattered and his eyes darted frightfully, and he took a step forward, choking on the ice-chip presence of Annie Leonhardt, so close it made his heart hurt. He followed the narrow alley cautiously, keeping close to the wall and feeling a shadowy presence behind him. Great. Just fucking great. He squinted through the darkness, spotting a door that was slightly ajar, light pooling softly from the sliver of a crack. There was a garbage bag beside the stoop. Someone was clearly taking out their trash, and would be back. Okay. Okay, yeah. He could work with that. The person behind him tasted like the ash of cigarette butts and some cinnamon gum. And also, at the moment, vodka. Great. Even better. A drunk. Armin was so close, why did this have to happen now? He shot a glance behind him as the person came nearer. Hey, the man cooed, hey, there, you lost, honey. Gross. No, Armin said, straightening up in order to appear more confident. I'm not. No. He came nearer, and Armin stared at the door expectantly. Come on, he thought. Someone come out. 'Cause you look kinda lost. Armin glowered at the man. Keep walking, he thought at the man furiously. Keep on walking. The mental nudge was strong enough. Armin figured it'd do. Plus, he could taste Annie's presence, so sharp and clear he could almost cry from relief. She was in this building. She was coming closer. Crap, what was he even gonna say to her? Crap. The man suddenly grabbed him by the arm, and Armin let out a shriek of alarm. Crap. He dug his heels into the concrete, blinking rapidly into the darkness to get a look at where the man actually was. His glasses had fallen off, crashed against the concrete and cracked. Armin wasn't strong enough to hurt him, even if he tried. He could taste the stale beer taste of this man's emotions, which consisted mostly of lust. Let go of me. Armin cried, listening to his voice carry out across the emptiness of the early morning. The man laughed, and surprised Armin yet again by yanking at his arm. Okay, I can't wait any longer, he thought anxiously. He screamed. Loudly. He twisted in place, pulling back on his arm and gritting his teeth in frustration. Yes, he'd been trying to use this guy to lure Annie out, but this was getting a little too uncomfortable. The door burst open, and Armin was overwhelmed with icicle blast that was Annie Leonhardt's absolute rage. It was 0 degrees Kelvin inside Armin's head, and he screamed a little more. "Hey!" she snapped, tossing the trash bag she had slung over her shoulder into the heap at the side of the stoop. "Asshole! Back off!" Armin took advantage of the man's shock by stomping as hard as he could on his foot. There was a satisfying squeal of pain, and as the man loosened his grip on Armin's arm, he yanked himself back. He misjudged his force, however, and his balance wasn't exactly great. He found himself tripping over himself, his sneakers squeaking against the concrete as he toppled onto the ground, his hands flying out as he tried to catch himself. He really could not afford another head injury. He pushed himself onto his elbows, exhaling sharply through his nose. He listened for a moment, tasting the clashing thoughts and feelings of these two very different people, and he wished very hard for it to go away, but he knew it wouldn't, so he listened a little harder to the sound of Annie's feet as she jumped the steps and landed just a few feet from him, and he listened to the man take a step toward him, breathing heavily and feeling murderous. Armin was feeling a little murderous too. He sat up straight, whipping his head to face the man. "You're disgusting," Armin spat, his mouth dry and his stomach turning. "You're such a vile human being." The man stood, and Armin felt how stunned he was. "I'm a vile human being," he repeated in a soft, odd tone. Armin felt tears sting his eyes. "You're scum!" Armin cried. "I'm scum," the man said. "Go walk in front of a bus." "Okay." The man stumbled as he started forward through the alley, moving past Armin and Annie until his footsteps became quieter and quieter. Armin sat on his knees, hugging his arms to his chest, tears pooling in his eyes. He understood that the nausea he felt had to be a result of his power. And his power, it had to be a result of something festering inside his brain, because it was too unnatural. Even for an anomaly like him. He scrubbed at his face, his mouth tasting bitter like bile. "Wait," he croaked. He felt the man stop. "Just go home. And never harass anyone like you harassed me again." "Huh." Armin felt like puking. "Go." He snarled into his hands, hunching over and feeling disgusted with himself and this man and the entire world. It wasn't that he was above killing. But he felt that there was nothing to gain from killing this man. It would just be out of spite. And he was not far gone enough to not see the difference between killing out of duty and killing out of pleasure. It would give Armin some sick satisfaction to see this man splattered against the asphalt. That was exactly why Armin let him live. He didn't want to be a monster. It was a struggle not to burst into tears. He was shaking so badly he thought something within him might snap. "I'm a terrible person," he thought wildly. "Wow." He almost laughed, but he could barely breathe, and he curled into himself, his teeth clacking against each other and chattering senselessly. His body jolted as he felt something warm and soft and heavy fall across his shoulders. He stared up into Annie's face tearfully. "Armin," she said quietly, her droopy eyes dark, "what are you doing here?" He gaped at her, feeling so foolish all of a sudden. He'd almost forgotten his reason for running off in the first place. He blinked profusely, and rubbed at his cheeks as the tears began to fall. He said, his voice thick, "Well, I was looking for you." She was very quiet. She crouched down until they were eye level, and he stared into her eyes, feeling her emotions at full throttle. The taste of her confusion, swirling cream and black coffee, the sensation of her fear bubbling up and cracking the icy surface of her mind, the taste of her all like the breaking of spring, dandelion fresh and bursting with life. The wall was there, of course, trying to keep him out, but he was beyond that point now. She couldn't keep him out if she tried. "Okay," she said. "Fine. So why do you look like Krista?" "What?" "Oh." Armin clamped his hands over his face. Crap, right. I forgot." "You forgot you changed your appearance." He could hear the condescension in her tone. "Doesn't that require focus?" "It's been a weird day, okay. So you turned yourself into Krista." "I just wanted to see how long I could keep it up," Armin said, focusing his mind on pushing Historia's face away from his. He blinked furiously, and he thought that he probably looked like himself now, but he couldn't be sure. Whatever. There were probably worse things than being stuck looking like Historia forever. You must be new at this, she said dully. Armin peered at her quizzically, and she sighed. Wow. Whatever. Next time, pick someone intimidating. Like Reiner. I picked Historia because she looks the most like me, Armin mumbled, sniffling. It was easy to be her. I wouldn't be able to pull off anyone else, I don't think. Could you pull off me? Armin stared at her incredulously. She looked just the same as he remembered, if not a little scruffy and tired. In fact, he probably looked worse off. Are you asking me to try to copy your appearance? He asked. Because I don't know if I can. You kinda suck, she said. Armin frowned. She offered her hand, and he took it gratefully. She pulled him to his feet. I'm closer to your height than Krista is. You have a completely different facial structure. Armin shook his head. Not a chance. Was that a jab at my nose? Not an intentional one. All you'd need to do is make something concave become convex, she said. Annie, I'm not really comfortable turning into you. Also, I kind of feel like I'm going to pass out. She stared at him, her gloved fingers clutching his own, and he found himself realizing how strange this was. She wasn't even really questioning his presence. In fact, she'd known it was him right away, even though he'd looked like Historia. Had she felt his presence inside her mind? It was so strange, and he wondered what she had been through. She definitely had no intention of hurting him, which was good, but what did any of it mean? Armin said weakly. So, hi. Hi. I'm sorry I kind of came out of nowhere, he said. But I really need to talk to you. That's fine. She glanced around, and pulled him forward. He followed her without comment, letting her pull him into the building she'd come out of. She closed the door behind them, staring vacantly ahead of her. Armin shivered, and curled further into the jacket she'd given him, a ratty blue coat that wasn't really much, but it was nonetheless a gift. You look like you've got hypothermia. I think I walked 3 miles without a coat, Armin whispered, his teeth chattering. Her eyes flashed to his, and he thought for a moment she was going to slap him. For someone so smart, she said icily, you're a real idiot. My power doesn't extend to precognition, you know, he sniffed. I had no idea I was going to be wandering around at night half frozen when I woke up this morning. You're an idiot. She grasped the hood of the coat she'd given him and tugged it over his face. He squeaked. Annie. A voice called out from somewhere down the hall. Armin blinked, pulling back the hood a little to squint at the person. It was a man, probably in his early 20s, with dark hair and a warm face and a prominent jaw. He tasted like thin mints and the dry, granulated taste of desert sand. Armin found himself shrinking back a little. Where was he, anyway? Hey, is that a kid? He's a friend of mine, Marlowe, Annie said in her low, bland voice. Marlowe came closer, looking between Annie and Armin worriedly. Armin could taste his cold concern, his bewilderment prickling against his taste buds. Another runaway? He asked gently. Yes. Annie lifted her head high. We came from the same foster home. Ah. Marlowe nodded. All right, then. Go ahead and get him some of the leftover stew. But, Annie, you should probably stay here for tonight. We're okay, Annie said, starting past him. Armin followed hurriedly, throwing a quick glance at Marlowe. Oh man, thought the man, that kid looks like shit. It was almost funny, but Armin wasn't really in the laughing mood. He just followed Annie down another hall, looking at the walls around him. There were some posters of different groups, parishes and foundations and charities. Armin was beginning to understand where he was. A soup kitchen. He studied Annie's face as she ladled some beef stew into a plastic container for him. She glanced at him, her piercing blue eyes daring him to make some kind of rude comment. When he didn't, she shrugged. He listened to the quiet patter of cold broth against the plastic bottom of the container. How long have you been on the streets? Not very. She put a lid on the container and shoved it at his chest, stealing a plastic spoon from a bag on the counter. "Come on. We'll talk somewhere else." "But it's so warm in here," he wanted to say, looking around the kitchen woefully. But he followed Annie anyway, moving quietly through the building, ducking his head and sniffling. They passed by Marlowe again, and the man asked them once more if they wanted to stay. Annie declined. "Why aren't we staying here?" Armin whispered, bracing himself against the onslaught of wind. He pulled up the hood of the coat he'd been given, feeling guilty about leaving Annie to the mercy of the cold. Then he realized she honestly did not need a coat. "It's not really private." She walked slowly through the streets, and Armin noticed that her breath did not mist upon the air. He bundled himself further into his coat. "Does that mean I'm free to ask you questions?" Armin realized he sounded a little too eager, and he looked away from her, embarrassed. "I mean, I was expecting you to be a little more, reluctant, to talk to me." Annie walked onward, her face a mass of shadows in the street lamp's yellow glow. She looked so eerie, but then, he imagined he did too. She shoved her hands into her pockets, and stared straight ahead. "I've been thinking about this for a while," she said, "and I think it's about time you know what's actually going on. This has gone way too far." His chest fluttered with excitement as he realized that he was going to get answers. Annie was going to give him answers. This was all he could have ever possibly wanted. He attempted to walk faster, moving in time with her steps. She eyed him cautiously, and he smiled at her. This was all he wanted. It was all he could ask for. "This is going to take a while." She sighed. She pushed her long, pale bangs from her eyes, and frowned up at him. "How did you find me?" "I traced your location by using the link we have," he said sheepishly. "It was actually a lot easier than I thought it'd be. Your taste is so distinct. I mean, once I got past how painful your mental wall is, it's actually very easy to get a hold of your mind." "That's..." She stared at him, and he could sense her unease, the sour spill of it as it washed over him. He grimaced. "I'm sorry," he said. I know. My power is invasive. But I really needed to talk to you." "I had no idea you'd gotten this powerful," she muttered. She glared ahead into the expanse of darkness, and she shook her head. Disbelief was crawling through her, unease melting into awe. "You're very good at surprising me, you know. I suppose that doesn't happen often," he offered, tilting his head at her. "No. Not really." He smiled. He bounced back on his heels, and he shrugged. "Well, don't feel too bad. I think I surprise myself more than anyone else." She glanced at him. They continued to walk, and he wondered where on earth they could be going. It was far too late and far too early for anything to be open. So where, then? He was filled with a small amount of dread as they continued on through the darkness, side by side and somewhat silent. He supposed he should be glad that she was speaking to him at all. "So why are you not with the Institute?" he asked her. The sounds of their feet scuffing against the sidewalk filled up the emptiness of night. Wind howled at their backs. "Well," she said, glowering ahead of her, "I didn't like getting tortured, for one thing." Armin glanced away from her. "Ah. Right. He'd nearly forgotten about that. By that look, Jean told all of you already." "I'm sorry that happened to you, Annie," he said. She rolled her eyes. "It's nothing I shouldn't have expected," she said with a shrug. "I mean, maybe it could have been handled better, but..." "Don't tell me you're going to try to defend them for that," he said, twisting to face her. She shot him a sharp, bewildered glance, and said nothing. "Annie, listen, nothing about that was okay. You know that, right?" "Of course I know that," she spat. "But I've never been under the illusion that I was part of anything that can constitute as okay, so save your preaching for the choir, Armin." "Then why were you with them for so long?" he asked her, feeling desperate to understand. "I don't get it, Annie. What did you gain from it?" "I don't know," she sighed. "A home, maybe? Look, I don't expect you to understand me. But I want to." "Your loss," she stated coldly. Armin charged ahead of her, cutting her off and scowling. "Annie, we were sick," he said. "We were all, really, really sick. And they did something to cure us. They gave us powers in order to combat our illnesses, yeah?" She blinked at him curiously. "You remember that now, huh?" "We used to be friends," he whispered. "You just love bringing that up," she sighed. She pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration. "Yes, Armin. Yes, we used to be friends. We can still be friends, can't we?" He searched her face, trying to find something within her toiling range of emotions that might help him get a grasp on her as a whole. He couldn't piece her together. She was still an utter enigma. She opened her mouth. Then, frightened, she snapped it shut. She turned her face away from him, and he could feel her unease once more. "Annie," Armin said desperately. "I'm sick again." She closed her eyes. She nodded slowly. "I know," she murmured. "Is that what you wanted to tell me?" He stared at her, taking a tentative step closer to her. "The day you killed Marco, did you want to tell me about what the Institute was really trying to do?" He was startled when she barked a bitter laugh, her eyes snapping open and flittering to his face. "You have no idea what the Institute was trying to do," she said darkly. "Well, why don't you tell me, then?" "I will." She shoved past him, marching forward into the darkness. "We're almost here, anyway." He followed her, feeling the wind crash upon his face, and feeling a little lonelier with every small step, and he ached to see Eren and Mikasa, because their presence always lessened the burden. But he was alone here, with Annie, and it was getting hard to breathe. He was sad. He was tired. This was all too much, and he was sick to death of it. "A church?" he asked as she opened the door for him. "Why a church?" "They don't mind homeless kids sleeping in their pews," Annie said. "Just come on." So he did. He followed her into the church, a little sickened by the intermingling scents of candles and incense. The last time he'd been in a church, it hadn't gone so well. But it was a nice church. A little too dark for him to truly see any of it, but it was roomy without being eerie, and it was warm. He sat down in a pew, and began to eat the stew Annie had procured for him, at her request. "I haven't been here very long," she whispered. Her voice still echoed against the walls in a rapid succession of syllables. She slumped in her seat, not looking at Armin as he spooned the cold broth into his mouth, a little nauseated by it, but swallowing it all the same. "I was actually in New York for a little while. I kind of made a mess, and so when Mikasa ended up getting hurt I bailed." "Wait." Armin lowered his spoon, glancing at Annie with wide eyes. "Are you saying Kenny Ackerman was your fault?" "He sure as hell wasn't after Mina." Annie rolled her eyes, sinking further into the pew. But, yeah. Mina ended up taking me in for a little bit. She made sure I didn't get caught, and stuff. She's actually really cool." "Ah," Armin said, taking a spoonful of stew and raising it to his lips. "You're not as cold-hearted as you want everyone to think. Don't think just because we're in a church, I won't beat you senseless," she mumbled, throwing her hood up over her face. "Because I will. I'm sure." He continued to eat, feeling bloated and sick, but swallowing anyway. He worked around the cubes of beef, knowing that he'd be more likely to throw up if he ate something solid. Broth was good. It was easy to hold down. Easy to swallow. It was good. He glanced at Annie, lowering his spoon and biting his tongue. He'd actually forgotten for a moment that she'd killed Marco. "Well then. You can come back, you know. Does your superhero team really accept traitors?" She pulled her feet up onto the pew, shuffling the hymn books around in their shelf. "We'll accept you," Armin said. "I promise. Just tell me what the hell is going on, and I swear, no one is going to give you a hard time. Not even Jean." "Jean feels really, really bad about what happened," Armin said, setting the stew aside. "Yeah, well, I think I bled all over him," Annie said in a slow, dull tone. "So I guess we're even." "That isn't funny," he said softly. "I think you found it a little funny." No. "Yes." "Annie," he sighed. Come on. Are you going to explain things to me or not? She paused, her gloved fingers resting against the tops of the books. Her eyes moved slowly to meet his, and her hair fell into them, causing her face to become even more shadowy amongst the dim lighting of the church. There's a lot, she said. Be specific. Okay, he said. How about the illnesses? Are they all going to come back? Is that what you're concerned about? She studied him, her droopy eyes narrowing. Wow. Annie. She sighed, and she shrugged. Her tiny shoulders rose and fell, and her head dropped. I honestly have no idea, she said. I get tested every few months to make sure I'm still healthy. With the rest of you, it wasn't so easy. The robots, Armin said quietly. She glanced up at him, and he could see surprise glowing in the depths of her dull blue eyes. We really did underestimate you, she whispered. Why go through so much trouble with the robots? He asked her. They were massive, and unnecessary. They caused so much damage, too. The big guy upstairs, Annie said, staring vacantly at him, wanted to make a statement. So, he said, giant fucking robots. Giant fucking robots. He smiled, and he sunk into the pew. His shoulders brushed hers as they both hung their heads back to stare up at the ceiling arches. The architecture was even more beautiful to behold amongst the shadows and the dust, pools of silvery moonlight shining through and scattering in 1,000 bursts of colors through the asymmetrical shards of stained glass windows. Super impractical, he said softly. I tried to explain, she sighed, that there were probably better ways to scan, but those dumb robots had been sitting there waiting to be used, and it was kind of basically like, well, might as well use them. They got totaled, though. That's such a waste of good technology. It was pretty fun trashing them, though, she whispered, glancing at him. Have to admit. They were designed to be like you, Amir, and Reiner, Armin said, following the dips of the ceiling, the protruding lines that danced like veins along the arches and collided like stars. Traitors. The Institute was warning us. Not warning, Annie said, turning her head so her cheek was resting against the wooden back of the pew. Playing. It was always just a game, Armin. You've been losing all along. He smiled at her dimly. And Historia complains that I speak in riddles, he murmured. You keep talking about Historia, she said, blinking slowly. That's Krista, right? Yeah. She's my sister. Knew that. Annie stretched her arms over her head. Good to know you figured it out, though. Upstairs wasn't too happy about it. About me finding out. More like her finding out. Annie rolled her eyes. You wouldn't believe how possessive the asshole can be. Actually, that's exactly why I got tortured in the first place. I'm still trying to understand who you're talking about, Armin whispered, squinting at her. You're being intentionally ambiguous. It's actually kind of annoying. Do you want answers, or what? I want you to be straight with me, he said firmly, turning to face her. She blinked at him, and she sat up, rubbing her cheek as the corner of the pew left an indentation in her skin. You're my friend, Annie, but you need to talk to me. I'm just trying my best with what you already know, she said quietly. I'm not used to telling people these things. Sorry. No, it's okay, it's just. Armin sunk further into the pew, and he thought he'd fall right to the floor. It's been a long day. You might as well talk about it. Annie eyed him, and he could tell she was curious. He could taste it, and it was a refreshing change from her wariness and fear. It might give me an idea of where to go with my explanation. Well, he said, Historia and I went on a mission. Top secret there. You're kidding me? She shot him a sharp look. I thought you trusted me. I don't even trust myself most of the time, he said lightly. She stared at him, her eyes narrowing, and he sighed. Yeah, okay. We blackmailed her father into telling us where our mother is. We met her. It sucked. Sorry. I mean, I was totally expecting it to suck, he said, so no real surprise there. But then I passed out in the hall of the hospital, because Berthold gave me a concussion. Oh. She was smirking when he glanced down at her. That was a little eerie to see. Did he? Tell me more about that. He stole Historia's body and hit me, so I smacked my head off a tub, he said, frowning at her. Not exactly the funnest of times. You probably provoked him. He couldn't really deny that. Anyway, he said as she shook her head, turning her face away, I got a CT scan, and then an MRI. Brain tumor, she said dully. Yup. Your life sucks. So does yours. Yeah, but like, she straightened up, and glanced at him, her eyebrows knitting together, okay, yeah, I've been used as a tool for most of my life. Whatever. At least I knew it. You've been a tool just as long, and you're still figuring it out. Plus, you're a failed subject. And upstairs has a sick interest in you. She shook her head in disbelief. I don't envy you. Again with the upstairs, Armin murmured. What the hell is upstairs? Is that Dr. Yeager? Ilse. God, she murmured back, squinting at him. You are a true miracle. So intelligent, and so stupid. Yes, I know, it's amazing. She kicked herself upright, jumping to her feet. All right, she declared, her voice cracking in the empty space of the church, crashing against the walls and shaking in the rafters and threatening to send the whole place down. You won't believe me unless I give you some kind of proof. Let's go to the cemetery. Why the cemetery? He asked her as he followed her cautiously from the pew. She pulled up her hood, and then pulled up his as well, likely to shield him from the cold. He flushed, feeling as though he'd missed something crucial while assessing Annie. She definitely cared about him. There was that. This is a memorial cemetery, Annie said, pulling him forward into the frigid night air. He realized she was holding his hand, and he watched her back curiously. He didn't taste any feelings that might be, well, different, in his opinion, but he was definitely intrigued by this new development. Sure, they weren't exactly holding hands skin to skin, so it wasn't as intimate as it could be, but it was interesting. Neither of them really liked physical contact. From the Salem witch trials. I had a dream about that, he said blandly. It sucked. I can imagine. She pulled him along until they reached a gate. He curled into the coat she had given him, and she glanced at him with her droopy eyes darkened by the murky night. You trust me, right? In that vivid dream, had she not asked the same thing? Annie, he said softly, I wouldn't be here if I didn't. She exhaled sharply. She let go of his hand, and she took great care in scaling the fence, easily hitching herself atop it. She offered out her hand to Armin, and he took it, feeling a little apprehensive as he tried to follow her footfalls, his sneakers squeaking against the rusty metal bars. He almost slipped, his feet not quite gaining traction, and he squeaked as Annie grabbed both his arms and hefted him up. For a moment they both sat, straddling the fence, and he smiled at her weakly. Did you know, he said, his voice shaky, poor balance a symptom of brain tumors. I'm gonna push you off, she muttered, unwinding her legs from the fence. You never used to joke about this shit. Yeah, well, I'm not as scared of dying as I was when I was 9, so. He watched her hit on the ground, crouching a bit upon landing, and then she turned to face him. She offered out her arms, and he smiled wanly. No way. I thought you trusted me. It's not even a long fall, he mumbled. Just jump, you dweeb. He pushed off from the fence, and he grimaced as she caught him quite easily under the arms, steadying him as his feet brushed the ground. She frowned at him. You're really light, she said. I don't eat a lot. You're fucking stupid. Yeah, you've said. She released him, shoving her hands into her pockets and kicking up dirt with the toe of her beaten black sneakers. The cemetery was, as to be expected, very old. The graves seemed to be crumbling, and the words engraved on the face of the stones were faded, worn and weathered by time and nature. She ushered him forward through the strain of hissing wind, curling between gravestones easily. He followed her footsteps, scared of where he might step. He didn't know how stable this ground was. I should probably start, she said, by explaining our situation. Me, you, Reiner, Berthold, and Historia, we were sent to the Institute because we had influence somewhere within its closely knit benefactors. From what I understand, the adults were used as a trial run in order to determine if what they were doing could work on a multitude of different people, taking variables such as gender, race, diseases, and living environment into account. Though, actually, I think all the adults were white, so I guess it just sucked for Berthold. Aaron and Mikasa too, Armin said, watching her as they stood in the wailing darkness, a weather-worn gravestone sitting crookedly between them. Aaron's Romani. From his mother's side, Annie stated, I'm assuming. I think so. Annie nodded somberly. After giving him a long stare, her eyes lowered toward the grave. She was silent as she gestured for him to continue following her. The wind was whipping rather viciously at her hair, threatening to tug it from its messy knot at the back of her head. She slowed her pace so he could step in time with her, pulling him away from places where the ground became uneven. They were cutting through the cemetery now, taking an uphill path into a wooded area. So, Annie said as Armin was forced to duck under a low-hanging branch that had missed her head by centimeters, our situation was the ideal. We got the best treatment by the staff and doctors, and we were the first to get our procedures. Actually, Berthold was the first. And he became so unstable, Armin said, that he possessed a mirror and accidentally burned down Aaron's house with Aaron's mother inside it. That wasn't his fault, Annie said sharply. None of us exactly have a firm grip on our powers, Armin. You of all people should know. He watched his sneakers snap a twig, the crack echoing deafeningly across the frigid night air. He nodded slowly, nestling his face in the folds of the coat he'd been given. Yeah, he said, you're right. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just mad at him. For, well, everything. You seem awfully forgiving of me, she said coldly. And I'm the murderer of the bunch. All Berthold did was accidentally skin someone he shouldn't have, and then skin someone he shouldn't have again. He's definitely beating himself up over it. You're so chatty, Armin said, smiling down at her. She shot him an icy look, but that only made him smile brighter. Sorry, but it's true. I don't think we've ever talked this much before. We used to, Annie said. Well, I don't remember that much, he sighed. He kicked up a rock, listening to it skid against the path and fall into a pit of dead leaves. Continue. Please. So. Annie pulled him off the path, and he grew a little nervous as they hiked through some thin trees, the cemetery still in sight even in the inky darkness, and came to a tiny alcove. There were more graves here. We were pretty well off. Aaron's father was a scientist, so he didn't have the sort of leverage our families had. Mikasa. I'm not even sure of the details with her case, but I know she was unexpected. So your family helped fund this entire thing, he said slowly. The Brauns, Hoovers, and Leonhardts helped form the institute in the early 20th century, she said dully. Not sure how Rod Rice got mixed in, but he's the president now, so. Wow, he whistled, the sound carrying out rather far against the rush of wind. His nose and ears were numb. Scandalous. You're a fucking nerd. Have you not been paying attention? She led him through the mismatched patches of graves, pulling him by the hand across the clearing until they reached a shaded area. He could see his breath as the grayish darkness seemed to lift a little, and even in this eerie old place of ghosts and whispering winds, he felt oddly secure. Could it be, perhaps, that the knowledge that there was something malignant inside his head had warped his perception of fear? It was certainly an eerie sort of place, with all these old graves lying about like pale protruding bone fragments in a sea of wisps and shadows. You know, he said as she stopped beneath a tree, it's my birthday. She looked at him, her brow furrowing as though she was trying to decide if he was serious or not. Shitty luck, she said. And then she punched him. Hey! He cried, his voice cracking miserably in the rush of air, gusts of wind picking up his words and depositing them who knew where. She punched him again in the same place. His bicep. And then again. Hey, ow. Annie, quit it. She stated dully, punching him again. She distributed another before he ducked away, his back hitting the tree trunk behind him. 5. Annie. She punched him again as he shrunk back into the tree. They weren't very hard punches at all, but it was the fact that she was punching him that frightened him. 6, she said as she delivered another. 7. 8. 9. I don't understand, he stammered, wincing as she punched him twice more. 10. 11. Annie. 12. 13. 14. She collected so many punches from his right bicep that he felt it bruising already. He stared at her desperately, but she would not look him in the face, and instead focused on counting upward. 15. She drove her fist rather gently into his arm, and it felt more like a swat than anything. 16. He sunk against the tree trunk, tears welling in his eyes as he slowly put his hand to the place where she'd punched him, and he could feel the sensitivity of the skin beneath the layers of his coat and his shirt. He flinched back as her knuckles came very suddenly into his line of vision, her fist sailing over his head. For a moment, he thought she had decided not to do it. And then, very gently, she thumped him on the head. "And one for luck," she said in her usual cool, careless tone. He slid down the face of the tree until he was sitting on his knees. "Happy birthday, loser. What was that all about?" he mumbled, massaging his bicep uncertainly. The branches of the tree creaked overhead, wind lashing out against the skeletal limbs that stretched out toward the gray sky. Armin stared at her as she crouched down beside him, leaves crunching sadly beneath her weight. "Birthday punches," she said simply, as though it were the most obvious thing. He stared into her eyes, lightened somewhat as the shadows around them shifted, blackness going starkly gray and grayness burning white. Her eyes were like two glaciers, glowing against the poorly lit dawn. "Come on. You don't do birthday punches." He was still rubbing his arm, his body slumping in the bed of leaves. "Never had that pleasure," he said, his lips turning into a tight grimace. "Unfortunately." "That's weird," she said. "Not really." He pulled his knees up, hugging them tightly as he shuddered against the cold. Whispers blew through the graves, words he could not catch, words that he knew well. He could see a figure moving through the uneven rows, black silhouette gracefully swooping in and between like the wind itself had taken shape. He turned his eyes to Annie, and focused solely on her. "We grew up in really different places, though." "Yeah," she said, slumping a little. She plucked up a leaf from the ground and began to twirl it idly. "I guess." "Did your parents die?" he asked, tilting his head at her. She eyed him warily, bringing the leaf up so it shielded half her face like a fan. "Is that why the Institute had you for so long?" "My parents signed a contract," she said, the blue of her eyes growing brighter with every second spent in the frigid early dawn. Sunlight had yet to truly spill across the graveyard, but Armin could feel it brewing. It was stewing somewhere upon the horizon, threatening to spill over onto the earth. "I'm not theirs anymore." "That makes no sense at all," he murmured, staring through the dull brown leaf at the way her brow knitted and her eyes darted away. "They didn't even try to get you back." "I don't know, Armin," she sighed, tossing the leaf away and slamming her back against the tree trunk. The branches shook above them, jittery from the force of her body. "I don't know much about them. They might not still be alive. None of us really knew." "You just blindly followed the Institute," Armin stated incredulously. She shot him a sharp look, and he shook his head. "No, I really cannot wrap my head around this. You had to know they were up to no good." "You don't know what you're talking about," she snapped. "Then tell me." He turned his body fully to face her, and he watched her shadowy face as the dawn's light shifted through the twisted branches of the trees above them. She had a look upon her face that was something like terror and something like bemusement, and she was looking at him so desperately that his heart broke for her. She understood what it was like to be scared of people, and to be scared of hurting people, in a combined terror of power and pain. "Annie, why did you bring me here?" She shook her head mutely, glancing away. He could feel her fear like an avalanche, and it was crushing him. It hurt to breathe. "Annie," he whispered, tears in his eyes. "Annie, come on, please." "I can feel you trying to get in my head," she said quietly. "I can't help it," he breathed, "you're practically spilling your guts to me with your feelings. I just can't make sense of it. Why are you so scared? Is it me? Are you really scared of me, Annie?" "No," she croaked, her eyes flashing wide. But the truth washed over his tongue like a bitter burst of sweat, and she hid her face in her hands. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. This was a mistake. No, it wasn't, he said, scooting closer to her. She stiffened, shaking her head profusely as he rested a hand on her shoulder. Hey. Come on. I'm not that scary. I'm like 5'4" and 90 pounds and super sickly. What do you have to be afraid of? Your mind, she said, her voice muffled by her hands. You're too powerful. If it makes you feel any better, he said, tilting his head so he was peeking under her blindfold of hands, I'm pretty sure you won't have to worry about it soon. She shoved him very hard, and his back smacked against the trunk of the tree. He coughed weakly, wondering if he was making these jokes in order to make himself feel better about his situation. He sat, his eyes wide and searching her face, which was pulled back in a terrible snarl. I don't get it, he said loftily. You don't hate me, you don't like me, you can hardly stand my presence, but you're scared that I'm going to die. Explain to me, Annie. I'm not nearly as all-powerful as you seem to think I am. She took a deep breath, her hands drawing down her face slowly. The gloves were a little dirty, he noticed now, and little brown trails smeared her cheeks like dusty tears. You won't believe me, she whispered. Oh, come on, he said. Try me. She shook her head, tilting it back to peek through the trees at the lightning sky. Dawn had broken, and silvery light was trailing through the parted clouds. We were out all night, she whispered. Her eyes moved slowly, following the branches downward. I carved my name into this tree once. Really? Armin tilted his head upward, craning his neck to see some kind of marring on the face of the bark, but it was still far too dark. He glanced back down at her, and he was stunned by their close proximity. It had been this way for the entire time. He hadn't been uncomfortable at all. This is Annie, he thought. She's a murderer, and a traitor, and I think I trust her more than I trust half the people I know. Armin was struck by a revelation. He tore off his gloves, setting them aside and reaching cautiously for Annie's face. She noticed, of course, and flinched from him, whacking his hands away. What the hell, Armin? She snapped at him, her voice scathing. He stared at her, his hands drooping against the frigid air. And he smiled. I think I figured it out, he gasped, feeling a little giddy. It won't hurt you, I promise. Bullshit. Annie, he pleaded, his smile remaining as his fingers trembling. You trust me, don't you? She stared at him, her uncertainty clear. He could feel it bubbling up in his throat, and he wanted to laugh, because it had turned into sweet-tasting curiosity, and that was all he needed. He rested his fingertips against her cheeks, and he thought perhaps her skin should have felt colder, but his fingers were already numb. She jolted a little at his touch, on impulse he suspected, and she squeezed her eyes shut. Then, after a few moments, they snapped open in bewilderment. Oh, she said flatly. His thumb drew carefully across her skin, swiping the dirt away, and he relaxed as she gaped at him. Ice was cracking against his teeth, and he breathed in the wavering tastes of overturned mulch and dandelions. It's trust, he said contentedly, wiping off the dirt on his jeans. That's what makes it hurt to touch people. I don't trust them. And that's why it never hurts to touch Aaron and Mikasa, because I've always trusted them. He blinked rapidly as he dropped his hands into his lap. Marco touched me once and it didn't hurt because I didn't realize he was touching me. He told me he thought I was just psyching myself out. Maybe he was right. She made a strange sound, like something had died in the back of her throat, and he realized she was blushing. Her pale cheeks were glowing pink in the shuddering morning light, and he thought perhaps she might cry. She pushed her hair out of her eyes, and she shook her head. And then she kept shaking it, her lips pressing together thinly, and she squeezed her eyes shut. You don't. She murmured. You're such a fool. Maybe, he said. His stomach was fluttering from excitement at this newfound knowledge. If he had an explanation for the pain, that meant he could control it. That meant he could touch people. Be somewhat normal, at least with the people he surrounded himself with. Of course, he would never be able to be normal, because there was something ingrained in him now that made him uncomfortable with the sensation of touch. But maybe just a little he could work it out, and he could live without the fear of panic attacks at every little brush of a hand. I always thought that maybe, she said bitterly, her eyes dropping, you'd figure it out. Your power would make you the only one who really can. I thought you might be able to see through the lies. I'm not omniscient, he told her gently. You might as well be, she spat, pulling off her gloves. He watched her curiously, her blackened fingers glittering in the slivers of dawnlight trickling through the grayish air. She touched the tree trunk, her hardened skin scratching roughly against the bark. It was a shrill sound. Armin watched as swirls of frost erupted from her fingers, crawling steadily across the grooves of bark. God, why do you think I had the wall up in the first place? To keep me out. Armin tilted his head, watching the pattern of frost as it danced across the surface of the tree trunk. To keep something out. I'm not entirely sure. Everyone thinks, she said, her fingers drawing little icicles out of the tree, crystallizing them with a flick of her wrist, that I'm either a murderous bitch or a weak little pawn. I don't think you're either, Armin offered. I think you were just looking out for yourself. I mean, yeah, you killed Marco, but I don't think that was your fault. She barked a laugh so bitter he felt it rumbling in his chest, and he felt her disbelief and fury as she shook her head, smashing her icicles with her fist. You really don't get it, she spat. She sounded close to tears. God, why am I wasting my time on you? Because you're lonely, he said simply. She glared at him, and he shrugged modestly. Sorry. Can't help what you're feeling. She folded her arms across her chest and scowled. Shadows were dancing all across her face, and Armin was still giddy from the revelation that his trust issues were what were amplifying his senses. Once again he was struck by an idea. Yes, it could end rather badly, but on the flip side he could very easily solve this communication problem. All he needed was Annie's unconditional trust. Hey, he said, shifting so he was sitting on his knees. She studied him with a bored expression, no longer flushing and no longer angry. Well, at least not outwardly. He could still taste her rage, crushed ice slicing upon his tongue. Okay, so I want to try something else, but I need your permission for this one. And your cooperation. Because that doesn't sound shady at all, she stated flatly. Her eyes narrowed at his face, but once again she was curious, and that was all he needed. Oh God. What do you want to do? He chewed the inside of his cheek. He could feel himself flushing, but he needed to get over it. This was important. And he wasn't particularly concerned with his personal feelings on the matter. If he could overcome his discomfort now, it'd be easier to trust other people, and thus he'd be able to have more positive human interaction. Which, frankly, he knew would do wonders for his mental state. You can say no, he said quickly, staring into her eyes so she understood how serious he was. But it's recently come to my attention that I can use intimacy to relay a lot of information in a short amount of time. I did it with Mikasa, and then she did it with Eren using our link. If you want, we can try that. So you don't have to actually tell me anything, just mentally plug it into my brain. That sounds like a terrible idea, Annie said dully. You said you trusted me, Armin reminded. And I trust you, don't I? I know you want me to know things, but I can tell you don't know how to tell me. So show me. Use my power. I don't even know how, she said, her eyes widening minutely in disbelief. I'm not Mikasa or Eren, I don't know you or your power enough to be able to manipulate it. Just think, he urged her. Just think of the things you want to show me. And I'll see them. It's simple. It doesn't sound simple, she sighed, tossing her bangs out of her eyes. Hey, I'm grasping at straws here. He gave her a long, beseeching look, hoping that she pitied him enough for this. And I can't just take the information from you. Listen, I think it'll work. She rubbed her face furiously, and her agitation hit him hard like a brick to the jaw. He winced, biting his tongue to keep himself from moaning in dull pain. All the medication he'd been given at the hospital had worn off by now, and he had a terrible headache that was turning his brains inside out. He felt a little nauseous too, but he didn't want her to know that. Okay. She took a deep breath, and he found himself staring at her in shock. Well. That had taken less persuasion than he had thought it would. Okay, whatever. We'll try it. What exactly does this intimacy crap entail? Armin said, feeling a little lightheaded. He couldn't tell if it was a result of his anxiety, or if it was another result of the thing festering inside his brain. Well, when I did it with Mikasa I kissed her on the cheek. But I think the mouth would be more effective. If this is some elaborate plot to ask me out, Annie said in a crisp, bland tone. The answer is no. Well, it's a very good thing that is not my intention, he said, echoing her tone as best he could. He wasn't particularly hurt by her words considering, well, he really had no intention of initiating any kind of relationship beyond friendship, since that seemed a bit excessive. And also silly. He didn't have the time to spare for that sort of thing. Awesome, she said, straightening up. So why do you think the mouth would be more effective? Because the more intimate an act is, the more information I gain, I think, he explained very slowly. As he spoke, he was realizing it for himself. This seemed to be correct. The more intimate an action, the more information. Yes, of course. That's why sex is pretty much like, ow, ew, let's not. He blinked very rapidly as her mouth caught against his, her lips hard and cold and numbing. At first it was all small sensations, the taste of her ice and spring mind mingling inside his mouth. He felt breathless for a moment, his stomach churning in initial discomfort. He had known this wouldn't be the best experience, but maybe it was just his nerves. Her close proximity hadn't bothered him for the majority of the night. I'm overthinking it, he realized. He was breathing in the breath she exhaled, and it was a strange feeling. Her tastes and her feelings were all wound up inside his mouth, and he felt like laughing. He kept it subdued to a smile. The touch of her mind was icy and sharp, like icicles piercing his cerebrum, and he closed his eyes and squeezed them shut. Her wall of ice was down, and they were both feeling each other's emotions toil inside their mouths. It must be so sickening for her, for someone utterly unused to such unsavory things. Hi, he thought to her through their mind link. It was such a frozen thing, a chain of ice-encrusted metal wrapped tightly around his throat. Okay, so all you need to do is think, and I'll see it. Okay, she thought to him. His heart was pounding rather hard, and so was his brain against the inside of his skull, and he was breathing very heavily, and he was scared of what might happen if he was not careful. He'd just spent an entire night out in the cold. He'd barely eaten in 24 hours. He was pushing his powers to their very limits. And his entire body was shaking. Not now, he thought to himself, begged to himself, keeping this from Annie as her icy touch filled the catacombs of his mind with a blanket of soft, numbing snow. And suddenly he was seeing his own face on the back of his eyelids, tiny and gaunt and smiling vacantly and hollow-eyed. This was a different Armin. A little boy who'd been scared of dying. He didn't think he was that little boy anymore. He saw himself playing with Eren and Mikasa, his head shaven and the scar from the incision line still stark against his scalp. Through Annie's eyes, he saw Mikasa's hand close around his arm. He felt the horror, felt it freeze across his tongue and sting his flesh. He felt as though his entire body had been plastered down, and he was drinking in rainwater and gnawing on elongated icicles. His teeth hurt. Crunch. His teeth cracked together, and ice glazed his eyes as he listened to his tiny arm snap beneath the force of Mikasa's grasp. He felt Annie's confusion and terror, and it washed all around him, drifts and drifts of snowflakes clinging to his mouth and his eyelashes and his hair, and he heard her whispering inside his head, "Look." A doctor had come in. Armin didn't remember any of this. Certainly not that doctor. It was a young doctor, too. Nice face. The vision was hazy. Armin had to squint. Annie, he thought to her, I don't get it. He was shaking so very badly. Oh please, he thought to himself desperately, please, not now. Hold on a little longer. Look, Annie whispered into his head. He could almost feel her chilly hands press to his face, turning his attention to the doctor. Wisps of smoke veiled his vision, swirling about as he squinted at the young doctor whose words were foreign, and laced with some lie or another, and he could taste it. This entire scene tasted like a fabrication. "Armin," Ilse said sweetly, a girl with pretty eyes and a pretty face and a world of mysteries weighing upon every turn of her thick lips, "come here. Let's get you to Dr. Jaeger." "Okay," Armin thought to Annie. "I don't remember any of this." "Armin," Annie thought to him, her voice sounding quiet and urgent in his head. "Look. You must not be looking. What do you see?" "Ilse," he thought back to her, tasting hoarfrost and blood and something painfully like cyanide. How did he even know what that tasted like? He was shaking so badly, and he was so upset because this had been nice, a nice kiss, a strange kiss, an interesting first in a succession that did not exist. He was breathless as her mind dumped snowdrift after snowdrift onto his, cooling his brain to the point where everything was frozen over and he was shivering so badly his bones were about to snap. Wait, she thought confusedly. He tasted that confusion like a match. He listened to it strike upon wall of his skull, felt it drag in slow motion, scratching a rhythm into his mind and into his heart. His entire world lit up at once. What? His scream was muffled against her mouth. And he felt her panic like a bombshell erupting in his throat, ice shards burrowing in his esophagus and piercing his larynx. He couldn't speak. He couldn't breathe. The image of Ilse's face was shaking just like him, like a poor boy having a seizure, and like a poor boy, a poor frozen boy, and Armin didn't understand because there was something in his brain, something, it was a tumor, it was a growth, it had been there for so long that he'd hardly even noticed, and he screamed as Annie's panic fell across him like a weight, ice sliding up his chest. Had she been touching his chest? He hadn't even noticed. He hadn't noticed a damn thing. And it was so hard to understand. Because Ilse was smiling in his memory, sweet and nice, such a sweet girl, a nurse at the institute, that was it, right? That was it. That was what his mind was telling him. But Annie's mind was showing him something else. He was shaking so badly, and he was sobbing, and her lips were no longer on his, and he could hear her voice pleading with him. His entire body was wrecked, and he knew. He knew that this could not go on. His body wasn't trembling, it was convulsing, and he wasn't able to move because something was pinning him to the tree at his back, something cold, something so cold and so numbing that it hurt him. It hurt. He felt betrayed. She'd betrayed him. No, Armin hissed at himself. No. Get yourself together. It's not her. All the lies, all the painful lies, they'd been Annie from the start. Stop it, Armin thought. Remember, it wasn't Annie. It wasn't her. Why do I keep thinking it was her? What the hell is happening? He was shaking too badly, and his seizure was now soundless, but he could still see, and he could still think, and he was so scared. He saw Annie, kneeling just before him, her face more expressive than he'd ever seen it in his entire life, and he realized she was crying. She was mouthing words to him, screaming something he could not hear. He felt her dandelion taste at his mind, rapping on a wall of ice that encased him. So maybe it wasn't Annie. Maybe it was someone else. Maybe it was Amir. Smoke. Lies. It made sense. No, it doesn't, he thought firmly. Tears crystallized on his cheeks, and he realized he was freezing. Actually freezing. His mouth opened in shock, and he lurched forward, but his shaky limbs were frozen to the tree trunk he'd been lounging against since before dawn. He was breathless. This wasn't supposed to happen. It was supposed to work. Annie's power had been a gamble, but this? No, she could control herself far better than this. It made no sense. Had Armin been wrong? The sense of failure was so immense that Armin felt content to just hang in his icy cocoon as it trembled and rose around him, a fortress for a witch, a prison for a boy with nothing left to lose. He watched Annie as the ice crawled up his neck, stinging him and pinning him and making his breath hitch. He didn't understand. How could he have been so wrong? And in the last trickles of the dawn, in the shivering morning light, Armin saw a smiling boy standing before him. Right next to Annie, his hallucination watched sadly as he was consumed by the creeping, almost sentient ice crystals that had been cast upon him. Ah! He'd been cursed. like in a fairy tale. He saw it written across the sky in his own twisted hand. If only he could read it. The hallucination had been there the entire time. Armin had seen it weaving between the graves, taking on different shapes. It had been Mikasa and Eren, both of them dancing, it had been Erwin standing stoically, it had been Sasha and Connie laughing, it had been Annie pressing her finger to her lips even as the real Annie had chatted away to her heart's content, it had been Reiner and Berthold apologizing over and over, it had been Amir juggling flames and then screaming when they consumed her, it had been Jean standing before a grave while smoking a cigarette, it had been Hang whistling a familiar old tune of a familiar old nursery rhyme, it had been Levi with a bare back turned to Armin, one wing of his incredible tattoo shattered into 1,000 pieces upon the white contours of his back, and it had been Historia and Armin with their hands locked together as they were forced up on 2 buckets beneath the black, skeletal fingers of a leafless tree, and 2 impeccably made nooses were fastened around their necks. Armin had watched, still chattering away with Annie, as some unseen force kicked the buckets away. He choked now, choked on all the dreams he'd once had and never could achieve, and he choked on all the words he wished he'd said or thought or cast out into the world for someone, anyone to hear and feel and taste and understand, and he choked because the ice was crushing his larynx for certain now, and he was wondering if this was all just a big hallucination, if he'd ever even met Annie here in the first place, if the thing in the hospital had tricked him into thinking he'd gotten a clue when, in reality, he was more lost than ever. He was dying. There was no way around it. He was cold, and alone, and dying in the silvery light of dawn on the anniversary of his birth. Because death was ironic like that. Shakespeare died on his birthday, he told himself brightly. It's totally cool. Another part of himself was crippled by the revelation. I'll never see Eren and Mikasa again, he thought, choking. He felt a noose around his neck. It was tightening with every little breath he took. It was cold. Freezing. He was freezing. This was his fate, to choke and die here. Was it better to freeze to death all alone in an unknown place, than to die in a hospital bed, with everyone he loved watching him with all their feelings welling up inside of him as he withered away? I'll never see them again, he thought, terrified. I'll never see Erwin. I'll never see Historia. My family. Please. Please, God, not now. Not now. I want to see my family one last time, please. I want to say goodbye. I want them to know, please, 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 I need them to know. I love them so much, please, please, please. The hallucination was laughing. How wonderful. Armin's suffering was a joke. A wonderful, wonderful joke. He was such a fool. He couldn't breathe. The ice was biting into his mouth, and into his cheeks, and slithering upward. It was tickling his earlobe. Annie was still screaming, and he heard her sobbing as well, and felt her clawing at his feet, desperately trying to save him. Was she not a hallucination too? What was real, and what was fabricated? How had he been so wrong? Stop it! Annie cried, snow collecting in her hair as she attempted to scratch Armin out of his icy shell. Help me undo it. I can't melt it, you have to do something. Beside her, Marco smiled sadly. Annie, he said in that sweet, familiar voice, like cookie dough and cyanide collapsing on his tongue. Come on, now, chin up. Let me take care of it. You trust me, don't you? I mean. Marco's warm eyes met Armin's as the ice slipped over his nose, and tickled his ears. After all, if anyone can help him, it's me. Chapter 28, Let the Light Shine Out from All. Illucet Omnibus Lux. Salem, Oregon. 83 Non. November, 2766 AUC. That morning he'd awoken with a start. It had been a strange sort of jolt, his eyes snapping open and his heart thundering in his chest. He was knotted up in his blankets, silvery dawnlight drawing in through his window. He squinted through it, shivering against the nippy morning chill. Someone had forgotten to turn the heat on. He sniffled, rubbing his eyes blearily as he checked the time. Daylight savings time, he recalled, grimacing. The clocks ran backward today. He sat up in bed, pulling his diabetes kit into his lap and quickly checked his blood sugar. All in all, he seemed fine. He licked up the residual bead of blood, a shudder running through him as he tossed his blankets back. Damn, it was cold. Aaron then recalled something incredibly important. He leapt off his bed, his bare feet sliding against his wooden floor, and he crept out of his room, tiptoeing carefully through the hall. It was very dark, for the morning light could not reach the narrow hallway, and his toes felt numb against the frigid wood. He listened to his skin peel off the surface, making soft sucking sounds with every step. Armin's door was ajar. Aaron paused, curious, and he carefully pushed it open. He was greeted with a gust of icy November air, and he flinched at the sensation, 1,000 knives blowing him backwards. He marched into the room, his teeth chattering, and he looked around hurriedly, trying to comprehend the frigid temperature. He saw that Armin's window was wide open, the screen popped out and resting underneath it. A thin layer of frost clung to the surface of the windowsill as Aaron slammed the window shut. Armin bolted upright in bed, his hair utterly askew all around his head, pale strands twisted and tangled in the silvery glow of dawn. Aaron glanced at him confusedly. "Why the fuck was your window open, man?" he thought to his tiny friend as the boy shuddered in the cold, curling up against his blanket. Armin did not answer. "Hey," Aaron said, "dude. Happy birthday." Armin twisted to face him, his body going taut as his mouth dropped open. And Aaron realized his mistake. "Historia," he blurted, taking an alarmed step back. "Aaron?" she asked weakly, her large blue eyes drooping in disappointment. "What doin'?" Aaron asked curiously, plopping down at the foot of the bed. He noticed how she sorta skittered back, pulling her legs up to her chest and hugging them tightly. Her body was coiled up, and the tension there was clear. Did she not trust him, or something? "Where's Armin?" She stared at him with her large, dull blue eyes. And then she buried her mouth in her knees, shaking her head. Aaron didn't understand. What did that mean? Historia. Aaron stared at her expectantly. She had the same vacant look about her that she always had. It seemed to him that she was still healing. "Hey. Come on, don't pout like that." She blinked at him confusedly, raising her head. "What?" she asked, her voice thick. "You're pouting," he said. "And feelin' sorry for yourself, I'll bet. Quit it. You ain't dyin', are you?" She winced at his words, and she took a deep, shaky breath. She shook her head furiously, and her wild blonde hair blew about her face. He nodded firmly. "Good," he said. "So, what's going on? Did Armin open the window last night, whenever y'all got home? Or what time is it?" she mumbled, scrubbing at her eyes furiously. She tossed her head back and groaned. "I feel like I barely even slept. It's like 6 or something. Historia gave him a long, disbelieving look. "What? It's 6 in the morning, she said, "and you woke me up. I thought you were Armin." Aaron threw his hands up in defense. "Ain't my fault you two are like identical fucking twins. I'm older by 10 months, she mumbled, ducking her head as he reached over to try and pat her hair down. "I don't care if you're 6 years older, with your hair all stuck up like that you look exactly alike." He smoothed the strands out so they weren't arranged all across her head, and she stared at him blankly. There. Now you kinda look like you. Sorta." He frowned as he tugged his fingers from her hair, grimacing when he accidentally ripped some hair out. Sorry," he said, offering out the stray strands of golden hair that he'd torn from her head. She'd winced a little but otherwise seemed unfazed. She plucked up one long, golden filament and watched it glimmer faintly in the silvery dawn light. "You're a lot like Emir," she said softly. Aaron went rigid. Rage welled up inside him, bubbling up in his throat as he snarled at her. "What? 'Cause I hurt you? That's a crock of shit, and you know it." "No," Historia said, running her fingers through her hair. He saw them get snatched up by her tangles, and she tore through them with great ease. "I just think you sound a lot like her. She's a lot nicer than you think she is." "She's kinda responsible for my mom's death," Aaron said dully. "I know," she said in the same dull tone. "I'm sorry. But I think you're all wrong about her anyway." She didn't mean it. Look, Aaron said, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration, I already had this fucking conversation with her, okay? I ain't gonna kill her. Don't mean I gotta like her. Also, we ain't nothing alike, hon. Historia actually giggled at that, surprising him. It had been a long time since he'd heard her laugh. But you talk exactly the same, she said, smiling wanly. He scowled at her as she rested her cheek against her knees. It's nice. You're saying I talk like a fucking bootlegger, or something else from the 20s. He snorted. Yeah, okay. I'm just saying you sound alike, she said. I always thought I sounded like a hick, Aaron said thoughtfully, leaning back to stare at the ceiling. Guess I sound like a hick in Leonardo DiCaprio. Good to know. Historia smiled at that. It was nice, actually. Making her smile. Aaron didn't know much about her, but she was Armin's sister, so she was automatically top priority and needed to be protected at all costs. Or, maybe she could protect herself, who really cared. The point was that Aaron had made her smile, and that was a pretty damn good accomplishment. Good job, Aaron. Right, so Armin. Aaron bounced eagerly against the mattress, listening to the springs creak noisily in the ringing silence of dawn. Don't tell me he's sick. Historia blanched. She opened her mouth, her tiny lips parting in a long gape as she stared at him. He could see her breath in the chilly morning air, and it misted slowly around her mouth. She looked utterly lost for a moment, her eyes growing dazed as she stared ahead, suddenly unfocused. Sick. She uttered faintly. His brow furrowed, and he refrained from saying something very mean that he might regret. He didn't want to hurt her feelings, or anything. In fact, he wanted her to actually feel comfortable around him, which he knew she wouldn't if he mouthed off every stupid thing that came to his mind. Still, he thought, tilting his head at her in disbelief, she's kinda weird. Yeah, he said. Is he puking his guts out in the bathroom again? Did y'all fall asleep together? That's actually kinda sweet, geez. Oh. Historia slumped, her fingers skimming her hair shakily as she blinked away the glaze in her eyes. She shook her head profusely, taking a deep breath. No, he's. She flinched when he leaned forward anxiously. He's gone, Aaron. Aaron sat cross-legged on Armin's bed, breathing in icy air and exhaling steam, and he stared at this tiny girl with a blank, placid gaze. What? He stated flatly. His thoughts were suddenly flying at 1,000,000 miles per second, and he mentally stretched himself until he felt himself snap, reaching blindly into the ether until he realized there was nothing to reach for. No ribbon, no link, no voice inside his head to reassure him that there was nothing wrong. He leapt to his feet, his heels cracking against the hardwood. What the fuck do you mean, he said, his voice rising in volume, he's gone. He ran off, she said, her head bowing. I was waiting to see if he might come back, or something. I don't know. He whirled around and marched to the door. Where are you going? Aaron? Hey. She leapt to her feet after him, trailing behind him as he stomped his feet like a child throwing a tantrum, and he threw open Mikasa's door. She bolted upright, staring at him with her steady gaze alert even through her sleep-filled eyes. Get up, he said sharply, turning from her and exiting the room with a turn of his heel. Armin ran away. He could hear the rustle of her blankets being kicked away, and the soft clap of her feet against the wooden floor. She was at his side suddenly, her arm still in a sling as she hunched defensively, her eyes darting between him and Historia. He could sense her fear as she lurked very close to him, her breathing sharp as she inhaled through her nose. He didn't need the mind link to know what she was feeling. He was feeling it too. Aaron, Historia said desperately, what are you doing? He moved through the hallway in nothing but a few quick strides. He could hear his blood pounding into his brain. He was absolutely terrified. And absolutely furious. He could hear not quite so distant murmuring as he came upon the kitchen. It immediately stopped as he entered the room. Hang tipped their head back to peer at him over their thick glasses. They smiled genially. Aaron, they said. Hey, sleepyhead, what are you doing up so? Where is Armin? he asked furiously. Hank's smile did not falter. Instead they turned their attention to Erwin, an eyebrow quirked expectantly. Yeah, Erwin, they said, where's Armin? Now that isn't fair, Erwin sighed. You know I can't see him. Yeah, that's bullshit, Levi said dully from a stool. He'd been discharged the previous night, and upon returning home they all had kind of crashed without even thinking. They'd just figured Erwin would return with Armin and Historia in tow. Aaron had never imagined this could happen. Why? Why would Armin run off? You're his father, Aaron snapped at Erwin. You're his fucking father. You should know this stuff. What happened? Was he upset? Angry? Was he scared? You can't leave him alone when he's scared, he'll just end up hurting himself, and probably someone else, who knows with his powers. And he's not even in any kind of physical condition to be running around by himself. In the cold, too. What the fuck? How did this happen? Historia. He rounded on the tiny blonde girl. She stared at him vacantly. I don't know, she said softly. Aaron couldn't help but believe her. She seemed kind of devastated. He whirled back around to face Erwin. Well? He asked, his voice biting and sharp and tearing from his throat in an unrestrained snarl. Aaron, the man said calmly, if I knew where Armin was, I'd be with him right now. You should be out looking. Aaron cried. He's too smart for you to leave alone, he could be on his way to like, Mexico or Canada, or something by now. Why are you all sitting around? We need to find him. Aaron, please calm down, Hank said gently. Aaron shot them a look, his jaw tightening in frustration. They didn't get it. They didn't understand. Armin was too smart and too independent. If he wanted to, he could make certain that none of them ever saw him again. And that was terrifying. Do you think I'm not calm? Aaron spat, his muscles coiling in tension. Because I could be pretty damn livid. I think I'm calm right now, don't you, Mikasa? Relatively, she answered in a low, dark tone. She was furious too, he could tell. She was just keeping her fury to herself. Armin said he had a lead, and that he was following it, Erwin said. He was sitting at the table, his hands folded over his mouth as he hunched forward pensively. I have no idea what that could mean. He was very careful not to alert us as to what he was planning to do. Well, what the hell are we supposed to do, then? Aaron asked, his voice trembling in his rage. Just wait for him to come back. There isn't much else we can do, Hang admitted. Aaron stared at them incredulously, and they could only smile at him. Don't worry, okay? Just have a little faith in him. And just imagine how much trouble he'll be in when he gets back. I don't want Armin in trouble, he said heatedly, I just want him to be home. Erwin, Historia said quietly, do you think that maybe we should? No, Historia, Erwin said firmly. She stared at him with her dull eyes widening ever so slightly. She looked desperate and sad. And also, perhaps, a little angry. She turned toward Mikasa and rested her hand on her sling. For a few moments nothing happened, but then, suddenly, the room was filled with a strange mist of golden light that trailed in little waves from Mikasa's broken arm, swirling around Historia's pretty face and electrifying her dim blue eyes. Suddenly the air was brimming with gold, and Aaron tasted the spark, tasted the life in it as it exploded all around them, a burst of light that dispersed into nothing. There, Historia said in her usual soft little voice. I'm sorry it took so long. Mikasa unwound the sling hastily, staring at her arm in awe for a moment before cracking her cast with her bare fingers, watching the remnants of it crash to the tile floor. She flexed her arm, dust clinging to her skin as her muscles moved. She dusted herself off, nodding her thanks to Historia as she wandered to Levi's side. It was just the same when she healed him, only this time she didn't actually touch him. She just leveled her hands with his face, and sorta just twitched her fingers until suddenly there was golden light, and her eyes were reflected it like two swirling beacons, and for some reason Aaron felt as though he wasn't really looking at Historia, but something else, like maybe an alien or a ghost or something eerie and powerful that could not be understood by this world. Well, Levi said, patting his side, shit. Historia was watching him with a long, intense gaze, and Aaron realized her eyes were leaking. Like, she wasn't crying. Her eyes were leaking gold. He watched it roll down her cheeks in slow rivulets. Historia, Erwin said in a sharp, clear voice. She looked at him, and Aaron saw a dazed little smile on her lips as the liquid gold touched them. And then her smile fell, and she scrubbed at her eyes furiously, whirling away from them all as she hunched over and took deep, deep breaths. Hey, Aaron said hesitantly, you okay? Historia has to keep a steadier grip on her power, Erwin said. Sometimes she loses herself in it. She's fine, though. Aaron glanced at the tiny girl, watching her shoulders shake and listening to her heavy breaths, and he found that he didn't believe Erwin one bit. Mikasa moved nearer to Historia, hovering beside her protectively as she shot a glance at Erwin. Perhaps neither of them believed him, but even still. There was something odd going on here. Something Erwin wasn't saying. Something Historia knew, but wasn't saying because Erwin forbid it. Aaron and Mikasa shared a knowing look. Historia, Mikasa said, resting her hand on the girl's quaking shoulder. Why don't you lay down? Historia nodded vigorously, not bothering to look up, and Mikasa led her back into the hall, throwing a glance back at Levi. He watched them go with a neutral expression. Aaron stood, suddenly alone with the three adults, and he took a deep breath in order to clear his mind. No, they were right. Getting angry wouldn't bring Armin home. But, fuck. It wasn't fair. How could this have happened? It's Armin, Aaron told himself, he's good at getting his way. It wasn't fair. Are you sure, Aaron said quietly, that he ran away? What do you mean? Hang asked. He looked at the three of them, and his brow furrowed. I mean, he said, he could have been kidnapped. Or tricked, Levi said, taking a sip of his tea. It's not entirely impossible. But Armin's smart, Hang said. Do you honestly think he'd be so easily trapped? I don't know. Levi hunched over, his eyes moving from his tea to Hang's face. But you know, Amir, Berthold, Reiner, and Annie are still on the loose. What if they're together? Hang gasped, their eyes brightening behind the glasses. What if that's what Armin figured out? Well, they're all kinda connected to the institution, Aaron said slowly, rubbing his hair. But Amir is like. I don't know. She ain't too keen on going back, I don't think. Ah, right, Hang said. The Amir is Il's thing. Because cryogenics. That's all well and good, but if Amir is the Ils in the photographs, then who's been responsible for all the devastation we've seen? Aaron grimaced, thinking very hard and very fast. He'd been trying not to think about it, lest he get a headache. Gosh, I don't know, Ma. Clones. Could be, Hang said, nodding their head in a slow rhythm. They were in their thinking zone, so Aaron could tell they were throwing around at least a dozen theories inside their head at once. Clones, or some kind of relative, like with Amir and Connie. Maybe Amir's mother had more kids. Maybe we're missing something else, something crucial. Gah. Hang rubbed their hair furiously, similarly to how Aaron had only a minute before. This is so frustrating. Why'd she run away? Who started the fire? Levi muttered, staring blankly ahead of him. Aaron said it for sure wasn't Amir. So, then, who? They were all very quiet. Erwin looked at Aaron, his eyebrows furrowing and casting a great shadow over his eyes. Can you describe how the fire started? See, Aaron had been thinking about it a whole lot over the past few days. And none of it made sense. He had been playing it over in his head, and he recalled, with a shaky nausea, that he'd felt distinctly as though Armin had been in the room with him. But that was impossible. Armin had been at home. But, even Amir had asked if Armin had been brought along. Her unease had been clear from the very start. She'd felt something in that room. But it couldn't have been Armin. It just couldn't have been. It just started. Aaron didn't know how to describe it. Out of nowhere, I mean. I smelled the gasoline, and I heard it being poured, too. I don't know. That's very odd, Erwin said. Sounds like someone invisible did it, Levi said, glancing at Aaron with his dark, drooping blue eyes. Aaron shook his head furiously. Look, I don't know, he said. It happened too fast. Did Amir tell Connie anything more than she told you? Hang asked curiously. Aaron shook his head somberly. He thought about the boy, thought about how his house was kinda a wreck and how everything sucked. He felt very guilty for that. At least Hang was already working on covering the damages, and getting the house fixed up. We should have a meeting, Erwin mused aloud. Get everyone who's left together. We don't have the time anymore to dawdle and mull over what could be. We need to understand, and we need to find your father, Aaron. Now. But we tried that, he said confusedly. It didn't really work, did it? Because of the institute, and like, ills. And stuff. What if, Erwin said thoughtfully, one of us turns ourselves in? Fuck no, Levi stated. Thank you for your input, Levi, but you should hear me out before you make your opinions. Erwin straightened up, looking straight into Aaron's eyes, and he said very calmly, what if we are all wrong about the facility's intentions? What do you mean? Aaron asked slowly. He wandered over to a cabinet, grabbing a box of Lucky Charms and scooping up a fistful as he sat down. Like, they ain't super evil and shady? 'Cause they sure as hell are. Aaron, you had muscular dystrophy when you were younger, didn't you? Erwin was speaking so very calmly, and Aaron felt so very uncertain all of a sudden. He dropped his cereal into his mouth one piece at a time, chewing as he tried to wrap his head around this. Yeah. He said, swallowing thickly. Yeah, okay. So what? Well, Erwin said, I was blind when I entered the facility. They cured me. Wha? Aaron sat back, looking around in alarm. Hang was standing by the sink, their eyes widening a little, while Levi simply sat and frowned. For real? But Annie Leonhard had leukemia, he continued, moving his spoon around his cup of coffee. Rainer Braun, lung cancer, Berthold Hoover, melanoma. Do you see a pattern here, Aaron? Aaron sat in awe of this information. How? How had he not remembered that? They'd cured them. Aaron's eyes darted to Levi's face, and the man stared right back at him. Oh my God, Aaron thought. They were trying to save us? Aaron felt like he'd been lied to for years and years, and suddenly his entire worldview was crashing down. Dumb, dumb, dumb. This was hella fucking dumb. Is that what these powers are for? Aaron blinked rapidly as thought to clear his vision, clear his head, but nothing was working. To battle whatever was wrong with us before. Yes, I believe so, Erwin said. I can't be certain why. I'd like to speak to Connie about this, because ills came to him directly when he was immobilized. They can't be good people though, Aaron said faintly. They killed Marco. Maybe Marco knew too much, Erwin said. We don't know. But I do think our options should be kept open. If something were to happen, it may be that the facility is our only form of salvation. What are you saying, Erwin? Levi asked quietly. His voice, per usual, was slow and coarse and monotone. Something like what? Erwin smiled tightly. Our conditions are so uncertain, he said. Who knows what has truly been done to us, or how it's developed over the years. And, of course, there are the side effects that plague the children. My diabetes and narcolepsy. Aaron tossed his head back, dropping marshmallows into his mouth. That's easy to treat, though. Schizophrenia, heart conditions, skin conditions, amongst other things. Erwin stood up. Why don't you and Levi suit up? But, Aaron gasped, nearly choking on his cereal as he jumped to his feet, Armin. He is a big boy, Aaron, Erwin said firmly. He'll be back. Hey, Hang said with a little wave, what about me? I've got a different job for you, Hang, he said, glancing at Aaron and Levi as Levi rose to his feet. When Aaron didn't budge, Levi swatted his shoulder, a motion to move out, but Aaron couldn't. He was caught up in what he knew was suspicious activity from Erwin. He was caught in fear of what might become of Armin. He was caught confused at what Erwin wanted Hang to do. It was all so dumb. A job. Hang's eyes lit up. A request, actually. Come on, kid, Levi said, grabbing Aaron by the shoulder. He shot one last urgent look at Hang before he turned away, slouching irritably as he trudged down the hall. Levi led him to Mikasa's room, entering without knocking and pausing as he looked around. You are a goddamn slob, he told Mikasa sharply. She was sitting on the bed with Historia, who was lying with her back turned toward the door. Levi seemed to notice that, and he hunched his shoulders reproachfully. Is she sick? No, Mikasa said. No, I don't think so. Well, get her up. We're suiting up. Mikasa's face darkened, much as he expected it to, and her nostrils flared. Without Armin? She asked with a severe bite to her tone. No way. This isn't a question, Mikasa, Levi said. Do as you're told. Levi, something is wrong, she said, lurching to her feet. You know it. Erwin's not telling us something. Erwin doesn't tell us a lot of things, Levi said. So what? So she gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing furiously. So. Do something about it. As much as I'd love to slug Erwin in the face, he said, I've got no reason to. And neither do you. Just get dressed. And, I dunno. Get the little Armin clone some coffee, or something. She looks dead. Levi, what do you think? Aaron asked eagerly. About one of us turning ourselves in. What? Mikasa asked flatly. Historia bolted upright, her eyes wide and somewhat bewildered, or furious, or distraught. Aaron couldn't tell. Perhaps it was a mixture of the three. Fuck no. No one is turning themselves in, Levi said. Did Erwin say that? Historia uttered softly. Aaron nodded. She rubbed her face tiredly, and Aaron wondered how she must feel. Emir running away, then Armin. Without any warning. Maybe I should let her punch me, Aaron thought brightly. To get her anger all out. I'll do it. No you won't, Aaron told her very sharply, feeling aggravated and bemused. I can heal, she said. So can I, but I ain't volunteering. But. Historia, Mikasa said, turning to face the tiny girl. We won't have you put yourself in any sort of danger. You aren't disposable. Erwin was wrong to suggest this sort of thing. No one is going to do it, because everyone here is too important to lose. Including you, Aaron said firmly. So quit that shit, no one wants to hear any sorta self-sacrificial notions, cause they mean nothing, dot. Historia stared at him with large eyes, her mouth parting in awe. Aaron didn't get it. He didn't get her. She was so quiet and so distant, and then she spouted shit like that. She had zero fucking regard for her safety. Holy shit, Aaron thought, staring into the tiny girl's awestruck eyes, she's exactly like Armin. Could that mean that Aaron could handle her like he handled Armin? Well, it couldn't hurt to try. He strode over to her, hopping over the cloth heaps Mikasa had left upon her floor, and he grabbed Historia's hands and yanked her to her feet. She wobbled a little, blinking at him with her gauzy blue eyes wide and uncertain. She was wearing a wrinkled skirt and thigh-highs, making it clear that she had likely just passed out on Armin's bed when she'd returned with Erwin the previous night. Her eyes were droopy and sad, and they were lined with exhaustion and weariness. Pretty as she was, her eyes were jaded, empty things. If you're worried about Armin, Aaron said, don't be. He can get by on his own as good as anyone. And, there's gotta be a good reason why he didn't tell us where he was going. Just have a little faith in him, Kay. He was speaking to himself as much as to her. She opened her mouth, and then promptly closed it. She was definitely wallowing, that was for sure, but Aaron couldn't really understand why. Armin wasn't stupid, right? No, he wasn't. So he was probably okay, even though Aaron was a little bit worried himself, but he couldn't let Historia know that. And if she was sad because Emir was gone, well, tough. It's not like she was alone. And anyway, Mikasa continued, we need you. You might be able to heal yourself, but you can also heal others. That's more important. Way more important than all of our powers combined. That's pretty true, Eren admitted. Historia balked at that, her eyes darting between him and Mikasa, and her nose scrunching up confusedly. How can strength even begin to compare to saving lives? It totally can't. Historia seemed to struggle with her words, her voice shaking as she spoke. I don't just save people, it's more complicated. Eren could see the tears in her eyes, and he put his hand on her head. He saw her flinch, but he paid no mind to it. Kman, he said firmly. We can't do this without you. I've killed someone, she blurted, her voice breaking miserably. My powers aren't nice. They're terrible. They make me want to drain all the life out of people, Eren glanced at Mikasa. She was edging closer to Historia, the tiny girl was trembling rather badly, and Eren felt a little guilty about that, but whatever. She could take it. She was Armin's sister, right? She could totally take it. Chill, Eren said, rustling her hair. She jumped, her body coiling and a sob escaping her trembling lips, and tears pooled inside her eyes as she scrubbed at them furiously. You think we're some holy fucking saints, or some shit like that? Do you even know how many people I've put in the hospital by going rogue, because it's a lot? Like, a whole lot. She shook her head furiously, tangling her hair around his planted fingers and bowing her head in shame. I broke Armin's arm when we were little, Mikasa said. I couldn't control my powers. Ymir murdered my mom by accident, Eren said, feeling his anger spike viciously, but even so, he kept it to a tiny snarl and a deep breath. And Berthold too, I guess. And like, shit. Hey, you got him to calm down about that, Levi said flatly. Impressive. Historia dug the heels of her hands into her eyes and she sniffled and gasped and shook like a leaf. Eren continued to pat her head, rubbing it affectionately as he might do to Armin. And Levi's a serial killer, Eren piped up. Like, seriously, we've all got our damage. Thank you for that, Eren, Levi said, I wanted everyone to know about that. Real nice. You little shit. Mikasa turned to face Levi, shooting him an angry look and moving toward him, motioning for him to shut up. Historia was openly crying, her little gasps bubbling up every few seconds as she covered her eyes with her hands and shook her head. Damn it, he hadn't wanted her to cry. This sucked. Had he just made things worse for her? What would I do if it was Armin? Eren asked himself as his hand moved to the back of her head, smoothing the tangles out of her hair. He pulled her head to his chest, patting her back as she hiccuped, wiping the snot from her nose and sinking against him. Okay, he thought to himself, okay, yeah. This could work. This will work. Hugs always work. She was making the front of his t-shirt all wet, but he couldn't really find it in him to care, so he just hugged her with as little strength as possible, a little scared to crush her accidentally or something, and he glanced at Mikasa for reassurance. She shot him a thumbs up, and he could tell that she was proud of him, which was kinda annoying but also kinda sweet. So, Mikasa said conversationally as Historia pulled back, still hiccuping as she wiped away her tears. A serial killer. Levi grimaced. Only people that deserved it. Like Dexter, Eren said as Historia hung very close to his side. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder loosely, feeling as though if he let her go she might drift off into nothing. Not like Dexter, Levi said, looking a little disgruntled. I didn't enjoy it that much. Okay, like Rorschach, then. Eren tilted his head. Yeah, you've got a total Rorschach thing going on, just way more sane. Rorschach, what is? Levi rolled his eyes, and he pinched the bridge of his nose. Is that a superhero? Yeah. Eren blinked confusedly, glancing from Historia to Mikasa in hopes that one of them might know what he was talking about. They both stared at him vacantly. Historia hiccuped, and wiped at her flushed cheeks. Watchman? Sweet Jesus, y'all are deprived. Is that a comic? Historia said hoarsely. Yeah, from the 80s, he said with a shrug, but it's also a movie. The movie's actually okay, I mean as long as you watch the director's cut it's definitely. Eren, Levi said sharply. Focus. Oh, right. Aaron rocked back on his heels. What were we talking about? Suiting up, Levi said. All of you. Hate, Mikasa muttered, drifting back to Aaron and Historia. Levi glowered at her back. Don't forget who raised you, he said darkly. You did a pretty shitty job. Yeah. Clearly. Get out of my room, she said flatly. Levi kicked a bundle of dirty clothes at her, which she caught with great ease. Clean it, he snapped as he whirled around. She flipped her middle finger at him with a slight sneer as he left the room. What an asshole, she spat. They're all kinda assholes, Aaron admitted. Except Hang. Hang's only flaw is their smoking. Was that a joke? Historia asked quietly. Aaron frowned. Well, mostly. Oh, so are you okay now? Yeah. She nodded quickly, ducking her head so he couldn't see her red-rimmed eyes. Thank you, Aaron, that was really sweet of you. Nah, I wasn't doing it to be sweet, he said, wrinkling his nose. I was doing it 'cause you kinda really needed a hug. Hugs are the best healers, that's what Hang always says. Historia stared at him. He blinked rapidly, wondering if he'd said something wrong, and he quickly unwound his arm from her shoulder. She looked, for a moment, strangely content as she nodded. She sniffled a little bit, her breathing a little shallow, but otherwise she seemed better. I'm going to go get ready, she said thickly, slumping as she hurried out of the room. Aaron and Mikasa watched her go. Nice, she said. Oh, shut up, he sighed, rubbing his head in irritation. What would you have done? I don't know, she admitted, sitting back down on her bed. Maybe the same thing. Maybe I would have punched her. No, you would not have, don't even lie. Mikasa cracked a small smile, and she flopped back onto her bed and sighed. I don't want to do this, she admitted. That was surprising. Of course Aaron had known Mikasa didn't want to do this, but the fact that she was vocalizing it was strange. Usually she just quietly went along with what they were supposed to do, playing her role to its fullest. But she seemed to genuinely not want to do this mission. It wasn't even a hard one, either. They were just meeting up. Then don't come, Aaron said. She sat upright once more, her expression fierce. What? She asked blandly. Don't come, he said, shrugging. Stay here and wait for Armin if you hate it so much. You don't really need to come, right? Of course I'm coming, she said fiercely. I can't just not come. But. Aaron's brow furrowed, and he flung up his hands. Okay, whatever. Your brain's weird. Have fun being grumpy the entire time. I am not grumpy. Aaron left the room, shutting the door behind him. The house was so quiet. He'd grown used to all the noise, all the people roaming around, and it sort of made him ache inside to realize that none of them were coming back. Except Armin, of course. But even so, he felt a strange gnawing in the pit of his stomach, a sense of dread that could not leave him, and he wondered if he was being paranoid or if he truly had a reason to be worried. It was Armin's birthday. Why had he left on his fucking birthday? And he was still really angry. Like, really fucking angry. But he was containing that anger. Because no one needed to deal with his bullshit right now. And it was a little unwarranted. Kinda. Ugh, he thought, kicking open his door. Why is everything so complicated? He got dressed into his rogue uniform, which, shit, barely fit him. Had he grown? He must have grown. It was really snug, and sort of uncomfortable, but it had been a while since he'd last worn it. He slapped on a mask, glancing at himself in the mirror and tilting his head. Rogue and Aaron existed one and the same. But now it felt a little weird donning a mask. He didn't save innocent bystanders anymore, or catch robbers, or put out fires. The investigation had consumed his entire life. It made him oddly sad. And nostalgic. He hopped up onto a stool while he waited for Historia and Mikasa to be finished getting ready, staring at Hang expectantly. They were holding Armin's Cicero costume, frowning at the blurry squiggles that graced the white fabric, unmoving and dull in comparison to the ever-changing words that clung to Armin's sides whenever he moved. "What ya up to?" Aaron asked, resting his chin in his hands. "Scrutinizing," they hummed. "Wanna join?" "What are we scrutinizing today?" he asked, leaning forward and squinting exaggeratedly at the uniform. "How damn skinny Armin is." "Aha, nope." Hang grinned at him, folding the uniform over their arm. "How this thing works. Like, isn't so strange. Without Armin here, the suit is just a suit. There aren't any words, and the ink doesn't move at all." "Well, it reacts with his power, doesn't it?" Aaron asked confusedly. Where were they going with this? Yeah, they gasped, their shoulders hunching, but how? "Gosh, I dunno," he said. "It's Armin. He's like, magic." "Magic is just science we don't understand yet," Hang chirped. "You got that from Thor?" "Arthur C. Clarke, actually." They winked at him. Historia appeared beside him, her long purple cloak trailing at her feet. Her hood would just about cover her face, and serve as a mask of sorts. Which was good. She had a recognizable face, it seemed. Of course, Mikasa and Eren had much more distinguishing features, so they were probably more likely to get caught. "Did Armin ever tell you how his suit worked, by any chance?" Eren asked her. He didn't really expect her to know. Armin honestly probably didn't even know. But it didn't hurt to ask. She glanced between him and Hang. "No." "Shame," Hang sighed loftily. "Oh well. He didn't tell me a lot," Historia said softly. "I wouldn't know more than anyone else about that kind of stuff." Eren studied her face. She'd pulled her hair back in a loose ponytail, and little bits of pale hair framed her face. She still looked a little weepy, but otherwise a lot better for wear. Beneath the cloak she was wearing leggings and a pale dress that was either blue or white, he couldn't tell. The deep purple washed it out. The deep purple actually washed her out, too. She looked kinda sickly. "Do you like musicals?" Eren asked curiously. She gave him a sharp, incredulous look. "What?" she asked blankly. "Like, you know. Wicked, or Les Mis." "Eren, you know that's not what it's called. Or any Disney movie ever. Stuff like that." She looked utterly stunned, her lips parted as her eyes flashed, and he knew he'd made her uncomfortable. "I liked The Hunchback of Notre Dame." "Oh, hey." Eren cried. "That's my favorite." "Wait, really?" "He likes Esmeralda a whole lot, that's why," Hang laughed. Eren shot them a dull glare. "Well, I was just wondering if you liked M," Eren said, choosing to ignore Hang. "I mean, Armin loves them. And, you like some stuff Armin likes. The horror stuff. Which is pretty cool, but he likes, psychological horror, and I'm like." Eren leaned back in his stool, his face twisting into a grimace. "Dude, what is wrong with plain old trashy horror movies?" "I like both," she said gently, sitting down carefully beside him. "I think the terrible ones are funny. Yeah, that's the best part. Armin only prefers psychological horror, I think, because generic horror bores him." She pursed her lips, giving Eren a thoughtful glance, and she shrugged. "I don't think it's a bad thing. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense." Eren rested a hand on his fist. "Never thought of it that way. I can't read his mind, so I don't really know," she blurted. "Don't take my word for it." "Nah, you're probably right." He'd been trying to keep his mind off Armin, but Armin was everywhere. Armin was in the very folds of this household, in the heavy air that they breathed, in their minds even when he was too far to taste, and he was in Historia Rice's face and in her gauzy eyes as she blinked at him vacantly, like a child or something, like a little kid Eren used to know but was scared that he might have lost somewhere. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know if he was grown up enough for this. He always kinda thought he was grown up enough, that he wasn't a child anymore, but with Armin gone it was like being 10 years old again. There was a empty, aching fear that swallowed up his heart, the steady rhythm of panic as it drummed against his ribs and crawled up his throat. He didn't want to be alone again. That would be the worst thing in the world. When Mikasa and Levi finally decided to appear, they set off. Eren was still toiling with his own thoughts and feelings, sorta on the edge of losing it, but mostly feeling like he had to get calm quick, or else he'd just fuck things up. But his thoughts were calling into the void, trying to tether to a mind that they could not reach, and it was difficult to focus on anything but the strange, vacuous silence. What if Armin comes back? Eren mused aloud as they landed in Chicago. Apparently someone had called Jean. Eren didn't really care. And, we're not there. It's his birthday, we should be there. He ran off, Levi said. Not our problem. No, that's not true at all, Eren said, feeling desperate to prove to Levi that Armin wasn't the terrible person he thought he was. Whatever. Jean ended up plopping in the seat behind Mikasa, right beside Historia, and he looked around tiredly. The sun was pouring light through the windows of the jet, turning everything a painfully bright white. Jean was wearing sunglasses with his bulletproof uniform, his hair in disarray and his lips parted. Get wrecked, Eren commented. Jean lowered his sunglasses, and Eren saw, incredibly amused, that his eyes were totally bloodshot and puffy. It's like 7 in the morning, on a goddamn Sunday, Jean said in a coarse voice. You get fucking wrecked. Pretty sure you're already wrecked. What did you tell your mom this time? Mikasa asked. Nothing. Jean slid his glasses back up, and he settled into his seat. I just left. She ain't gonna call you, or nothing. Eren scoffed. If I did that to Hang, they'd probably kick my ass, or pour chemicals on my jeans, or something. I'll just tell her I went to the gym, or something. Jean sneered at Eren, and it made his face look even more unpleasant to look at. It's not a big deal. Hey, wait, where's Armin? Historia sighed beside him, and Eren twisted in his seat to get a better look at her. She yanked up her hood and sunk very low, bundling herself up in her purple cloak and looking as though she wanted to disappear completely. Eren didn't blame her. She was probably still worried about Armin, just like he was. For her it was probably worse. She'd been with him. Maybe she felt like she could have stopped him, or gone with him. Eren would feel a lot better if Historia was with him, actually. Jean sounded so hopelessly, stupidly confused. It was hilarious. Okay, either something bad happened, or Historia just became a burrito because she's cold. Armin ran off last night, Mikasa explained. Eren hung over his seat, watching Historia peek out from under her hood. She looked even worse than Jean. Her eyes were bloodshot, puffy, and sunken into her face. She looked like she hadn't slept at all. She looked like she was about to burst into tears again. Eren felt bad for her, but at the same time he didn't get it. What the fuck was so bad that she was so distant, anyway? Did she really need Ymir back that bad? Armin was gone, and Eren wasn't outwardly sulky about it. Whiny, a little, yeah, okay, but not sulky. Right? What do you mean, he ran off? Jean asked. How does that even happen? He took the night bus to the leaky fucking cauldron, Eren replied. His voice was clipped and sardonic. How the hell do you think it happened? Well, I don't know. Jean was sneering again. I'm lucky if I'm even in the loop half the time with you people. Connie and Sasha are way worse off, we hardly ever tell them anything. Which might be why, Jean said, rolling his eyes, Connie didn't tell us about his great-aunt Ymir. Ymir is Connie's great-aunt. Historia piped up, pulling her hood back ever so slightly. She looked genuinely curious, her eyes brightening up considerably. We should really work on that communication thing, actually, Eren said, rubbing his head irritably. The rest of the trip was mildly amusing. Levi and Erwin bickered a little, which was incredibly fun to listen to, if only because it was Levi and Erwin. Levi was just being, kinda an asshole, honestly, while Erwin was reacting as Erwin tended to. Placidly, with a level tone and easy words. Eren wondered what it'd be like to be raised by him. Probably a little frightening. Hey, I've got a question, Eren called, mustering up his courage. Levi didn't even bother glancing at him. Erwin was too busy piloting. He took their mutual silence as a go-ahead. So why did you two never adopt Armin and Mikasa? What? Mikasa asked sharply, looking at him as though he'd just punched her in the gut, or something even more heinous like stab her in the arm. Well, sorry, I wanna know, he told her. It's not quite as simple as you might think it is, Eren, Erwin offered. His voice was light, but Eren could hear how hard and cold it was underneath the exterior, and he wondered what this man was feeling. Why he was steeling himself all of a sudden. Yeah, Levi said, I can't adopt Mikasa because of my drug problems. Wait, she said in a very quiet voice, what? Yeah, I'm not allowed, he said, blinking back at her. What's that face for, brat? How do you know that for sure? She asked, sitting very still and looking very alarmed. Levi was staring at her, and Eren felt a little guilty now for asking. It really hadn't been any of his business, but he'd really wanted to know. But now Levi was looking at Mikasa with a strange resignation in his eyes. It was too strange to see, and too hard to look away. I've already been evaluated, he said, in terms of if legal adoption is a suitable option. They pretty much told me I can't adopt ever. I have a criminal record, for one thing, and a pretty nasty one at that. Drug addiction. I was abused as a kid, and they took that into account because of how fucked up I already appeared to be to them. The only reason why I'm allowed to keep you is because I started going by the legal name Ackerman, so it looks like I'm related to you. Eren was staring at Levi, so he didn't see Mikasa's expression when he felt her slump in her seat. But that's not fair, Eren thought. That's not fair at all. But he couldn't say anything, and he was suddenly aware of the enormity of it all. He'd always thought, in terms of Levi's terrible past, that he could always just look to the future to get through it. But that wasn't true. His past would follow him everywhere. He'd be attempting to shake off his previous mistakes until he reached his grave. And that was unbelievably sad. You never told me that, Mikasa said quietly. I didn't think it mattered. Levi turned away from them, and Eren glanced at Mikasa's face. She looked stricken, her lips parted and her shoulders hunched, and he wished he could hear her thoughts, or mentally reassure her somehow, but there was nothing binding their minds together, and Eren was lost. Armin was such a powerful glue. What could they do without him? It was very quiet in the plane for about a minute as this information settled in their brains. Not even Jean, as mouthy as he was, spoke up to comment. Eren knew that Hang was powerful, so it probably made sense that they could easily adopt when people less fortunate like Levi had to face the reality of the system. Can Hang just adopt everyone? Eren found himself thinking. It was a silly thought, a desperate thought, and he imagined going back in time and being able to play with his friends in Hang's apartment while Hang made fun science experiments and taught them about stars and light and the Doppler effect. I've actually been putting off adopting Armin, Erwin said, because I'm not sure if that's what he wants. Wow, that's dumb, Eren said flatly. Of course that's what he wants. You've got no tact at all, do you? Jean muttered from behind him. Eren shot him a glare. Sorry, what? Am I really getting judged by a horse-faced stoner, because that's fucking hilarious, please, go on. What the fuck is your issue, man? Eren opened his mouth to retort that Jean should get baked on his own time, and that he looked like he'd just crawled out of a dumpster, but Mikasa pulled on his ear sharply. Perhaps she'd sensed where his thoughts had been heading. Maybe they didn't really need the mind link after all. Erwin, Historia called, straightening up in her seat. You should adopt him. While you still can. Eren wrenched his face away from Mikasa's grasp. What's that supposed to mean? He asked the tiny girl. She said nothing. She stared at him with her dull blue eyes heavily lidded, and she kept her mouth firmly shut. Eren didn't get it. Armin's 16 now, Mikasa reminded Eren. He'll be 18 in 2 years. Well, that's silly. Eren kind of regretted bringing this up now. They landed in Oregon after a few hours, meeting up with Sasha and Connie as they entered the hospital. Without Armin to make them invisible, they got a lot of unwanted attention. Eren wondered if that was what Erwin wanted. If this was all a gamble. They quickly explained what happened to Berthold and Reiner, and then about Armin's disappearance, covering the basics of what they missed the past few days. You did a ballet? Sasha asked Mikasa eagerly. That's so cool. Yeah, my feet are still blistered, she admitted. Her voice was a little muffled by her Neo mask. Eren looked between her and Levi, who wore a mask nearly identical as Freiheit. It was actually pretty interesting to see, because Eren had never seen them on a mission together before. We were wondering if you guys were actually gonna make it, Connie said, bouncing relatively fast as they moved up the stairwell to the burn unit. What with the blizzard, and stuff? Blizzard? Eren asked confusedly. What the sweet hop in hell? Sasha giggled into her hand, likely at his accent, which forced him to glower at her. Why was it so funny when his drawl became really thick, like what was with that? He couldn't help but flush in embarrassment. You know, that huge blizzard. Connie stared at them with his acutely shaped eyebrows furrowing. The East Coast got slammed with snow a few hours ago. Not New York, Mikasa said. Yeah, no. Eren shook his head. There wasn't a blizzard when we left. Apparently Massachusetts got it real bad, Sasha said, adjusting the strap of her quiver. But we only caught a little bit of Good Morning America before you guys showed up. Isn't it a little early for blizzards, though? Connie whined. I mean, it was just Halloween. It's very strange, said Erwin. His voice was flat. Emotionless. Carefully devoid of any emotion. Eren studied his back suspiciously, and he glanced at Mikasa. They'd had the same thought again. It was clear by the way her dark eyes swiveled to his face, and then to Historia. Something was definitely up. They came upon Petra's room, and Eren was relieved to see her sitting up in bed. She glanced at them, and she waved a little meagerly. Aside from her elevated, bandaged leg, she seemed to be okay. She had her laptop resting on one leg, and she was typing one-handed as they entered. Friction, free shooter, Erwin said. Or, by the sound of his voice, ordered. Stay outside. Guard the door. Sasha and Connie glanced at each other. Then finally, Connie shrugged, and in a great blur of green he was gone, and a burst of air was left in his wake. Sasha followed him without comment, throwing a curious glance back at them. Neo, Erwin ordered, Freiheit. Stand by the window. They did not make any sort of objections as they moved to the window, Mikasa standing on the left and Levi standing on the right. Their twin Neo masks looked rather ominous in the shadow of the morning light that trailed into the cramped hospital room. Rogue, Viti, Erwin said quietly, by me. Eren hesitantly went to Erwin's side, while Historia looked a little more apprehensive. Jean was standing alone, looking puzzled as he glanced between the door and the window. Eren was getting the distinct feeling in the pit of his stomach, like something really terrible was about to happen. Erwin would know. Viti, Erwin said, a warning held sternly in his voice. Historia stood, her purple hood shrouding her face, and she stiffened when he called out to her. Augur, she started in her soft little voice, what did you? This isn't request, Viti. Stand beside me. Erwin's voice was so demanding that Eren found himself alarmed, and a little intimidated. Actually, a lot intimidated. Historia hesitantly walked to Erwin's side, her head bowed and her body coiled with tension. Eren wondered what she knew. He wondered what was going to happen. This can't be good, can it? He glanced around, and his eyes settled on Jean, who looked completely lost. Heal her, Erwin said. Quickly. Historia didn't need to be told that twice. She leaned forward, pushing her cloak back and laying her hands over Petra's leg. Petra looked a little bemused as Historia's fingers twitched against the air, drawing little shapes until suddenly the air grew thick and light bloomed from her fingers, golden and stretching thickly all up her arms and around Petra's leg, energy roaring into life and flashing in the dim blue of Historia's eyes. The gold stretched until it snapped, and it burst all across the room, bouncing light in every corner and cranny until it was everywhere at once, and then suddenly nowhere at all. She took a step back, her head bowed, and she nodded curtly to Erwin. Petra looked bewildered, and she reached up to touch her bandaged leg. Holy! She cried, her lips quirking into a disbelieving grin. Freiheit, Erwin barked, Ricochet. Get her out of here. Now. What? Jean asked sharply. Levi had already started forward, while Erwin looked toward the window with a hard expression. He pushed Historia very carefully behind him, his arm hovering protectively over her head. She's going to get shot, Erwin said. Soon. Within the minute. Freiheit. I've got her, Levi said quietly. He'd picked up Petra, much to her dismay, for she was flushing and reaching rather desperately for her laptop, her arms flailing mildly. Wait, wait. She gasped. My computer. Not important, Levi said, carrying her to the doorway. Jean followed hesitantly, his eyes darting from Erwin to Levi to Mikasa. He'd pulled out one of his guns. Like hell, it's not important. She twisted in his grasp, her bandaged foot kicking up as she peeked over his shoulder. Ricochet, right? Grab my computer. Geez, Jean muttered, turning back to the bed and slamming her laptop shut. What's even on here now? More names. Locations, she corrected. Actually. As in, I was able to trace where the other institute buildings are. You know, Rose in Oklahoma, and then Sina in Massachusetts. I even got some good images of them, so you guys can infiltrate. Rogue. Erwin shouted, rounding on Aaron. Now. Do it now. At first Aaron had no idea what he was talking about, and he took a tiny, fearful step back. And then he looked toward the window, and he understood. He grabbed his wrist and twisted it sharply until he felt his bone snap, and he gritted his teeth as the fracture sent pain shooting up his arms and through his nerves until his nerves jutted out of his skin in glistening red ribbons, steam rising from his skin as lightning darted around his fingers as bone and muscle and nerves bundled around his broken appendage, shooting outward and wrapping rapidly like weaving snakes in a great succession of mass. Just as a bullet shattered the window, Rogue's hand smashed through the wall. Aaron felt the bullet embed in his palm, and the entire room quaked as the wall collapsed under the force of his giant arm crashing into it. Mikasa jumped away, landing with ease on Petra's bed and crouching as her fingers flew to the pommel of her sword. Get Petra out of here! Erwin shouted as the ceiling cracked, and dust leaked across the air, showering them in powdery white. Jean and Levi fled the room, and Mikasa unsheathed her sword as she leapt off the bed. What now? She asked as Aaron withdrew his massive fist from the wall. Erwin inhaled very sharply. Perhaps he didn't know. He'd stopped one future from happening, but what could possibly happen next? Aaron squinted through the dust and rubble and he saw a figure kneeling on the roof across from them. Mikasa seemed to have noticed as well, because she backed away, her boots cracking against sheetrock as she called behind her. Sasha! I need your bow. Huh? Sasha poked her head in, hunched over with her arms folded protectively over her head. For what? What are you gonna? And then she seemed to see as well. She straightened up, and she shook out her bow, drawing an arrow from her quiver. Who is that? Sasha whispered, notching the arrow. Kenny Ackerman, Mikasa growled. Aaron was surprised at how furious she was. Can you get a clear shot at him? You want me to shoot him? She sounded distressed, and her eyes flashed very wide. And then she squinted through the dust, her shoulders slumping in defeat. No, it's too dusty. I can definitely get onto the roof, though. No, Sasha, Mikasa said firmly. You're not going. He's too good at hand-to-hand, and you haven't got any powers. I'll go, Aaron gasped, wrenching his hand free as his rogue arm unraveled. There was so much steam and dust in the room now, he could hardly breathe, let alone see. I can heal. No way. Mikasa gasped. He's too fast, you wouldn't be able to. Yo, I'm drawing, Sasha said, pulling her bowstring taut. Whoever is going, make up your minds. Aaron shook off the excess nerves, steam clouding his vision as he squinted at Mikasa's face. She was very clearly not very happy about any of this, her dark eyes flashing beneath the slits of her mask, but she had no choice. He was beginning to feel the pressure here, amongst the smoke and dust and frigid air, and he felt it bite into his bones. Let's go together, he said to her. He offered out his hand. Sasha released her arrow, and it sailed through the air, a strong cord snapping taut as it took purchase on the opposite roof. Mikasa grabbed his hand and pulled him forward, throwing her sword over the cable so the long silvery fabric that kept it attached to its sheath bundled around it, and she grasped her hilt in order to make a closed hoop. Then, suddenly, she was dragging him into open air. It was exhilarating, yes, and mildly terrifying as his body hung limply by only his arm in her vice grip. Every muscle in him was screaming, and his shoulder was aching terribly from having to support all his weight as they sailed through the air, his stomach utterly left behind in the rubble and dust, and he felt like he'd been filled with something like bubbles or helium or 1,000 flittering butterflies battering at his innards. He was breathless, and he could not see in the rush of wind and in the warm mist of his own breath, and suddenly he was rolling on the sharp gravel of a rooftop. He rolled onto his feet, his hand in his fist, and he watched Mikasa as she spun on the tips of her toes to duck a blow from this old man who'd put both her and Levi in the hospital. She ducked, and flung her sword at him, retrieving and whipping it away at just the right moment so he could not grasp the silvery fabric attached to its pummel. "I thought I told you," Mikasa spat, sounding breathless as she flipped away from his flying fists. Her boots kicked up grayish gravel, spitting it into the air as she dodged another blow, and then another, on the tips of her toes and swirling as though in a sequence of dance. "Leave us alone. You've got guts, kiddo." Kenny Ackerman laughed as he kicked her very hard in the stomach, and she made a sharp choking noise as her body skidded across the expanse of the roof, her arms and legs flipping over each other as she struggled to stop. "Hell of a lot more than your little whore of a father." The sound Mikasa made from across the roof was like an animal snatching its prey, a feral snarl that tore across the air as she leapt to her feet. "You don't know anything," she rasped, holding her sword in a reverse grip as her body curled back defensively. "Brat, you don't know anything," Kenny said, pulling a gun from beneath his coat and pointing it at her. "Your papa's pretty gross. Spent lots of time sleeping around with all sorts of nasty people. Boys and girls, old and young. You'd be so much better off without him." Aaron snapped his wrist again, letting the feeling of rogue's flesh enveloping his arm overwhelm him. He was enraged. This was utter bullshit. Levi could be, well, an asshole, undeniably, but he didn't deserve any of this. Isn't this guy his father? Aaron thought vehemently as his rouge fist smashed into the ground where Kenny had been standing a split second before. The roof cracked beneath the weight, and gravel coughed up all around him, embedding in his skin as he reached out. 4 gunshots forced Aaron to bite his tongue, 4 bullets completely tearing apart one of his fingers at point-blank range. Kenny jumped atop Aaron's knuckle and started running. Aaron shook him off like he might shake off a bug, and he stumbled back when that didn't work, and Kenny landed beside him. Aaron thought as his arm unraveled once again, his body not up for the stress it took to keep one limb at rogue size for longer than a minute. He hadn't eaten much that morning, and he'd probably burned away any nutrition the cereal had given him. Fuck. He attempted to punch Kenny in face, his dark fist flying against the icy air, but he was caught completely off guard by the speed of this man's reflexes, and he jerked away at the last second, grasping Aaron's forearm and twisting it behind his back. Aaron cried out in shock, not used to being so quickly apprehended, and he felt something very cold kiss the back of his neck. He shuddered, feeling nausea crawl around inside the pit of his stomach as every hair on his body stood on end and his breath caught inside his throat. "K, girlie," Kenny Ackerman said, digging the barrel of his gun into the nape of Aaron's neck. "Put that sword away. Nice and slow." Aaron watched, horrified, as Mikasa stood frozen only a few yards away, her body caught in mid-motion. She'd been running to his aid, but Kenny was too fast. "We fucked up," Aaron thought, sweat prickling on his brow as his heart thudded in his chest. "Mikasa, don't!" he cried as she shoved her sword back into the sheath at the small of her back. She bowed her head, her mask askew. She was staring at him, her eyes shadowed and her body tense. Kenny kicked the back of his knees, and he was forced to genuflect, his breathing growing ragged as he realized the true enormity of the situation at him. A bullet to the back of his neck would kill him. That was for certain. Okay, nice." Kenny's voice was coarse, but strangely loud and excited. Levi's voice was always soft and monotone, if not chilly and distant. "Now that I've got your undivided attention, let me let you in on a little secret. Levi owes me his goddamn sanity. When I found him, he was a broken little toy brought out into the light every once in a while to be fucked at leisure. I gave him a purpose beyond that. Aaron felt sick to his stomach. Take off that mask. It's annoying. Mikasa hesitantly pushed her Neo mask onto her head, baring her face to them. She looked absolutely livid, her teeth bare and her eyes flashing dangerously. Aaron was trying to think fast, but the problem was that he really couldn't think. He was lost in his own head, and there was a gun against his weak spot, and this guy was manipulating Mikasa, and it was a little terrifying. What do you want? Aaron asked sharply. Like, why are you assholes even after Petra, anyway? Ha, Kenny snorted, this kid's got guts too. Now, you're Grisha's kid, right? Aaron thought his heart might have stopped in that moment. His father. Yes, his father. Shit. His father. How do you know him? Aaron blurted, staring wide-eyed at Mikasa as she stared right back at him, looking wary and hardened. He could tell she was scared, though. It was written in the way she held herself. She was scared out of her wits, just like Aaron. I met him a few times here and there. You've got a lot more spunk than him, let me tell you. How about I take you to him, kid? Aaron nearly laughed. No thanks, he spat. I'll pass. But in the back of his mind, a part of him wondered. If I can get to my dad, Aaron thought wildly, can't I help Armin out with his headaches? And the seizures? And the hallucinations? Or, Kenny said, easing very low so his breath tickled Aaron's ear, I could just blow your head off. Was this ever about Petra? Mikasa asked, her voice thin. Or do you just like threatening people? Both, honestly. Kenny's voice was too loud. Aaron thought if he could just get the gun off him for 2 seconds, he'd probably be able to escape, probably. Apparently the chick's been a pest, so taking her out was the objective. You two are a way better prize, though. How's the shoulder, then? Mikasa asked dully. You're testing my patience, girlie. Mikasa took a deep, unsteady breath. Wind howled against Aaron's ears, toying with his and Mikasa's hair as they stared each other down. He didn't know what to do. On one hand, life was pretty nice, and seeing his dad could help Armin, and possibly Levi, but then there was that whole stubbornness thing which was the whole reason why Aaron was still debating. Also, Levi's dad was a scumbag, and Aaron was going to try to rip his tongue out from his throat. There was the faint sound of something whooshing, and before Aaron could even turn his head, Kenny Ackerman was suddenly on the ground, and gravel was spitting into Aaron's face. He stared in awe and confusion at the blur of green that word to kick the man in the face, and then kicked his gun over the side of the building. Then, the blur was on the other side of the roof, bouncing on his feet. Connie, Aaron thought in amazement. He felt a gentle hand on his shoulder, and he looked up as Historia knelt down beside him. You're not hurt, she asked, sounding genuinely concerned as she searched his face, are you? Well, you'd know, right? He offered weakly. She smiled, and she took his hand, pulling him to his feet. You're okay, she said, pulling him toward the zipline cord that Sasha's arrow had made. Come on, we should. A gunshot tore across the thin morning air, sharper than the frigid November wind and louder than its terrible wail. Aaron felt something whiz past his ear. Warm blood burst across his face. It was so hot against the frosty lash of wind upon Aaron's cheeks, it almost burned him. He felt it on his nose, trickling down warmly against the grooves of his lips. He felt it cling to his eyebrows, and he could smell it as it washed over his skin. His mouth fell open in horror, and it poured into his mouth, acrid and metallic as it signed his tongue. Historia's forehead had a peculiar little hole in it. Blood seemed to be painted across her pale hair, smeared over her eyelids and sliding fast over her tiny nose in thick rivulets. Aaron remembered how Armin had looked when Aaron's blood had soaked his face. And suddenly he felt like he was going to puke. Historia. He reached out to catch her, but 4 bullets crashed into his back and he buckled at the familiar pain, the familiar crushing feeling of bullets crashing into him. He heard Mikasa's shouts as he buckled to his knees, and his hair was yanked back. Aaron didn't have the energy to become rogue. And even if he did, he'd take down the entire building. He hadn't planned this well. If only Armin were here, Aaron thought distantly as Kenny Ackerman pressed the barrel of this new gun to Aaron's forehead. The pain wasn't so agonizing, but he could feel his skin healing around the bullets. Historia was lying on her side, her dull eyes glassy, foggy with death. And Aaron didn't know what to do. Aaron choked, dizzy and sickened and ready to rip the entire world apart. You fucking bastard. Aha, oopsie, Kenny said. Did I kill one of your little friends? Actually, hold on a moment. I should make sure she wasn't important, probably. Aaron wanted to scream. He listened to Kenny dial on his cell phone, and Aaron closed his eyes as the gun's barrel scraped the sweaty skin of his forehead. He didn't want to look at Historia's face. It looked too much like Armin's. Yo, Kenny said into his phone, so I might have shot one of them. A complete accident, of course. I'm gonna to kill you, Aaron snarled. His eyes snapped open just as Kenny's gun came smashing upon the side of Aaron's face, forcing him to eat gravel as his ears rung, and his head throbbed, and his back attempted to heal itself as it zapped away all his energy at once. He was so tired, couldn't he just sleep now? Maybe? Fuck this. The little blonde girl, Kenny was saying. Cute. It was annoying me. Aaron looked up, his entire body objecting to even the slightest movement, and he saw Mikasa holding Connie back, staring at him with wild eyes. Aaron wasn't terrified anymore. He was disgusted. He was so disgusted, in fact, that his rage was overtaking him, and he thought he might just transform somehow into Rogue anyway, just to rip Kenny Ackerman apart. He deserved it. He deserved it like no one on this earth deserved to suffer. Did you now? Dead or alive? Kenny kicked Aaron in the face. Aaron saw nothing but a blinding rush of white, and his nose crunched as his head was turned to the gravel once more. He swallowed thickly, Historia's cooling blood still burning inside of his mouth, searing his tongue with its very existence, and it mingled with his own blood, hot and fresh and congealing. Okay. You want a matching set, I get it. Add it to your little blonde corpse collection. Have at it. Kenny hung up, his boot resting on Aaron's cheek. He could feel the grooves of the shoe soles, feel the dirt smear against his skin, mixing with Historia's blood. Aaron needed to find a weapon. He needed to find something, he needed to do something. Hey, Kenny said, prodding Aaron's cheek with his toe. Kid. I've got an even better proposition for you. Fuck no, Aaron spat, blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. He was close to tears, close to sobbing, close to screaming until his lungs collapsed. He was so close to letting himself be consumed by his grief and rage, he didn't even care about the smug look on Kenny's face. Come on, kid. Hear me out. Kenny pointed his gun at Mikasa then, and Aaron wondered if she had attempted to move. So, looks like the bossman's got a little something. He's willing to negotiate. Negotiate? Aaron coughed, and he bared his teeth. No. There would be no negotiations. Just pain. For them. Tell your bossman to go throw himself on a rusty fucking railroad spike. Come with me, the man said, and you can see Armin Arlelt again. Aaron stared up at him. Blood was obscuring his vision. Historia's blood. Historia, Armin's sister. Who was lying dead right beside him. Tears rushed into his eyes. No. This wasn't right. It didn't make sense. None of this made sense, it wasn't fair. Liar, Aaron whispered, his voice shaky. You're bluffing. Yeah, I don't know who this Armin kid is, Kenny said, lifting his boot from Aaron's face. But, apparently he's not doing so hot. This might be your last chance to ever see him, if he means anything to you. Bossman thinks he does. Aaron was breathing rather heavily. He was lying. He had to be lying. It made no sense that the Institute would have Armin. Unless Erwin and Armin think the same, Aaron thought in horror. Armin wouldn't. Armin didn't turn himself in, right? No, he couldn't. He wouldn't. Thank you. Aaron heard a soft little voice speak up from beside him. He turned his head, and watched Historia rise, her blood dripping down her pretty little face, slithering against her rosy skin as she sat up, tossing her hood back. There was something strange in her gauzy blue eyes. Something like silver ringing around her pupils. Aaron felt his heart drop into his stomach in utter relief, and he wondered if this was what Armin and Mikasa had felt like when they had thought he had died. Kenny actually jumped in surprise at the suddenly very much alive girl. He moved his gun to her face, but she'd already flung her hands out, stretching them as she rose to her feet. Kenny Ackerman froze in his place. His eyes widened in shock. In fear. In pain. Aaron sat up, her blood still half blinding him. Her fingertips were silver. Her eyes were silver too. Everything was suddenly silver light, like the moon had broken out in the daytime and eclipsed all other light, even the sun, and spilt its shine all across the globe from just one little wave of a little girl's tiny finger. "I can find Armin now," Historia said in a bright, giddy voice. Her eyes were glowing a serene sort of silver. They were heavily lidded, and suddenly very aware. She glowered at him. "If you were anyone else, I'd probably let you live. But you're not. You're scum." Aaron watched in awe as the silver in the air expanded, illuminating the morning like a beacon bursting in the night, and it was suddenly so cold that Aaron could feel blood freezing upon his cheeks, crystallizing against his nose and mouth, and the tears in his eyes iced up at the corners. He was shivering in the silvery miasma, ice and snow and fear pressing upon him as Historia raised both hands very high, and the light grew so bright it burned his eyes. Then she flicked her wrists, and Kenny Ackerman gave a short, visceral shriek of agony as the light blew apart in 100,000 fractals of energy, and then sucked itself all back together, condensing in a roaring icy sphere that collided with Historia's chest, sending her flying onto her back. Kenny Ackerman's body fell, crumpling at the tiny girl's feet like a marionette whose strings had been sliced. Aaron scrambled to her side, helping her upright as she shuddered, clutching her chest and coughing a little. Her eyes darted up to Aaron's face, and he saw the silver in them leaking across her bloody cheeks, dissipating very nearly upon contact. Mikasa and Connie came rushing to them, though Connie reached them first, and this time after he kicked Kenny Ackerman's gun away, he actually checked to make sure the man was down. Mikasa fell to her knees beside Aaron, pressing her hand into his back, and all he could do was tell her he was fine before Historia collapsed to her hands and knees and vomited. "He's dead," Connie whispered. Aaron placed his hand against Historia's back as she retched, her body trembling, and her eyes wild with terror and confusion and despair. He could hear her sobbing between intakes of breaths and upheavals. "Get his phone," Aaron told Connie. "It's literally the only thing that's got worth on that piece of trash." He rubbed slow circles against Historia's back as she continued to puke, her body racking and quaking, and she was soon sobbing unlike she'd ever sobbed, or like anyone had ever sobbed before, her voice carrying across the shrill wind and breaking like huge, echoing thunderclaps, and he wondered if she wasn't some kind of god in human skin, forced to be human and have human feelings. Like grief. And despair. And fear. "She's so scared," Aaron thought, pulling back her hood. It had fallen over her face again. She shouldn't be scared. She's got nothing to be afraid of anymore. "Don't cry, Historia," Aaron said, leaning a little into Mikasa's one-armed embrace. He was falling asleep. He hadn't taken his medication that morning. That explained a lot. "You just saved us. Hey. Look." When she did, her eyes were back to that same old dull blue, no silver, no film of death, just a strange distance that was a result of her pretending to be something she clearly was not. Through all the blood, and all the tears, Aaron thought he could definitely see her for what she really was. Human. Just like the rest of them. He licked his thumb, and rubbed it against her forehead. It smeared the blood around minutely. She stared at him, looking bewildered, and she hiccuped. "You've got a little something on your face," he offered. She blinked rapidly. And then, tearfully, she began to laugh. Chapter 29, Unwilling, Willing. Nolans Valens. Salem, Massachusetts. 83 Non. November, 2766 AUC. A blizzard. It had made sense when she had first initiated it. Now she just felt like a fool for letting her emotions get the better of her. Repeatedly. In a very quick succession of what could be the greatest fuck-ups of her very short life. She still wasn't sure what had happened. She didn't know who to blame. Herself? Had she truly been so irrationally blind to her own power? Or was she being tricked yet again? It had all gone so smoothly until he started freezing. Annie hadn't known what exactly to feel when she'd kissed Armin. Was there supposed to be feeling? Usually she wasn't quite attached to her own emotions, her heart constantly numb and constantly keeping her from comprehending her own mistakes. But even so, there had always been some sort of flicker of warmth there. When she was with the team, feeling some semblance of normality, of care, and foreign contentedness, she'd always felt warm and safe and sad beyond belief. Because it wasn't real. Because none of it was real. She was just a liar, and they were just doomed. But Armin's lips had been so soft, and his skin so abnormally warm, overheated it seemed by his sickness, and his fleshy lips had burned her. Trust was a two-way street, that was for sure. And she had no choice but to trust him. What were her other options? It was either Armin or captivity. She wouldn't be trapped like a rabbit in a snare. She was not going through this horror again. I'm such a fool, she thought, collapsing in a snowbank as the drifts grew thicker and thicker, layering the roads with blankets of white. All schools had been called off. Annie felt like those children should be kissing the snow that she walked upon. I'm a foolish little girl, and I never learn, not even when it matters most. Wind and ice clung to her skin and her hair and her clothes, and she likely looked like some kind of snow witch, with all the hoarfrost and icicle that seemed to grow from her very skin. It, in fact, did. Every little burst of snowflakes was a result of something she'd thrown up, quite literally, which was terrifying and a little disgusting. She wished she could freeze herself like she'd frozen Armin. She should have known from the moment it started. She should have quit while she was ahead, and never let it go so far. The moment she'd pulled back to see frost caking his pale lips, she knew she'd royally fucked up. But it had only gotten worse. Her power had grown on its own. And suddenly he was being devoured by ice, and shaking so badly that she thought he might snap his neck. She hadn't even realized her own terrible distress until she'd felt a gentle hand on her back, rubbing small circles between her shoulder blades. Oh, Annie, Marco had sighed, watching Armin convulse and freeze in a dual presentation of grotesque nature. Look what you've done now. She'd been sobbing, she'd realized upon coming to her senses, and clawing at Armin's feet with her blackened fingers, attempted to break apart the ice she'd created but only blasting more icicles into spiking, crystallized existence, watching them as they grew and twisted and writhed around his skinny body. Her power was utterly consuming him, and he was powerless to stop it. He was dying. He was seized by his malady, and there was nothing she could do to stop it, or herself, or any of this horror. No, Annie had sobbed, no, no, no. Stand up, Marco whispered. You're only worsening the damage done. Annie had been so distraught, she could barely think, barely function. This wasn't fair. She'd liked Armin. She really, really liked Armin, she liked that he understood her, and she liked that he was clever and concerned, and she liked that exhilarating thought that maybe he could figure everything out just by being his odd little self, but now that dream was shattered, and she was watching him become a casualty of her own making. I don't. Annie'd been breathless, her tears crystallizing upon her cheeks. I don't understand. What? He'd sounded so confused, and he laughed at her. The sound was familiar and sweet, and she wanted him out of her head, she wanted all these stupid boys and their stupid, sweet little lies out of her head. Oh, come on. Did you really think kissing him was a good idea? You can barely touch me without making my fingers numb. I thought it'd be different, she gasped, I thought. You little fool. Marco had murmured, his voice light and affectionate as he rested his hand on her head. She was still clawing at Armin's feet, sobs bubbling up in her chest. A lovely fool, granted, but a fool nonetheless. Look at him. Look what you've done. What on earth were you even thinking? Every tear was a line of ice stuck against her cheek. She'd never felt so cold in her entire life, and there was ice in her bloodstream. Winter was her beating heart, and snow was packed around her frigid insides, glittery porcelain skin to match her cold, hard heart. Stop it. She'd screamed, watching her black fingers produce a myriad of broken, busted ice that danced around the tree, laughing in sweet crackling sounds at her madness, her sadness, and her grave stupidity. "Help me undo it." She was breaking apart, melting and cracking, and every little thing that she'd held inside her, bottled up beneath the frigid exterior, was spilling through, and it was so warm and sickening that she thought she might puke. I can't melt it, you have to do something." Marco stood smiling at her side, watching as her ice smoothed delicately over Armin's sweet, astonished face. It solidified nicely. "Annie," he said gently, "come on, now, chin up. Let me take care of it. You trust me, don't you? I mean." Marco looked up, his soft voice drifting over the lashing of the wind. "After all, if anyone can help him, it's me." "Liar," she spat. He glanced at her as she lurched to her feet. She scrubbed at her face with her icy fingers, scratching away at the frozen tears, and she took deep, harsh breath as the air became cold and knifed at her lungs with every short intake. "You," she snarled, stumbling away from him, her sneakers crushing leaves and sending swirls of frost across the dead yellow grass. "You liar." "Oh, aren't you being dramatic?" Marco rolled his eyes. "If I'm a liar, Annie, what does that make you?" She wanted to scream. She wanted to scream, and throw herself to the ground and cry and scream and thrash until the world broke apart. She hated this. "Stop it!" she snarled. I can't do this anymore. I can't keep lying for you." "You do realize," he said, his eyes warm and bright against the shuddering, ice-clustered dawn, "that you can't get away from this, don't you?" Everything was ice and snow now. Everything was dust and frost. "I will," she told him, staring into his warm face and his warm eyes and his warm, warm smile, and she decided that she could definitely despise him. "I'm through with all of this. If you don't help me free Armin, then I'll never speak to you again." "That's kind of childish," he sighed, rubbing the back of his head. "Not to mention rude." "Fuck you," she snapped. "Wow." Marco looked at her. Really looked, and his shoulders slumped a little as he took a step forward. Instinctively she stumbled back, and icicles sprouted up from the dirt where her heels collided with the earth. "You're really angry." "I'm sorry, Annie. I didn't realize you cared about him that much." She wanted to sob. She could feel one bubbling in her chest, and she stared at him incredulously, shaking her head over and over, little bursts of ice and snow dragging into the air from the tips of her fingers. His expression softened considerably, and she shook her head again and again and again, unable to believe him and his apology, and yet she found herself breaking apart at the very seams as his strong arms found their way around her tiny shoulders, and she was pressed up against his chest, her face buried in the buttons of his shirt. "You'll forgive me, won't you?" he murmured into her hair. "I never think before I do things. I thought making him come to you would fix it all." "You made it worse," she choked against his chest, sinking into his embrace as fresh tears sprung into her eyes. "You kept feeding him lies. You made him have a seizure, or something. What did you even show him?" He rested his chin against the top of her head, and for a few sweet moments it seemed normal again, like everything was back the way it was supposed to be, and she could just forget about Armin and the others, forget and be happy, be something that wasn't inexplicably terrified. "I made him seals instead of me. I thought it'd work, but his mind is a lot stronger than I anticipated. And the seizure, well, unfortunately, I've been gambling on his life a little too long. I don't think he'll live much longer." Annie was breathless. "He won't live much longer," she thought, peeking through Marco's arms to look at the face of the boy beneath the ice. He looked serene, somehow, and she wanted nothing more than to shatter the frozen mass and make him breathe some real air. "This is too cruel. Life's too cruel. What's going to happen to him?" Annie whispered. He rubbed her back reassuringly, as though that could make the pain of what he'd done go away. She was numb to so much in this world. Why not him too? What was this, her weakness for sweet smiles and open, friendly minds? Sweet boys always ended up being the cruelest, it seemed. "Well," Marco chirped, "thanks to you. I think he'll live a little longer. So don't cry over it, doll." Chin up. She didn't look up at him. She hated it when he called her doll. Or not. Okay. Look, I'm really sorry this happened. No you're not, she muttered into his chest. Hey, I want Armin to live as much as you do, he said softly, taking her face in his hands and tilting it up so she could look him in the eyes. See? No lies this time. I'm me, see? I can't even tell the difference anymore, she hissed, shoving him away. He looked genuinely hurt, and he stared at her confusedly. What's real, Marco? This face? Or else? And he'd stared at her. And he'd smiled. Don't you trust me, Annie? He asked innocently. No, she said, taking another step backwards, sickened as icicles spun around her, curling against the harsh morning light and glittering in her wake. No, I don't think I trust you at all. Now who's the liar, he cooed. Get out of my head. She'd snapped, her dark fingers flying beneath her hair, tearing at her scalp as she squeezed her eyes shut. Get out of here. Go. I thought you wanted me to help you get Armin out of this terrible, terrible mess you've made. You did this, she gasped, tears flooding her cheeks and gathering in clumps of snow around her eyelids. It was obscuring her vision, turning everything bright white. Not me. Look around, he said, waving his arms at all the ice bursting from the ground, at the boy encased in a frozen prison, at the snow rising from her tear ducts. This was all you. Every little bit of it. All I did was lead him here. And look how well that turned out. It's swell, I think, he said earnestly, glancing at Armin's frozen body. I mean, I thought you wanted him to live. Well, now we have more time to help him. You can't just keep him frozen. Is that a challenge? He quirked an eyebrow, and clasped his hands together excitedly. Oh, boy. You really haven't learned a thing. Marco, she said, lowering her hands to her sides as she heaved. I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done playing pretend. You were always free to go and come at your leisure, Marco said, watching her with an odd, vaguely pained expression. I can't stop you from leaving. You've always been free to leave, Annie, you just always come back. Which is why I'll excuse this insubordination. This is the last time you'll ever see me, she declared. Oh, I'm sure. He grinned at that, and wandered over to Armin's frozen encasement, resting his fingers against the jagged, glassy surface. He stared into the boy's face, and turned his bright, salient brown eyes to her. Warmth was him. He was warmth. It was as though he'd captured the sun in his eyes, and he exuded its energy without so much as lifting a finger. Oh, Annie. They hated you when you killed me. What are they going to think of you when they find out what you did to their precious mind reader? Her heart had battered against her chest, wild and frenzied and faltering at the thought. It hadn't occurred to her. All she wanted was out, but there was no way out, not when Armin was a boy on ice, not when she'd already fucked up enough that they'd hunt her down and skewer her. Aaron will hate me for this, she thought, certain and terrified. Mikasa might kill me for this. Ah, see. Marco cocked his head as he smiled. You're lucky I made them pity you. Elsewise you'd be a dead girl walking, I'm certain. They only hated me, Annie whispered bitterly, because they thought I killed you. Well, technically you did, he said brightly. Marco Bod needed to die. You played a big part in that. And I'm really thankful. Oh, eat shit, she snapped at him. Ha ha. He pulled his hand from Armin's crystalline prison, and he clapped his hands together. Gosh, you're always a treat. I'll really miss our little talks, you know. He sighed loftily, rocking back on his heels. I sure hope no one kills you. I'd be pretty pissed. Go to hell, she said hoarsely. That's where you belong. Yes, yes, Marco sighed, glancing around him a little irritably. Right, I know. Son of Satan right here. Anyways, call me if you need me. Keys under the mat. That sort of thing. Oh, and try not to get killed. She couldn't take it anymore. She screamed. I hate you. She snarled. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. He'd smiled then, but grimly. Doll, He said softly, "Get in line." He was the reason Armin was frozen. He was the reason her life was in a gutter, and she was lying in a bank of snow, allowing herself to be buried in her own sickness because she was too tired and weak to care. Part of her had wanted to stay, to try and protect Armin from whatever Marco had in store for him, but she knew she had no chance. Marco wanted Armin. That was so clear to her. It was so apparent that she did not matter anymore, that her disappearance meant very little in the grand scheme. Had he been pushing her away when he'd broke her arm, stabbed her, disemboweled her just to prove his stupid, selfish point to Jean? Annie couldn't take it anymore. Her life was one of fabrications and lies, and she'd never had the chance to be real, or part through what was real and what was a farce. She wondered how Reiner and Berthold were faring. They'd never had the same disadvantage as her, since she was where Marco had always liked to focus his attention. Of course, she'd never felt that it was a bad thing until very, very recently. She'd always been so happy to please him, so excited when he doted on her, because it had always felt normal and nice, like she truly had someone in the world who cared about her. When he'd been torturing her, Marco had explained to Jean that Annie would never leave him because she loved him. That was true enough. It was hard not to love someone who gave you nothing but warmth and kindness for the majority of your life. She couldn't recall the faces of her parents any longer. Marco's face was the only face that was preserved in her memory, and she had no doubt that he was responsible for that directly. She saw now how he'd been manipulating her. She'd always known, at least a little bit, that she was nothing but a tool. He'd never made that apparent, though. He'd always been kind, always tried to make her feel like she belonged somewhere, at least. She'd wandered off a few times. She always came back. It was just the way with her. She wasn't good at standing still, and Marco had always been so accepting of that. "Welcome home." He'd gasped upon one of her more recent returnings. He'd run up to meet her, enveloping her in one of his warm, soul-crushing hugs. "Are you okay? Have you been eating? I'll have someone bring something up to your room, while you shower, okay?" Tears were burning inside her eyes, and they were freezing before they could make it out. He made it so hard to hate him. He was too nice. Too charismatic. Too funny, and smart, and caring. He knew exactly how to gain unwavering loyalty. And that, she'd realized, was exactly why they were all in this mess in the first place. She was such a fool. When he'd asked her to go find Aaron, she hadn't known what to think. "Why Aaron?" she'd asked. "Why now?" Berthold and Reiner ran off a lot too. They always went their separate ways, but sometimes Annie felt like they were her only friends. They understood. They got it. In this world, they might as well not exist at all. "I'm getting really worried about the other patients," Marco had admitted. He disappeared a lot too without warning. Annie had put together, of course, that he was playing a game of lies far more malicious than her own. She'd been lying because she hadn't wanted any of the others to remember their own mortality, in case of the worst. Marco lied because he was curious. Why? Annie recalled her irritation. Perhaps it was jealousy. "You're the one who let them all go." "Yes, true." He'd smiled at her wanly. "But the procedures were all experimental. For all I know, all that work could be for nothing. What if an illness comes back? I need to be there for them." And so she'd sought out Aaron upon Marco's request. She hadn't expected to find Armin there as well. "He'll mess everything up," she'd thought upon fleeing. "He'll read my mind and remember how sick he was. And then Marco will have to wipe their memories again, and he'll be angry because I fucked up." She was fortunate that she had grown up with a telepath. She'd built a very good defense against them. Marco could hardly push through her mental wall, and when they had first met again, it had actually been a strain on Armin to just be near her. It had made her feel safe, if not for just a little while. She hated the sensation of people roaming around inside her head. But she had underestimated him. It seemed to be the norm with Armin. Everyone expected him to just lie down and take it all. But he refused. She admired that, of course, though it was undeniably frustrating. That robot, Armin had told her after the fight in Chicago, had your powers. True enough. The robots had been modeled after herself, Reiner, and Amir. For irony, she had to guess. Armin was the only one clever enough to catch it. She'd been rather irritated when he approached her. What did it matter if the robot was like her or not? She'd scrapped it anyway. It was gone. It had served its purpose, and now it was nothing but a scrap of metal. She knew that Marco had been playing with everyone's heads that day. It looked like it was alive, Armin had said. She'd bit back a snide remark about how easily he was fooled. No, the robots had never been alive. But Marco sure as hell made them a spectacle. She'd seen it herself while fighting the one that had looked like her. Marco had bent its image in order to look uncannily as she did, from its glassy eyes to its frozen fingers. She'd watched it, studied it, felt its vivacity in her heart, seen its sentience with her own two eyes, and she could not for the life of her understand why he wanted to make such a pointless illusion. When she'd asked, he'd told her quite candidly. "I thought it'd be fun," he said innocently. "Mysterious, and stuff. Also, it distracted most of you long enough for the robots to do their scans. That ugly, eerie feeling you got in the pit of your stomach when you stared into that robot's eyes? That was real. That wasn't me. That was the machinery staring through you, and analyzing every molecule inside you." He'd been rather excited about that. That had been after the brigade mission. She'd already been growing wary of Marco's influence, because she'd been far enough away from him for a long enough time that she was able to think through what he was doing, and see that he wasn't making any logical sense. What was the harm in just telling them that they'd been sick? She understood that it was all a question of morals, but she couldn't help but think the hindered communication would just cause more problems in the long run. She was right. Armin was catching on quickly, and Annie wanted to hate him so badly that it made her chest ache. She was so very wary of mind readers. They got under your skin, and made you love them, and want to do everything in your power to please them, but the harsh reality of it was that nothing could please them. She'd expected Armin to be just the same. But he had no want for her mind, not truly, and she could taste that in their mental contact. All he wanted, she realized, was to be normal. They weren't really so different, it seemed. That was why she'd decided to tell him about what was really going on. The illnesses, the robots, and most importantly, Marco. She'd hoped her mental wall would be sufficient enough to keep him in the dark about it, but she figured out very quickly that it wasn't. She was trapped. How could she possibly tell Armin anything with Marco's ear turned to her at all times? Not a whisper, not a breath, not even a flutter of a thought could be kept from him. When she'd volunteered to stand outside with Marco, she'd been terrified. She kept her terror to herself, kept it locked up within her cold heart, kept it hidden, kept it in chains, but everything inside her was about to shatter from that fear, because she knew he was not happy with her, and that she was going to regret ever trusting Armin. They'd been outside for about a minute in silence before Marco had grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "I've been thinking," he'd said as they'd exited the brigade headquarters. "I've gotten too involved." "What?" Annie had asked. It had been a long time since they'd been alone, and she recalled feeling hollow as he'd pulled her into an alley. Part of her had wanted to remind him that they were supposed to be guarding the others. But she knew Marco didn't care. "What do you mean?" "I don't think my lie is going to hold much longer," he'd admitted, turning his head up toward the sky. "Which makes me sad. I loved this." "You're like in Last Forever," she said, bitter and furious. "What the hell are you talking about? If something's threatening you, you make it go away. That's just how you are." "Not this time," he'd sighed, resting his back against the alley wall. "Unfortunately. Sometimes I forget how easy it is for others to build up immunities to telepathy. My illusions won't work. They need to die, and quickly." "What does that mean?" Annie had asked with a sharp look. Marco had glanced at her with his warm eyes alight in the darkness. "No," she'd thought, her heart crumbling into dust. "No, please, don't make me do it." "I'm sorry, Annie," he said softly, putting his hand on her head and ruffling her hair. "You know I wouldn't unless it was absolutely necessary." "They'll hate me," she breathed. He'd quirked an eyebrow, smirking at her with a light amount of amusement in his warm expression. "You actually care?" he teased. That's actually kinda surprising. I guess this really was a good experience for you. Shut up, she mumbled, rubbing her face tiredly. I don't want to do this. Why does it have to be me? Who else could? He'd asked her, blinking with his bright, warm, innocent eyes, and she peeked at him through her fingers and felt her stomach clench in terror. Marco Bod has to die, Annie. You have to kill him. But I don't want. Do you think I want this either? He'd asked sharply, his face suddenly contorting in frustration. I liked this life. I liked being a real, normal boy. But the jig is up, doll. We're not the people we're pretending to be. It's time to let the illusion die. She'd been close to tears. She hated this. She hated him. She hated the world. Why can't I just be normal? Annie had thought, pulling her glove from her right hand, letting it slip through her fingers as her onyx skin glittered in the darkness. Why couldn't you erase my memories too? Do I really have to? Her fingertips had been centimeters from his cheek, hovering shakily as they gleamed starkly against the warm hue of his skin, and the dark splotches of his freckles. What if you actually die? He smiled at her, and grasped her wrist. She watched in utter horror as his fingers frosted over, ice clinging to his skin. Don't you trust me? He asked her gently. She hated him. He dragged her hand through the air, and pressed her icy fingers to his cheek. In truth, he'd done most of the work. She felt him in her head, a gentle nudge by a gentle voice, and she saw his lips moving, and heard his calm, sweet voice as it urged her to sink her fingernails into his flesh, frost spiraling in slow rhythms over his freckled face, connecting them in careful motions, careful, careful, careful. She was always so careful. Kill me, he whispered, his voice worming its way into her brain, slipping through the cracks of her mental wall, and devouring all sense of agency she had. She felt his voice in her heart, curling around the chains and crags of ice like a snake slithering and curling and constricting with all the force and all the vice, and she watched in confusion and horror as Marco's skin began to fold, and suddenly, as if from a nightmare, icicles burst through his one eye, and bent outwards as they crawled down his face and neck and shoulder, throwing blood and muscle and ice into the air, the sound like stained glass windows shattering under the shrill twittering of a hymn hitting a vibrating pitch. She'd stumbled back, watching his body crash upon the alley floor, blood and brains and bliss swirling around her, her mind cloudy and crumbling. If Annie could wipe her mind of all the horror she'd seen and done, she'd do it in a heartbeat. My pain makes me stronger, she tried to convince herself. I will not crumble. I will not fall. She'd fled, hopeless and terrified, but in the end it didn't matter. There was no safe place to run from mind readers. She would never be free of them. She could never escape. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? Marco had laughed when he'd found her again, throwing one arm around her shoulder. She'd slept in a park that night, cramming her body in a little wooden castle, carving a plea amongst the other little sharp-scrawled graffiti. Help me, she wrote, save me. I don't want to lie anymore. They all hate me, she'd said dully, staring ahead with dead eyes. She wondered if he'd steal everything that was inside her. He'd already taken her thoughts, her mind, and any emotion that managed to burgeon within her. What else could he possibly want? They'll probably want revenge. You've made a bigger mess, Marco. I had no motive to kill you. Don't fret, doll, he told her, patting her head as he smiled brightly. I can handle it from here. Why don't we go home now? I have a few errands to run, but I can do those after you're safe in your bed. Safe in confinement, she ached to correct him. She should have told Armin while she had a chance. She was so good at following orders. I wonder, she thought now, lying in a bed of snow, if I ever had any sort of choice to begin with. Had she done these things out of her own free will? Or had it been Marco influencing her every move, every thought, every little breath? The reason she'd been so scared of Armin in the first place was because she knew. Mind readers were the most dangerous kinds of people. They trick you into loving them, she thought furiously, and manipulate you until you've broken apart. Even Armin had tricked her his fair share. Even Armin had made her want to love him, for no reason in particular, and the worst part was that it was no fault of his own. She was weak. She was a weak little girl. And she truly never learned. She couldn't pretend to understand Marco, or Armin, or even herself. She couldn't pretend to be anything any longer. She wasn't sure who she was, if she had ever been anything more than the lies Marco had laid upon her shoulders. Why did I have to break Levi's wings? She'd asked Marco, rubbing her recently healed eye. He'd been sitting placidly beside her on their plane from Rome back to America. They weren't even close to finding Dr. Yeager. It seemed pointless. I wanted to slow them down, Marco said. They're getting too nosy. It's probably best if they shift their focus from Grisha, and onto something actually important. Like Armin. What about Armin? Annie had asked warily. Well, he's in all certainty ill again, Marco had mused, resting his cheek against his fist. Brain tumors are funny things. I'd really love to see how he ticks up close. Did he seem stable to you when you lived with him? Stable? Well, he hadn't seemed like he was dying, if that was what Marco had meant. I guess, yeah. He had headaches a lot. Oh, that's natural. Marco waved offhandedly. I always got headaches, way back when I started learning to control my power. That's nothing unusual. But I'm wondering what a tumor would do to the brain of a boy with incredible mental abilities. He'd glanced at her, and she could see the excitement gleaming in his warm brown eyes. She felt sickened by it. Will he become more powerful as a result? Or will he simply succumb to the atrophy? I don't want to know, she said firmly. Fine, he snorted, I won't tell you anything about it. She'd looked at him, and it seemed in that moment that she had made a very grave mistake. True to his word, he'd told her nothing about Armin's condition. In fact, he kept her out of the loop for most things. So when Marco led Jean to Annie, tricking Jean's mind into seeing a dog when it was really nothing but Marco, she'd been astonished. And, once again, terrified. Marco had been trying to prove some kind of point to Jean, but Annie didn't care at all. She was furious that she was being used as a pawn, or a tool, and she decided that if Marco didn't want Jean to be a killer, then she'd make him be a killer. It wasn't like she'd die anyway. And of course, Marco had taken things into his own hands. So this is what betrayal feels like, she'd thought, patting at the blood staining the front of her sweatshirt. A nice change to be on the receiving end. She'd imagined being tortured would be a lot different. She felt like she should have been expecting this. Running away from Marco was a lot easier upon the revelation that she was irrevocably terrified of him. She kept running, and running, and running, but it was so clear that she could never escape them. Armin had found her simply by thinking about her. She was doomed to dance around these illusionists until her feet blistered to the bone. Annie had fled Marco and abandoned Armin, too scared and too sick and too shattered to even care. She'd run until her legs throbbed, she'd run until tears leaked from her eyes and plastered onto her cheeks, strands of ice glistening madly against the flushed skin. She'd run until she fell onto her knees, the air around her thinning out, and she couldn't breathe, and she couldn't think, and her heart was racing, and she puked. Instead of vomit or bile, she puked snow. It was unlike any pain she'd ever felt. It was her entire body being torn away from the inside, frozen blood and frozen bones, and wretched up flurries, her skin sloughing off and regenerating in layers and layers of ice, and it felt as though she was going to explode, because suddenly the entire world was white, and she was expelling all sense of feeling, all her terror and all her pain, and it was turning the earth into a toiling storm of snow and ice, and her disbelieving, pain-filled laughter became the steady wail of the wind. Did I do this? She thought numbly, half buried in her own sickness. It was so funny. She didn't feel a thing. She must have been lying there for a while. The snow was blanketing over her now, and she could hardly breathe as she sunk deeper and deeper into obscurity. What would happen to Armin? What would happen to her? They were all doomed, it seemed. Reiner had been right all along. We are God's forgotten children, he'd once told her, and we are his wasted miracles. She'd stood up and left him to stew in his own self-loathing. She had no use for his existential crisis. They were alive. Wasn't that what mattered? But she didn't feel alive. Perhaps all her time with Marco had drained her of all sense of emotion. It was an empty life. A desperate one. She wasn't even sad with her situation. Just terrified, so terrified. Annie had a theory that Reiner had once asked Marco to erase his memory. But she couldn't be certain. Thinking about it now made her feel sick. Weak, she thought bitterly, snow digging into her skin, becoming her. He's just weak. He can't live with his pain. She wanted to scream. Or sob. Or puke. She envied him so badly it hurt to breathe. God, and she'd thought she was numb to it all. She was just as weak as he was, if not more. Marco ruined us with his lies, she thought. We're nothing now. Reiner was right, we're nothing in the eyes of gods. She found herself being grappled at, hand prying her from her icy bed and tearing her from the snow. She heard shouting amidst her wailing winds, and she felt hot fingers brushing against her cheeks. She pried her eyes open, and saw nothing but white. Great. Why were people touching her? Stop, she mumbled hoarsely. She squinted through the haze of white and the snarl of wind, and she shoved at the person holding her. Let go of me. Holy shit, she's alive. Nice, Marlowe. Real nice. Holy shit, Marlowe gasped, his voice familiar and distressed. He set her down very gently on a gurney. It's Annie. Annie squinted at him through the frost that clung to her eyelashes. He was wearing a very heavy winter coat. She wouldn't have recognized him amidst the blinding white and the bundle of his coat, if not for his name being spoken. Yeah, she said in a dull, throaty voice. No shit. How long were you lying in there? Marlowe asked, tearing his coat off and throwing it over her shoulders. No, she choked, her eyes flashing wide as she tried to push the coat away. No, that's not necessary. You're lucky to be alive. He cried over the snarl of wind. She stared at him, taken aback by his concern. She stayed silent as he bundled his heavy coat around her, dusting the snow from her hair and frowning. Well, she couldn't really explain her resistance to cold anyway. What am I supposed to do now, she thought numbly. She wondered if the blizzard would stop if she started feeling again. Marlowe put his hand on her face, and she jerked away from him, nearly toppling right off the gurney. She was breathing rather fast, her heart racing, and she curled into the jacket he had given her and squeezed her eyes shut. Was this what it was like to have a panic attack? Was she having a panic attack? Was she going to go half-mad like Berthold and Reiner? She remembered once Berthold had broken down before her. She remembered him crumpling like tissue paper, and tearing himself apart. Please, he sobbed, fingers drawing down his face, hands curling around his ears, lips trembling so very pitifully. Annie had stood in her silent vigil. Reiner had run to get Marco. They'd only been children then. They were only children. Please, oh God, he'd dropped to his knees, his eyes wide and wild. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry I couldn't please, stop, I didn't mean. She'd wanted to hug him. She'd wanted to tell him that it would be okay, that it wasn't real, that it was all in his head, and that it was just fine, you're fine, please stop crying, you're making me cry. Instead, she'd stood and watched him fall apart, his sobs rattling the air like little fists at a cage. Instead, she'd run away. She was so good at doing that. Marlowe looked utterly remorseful, and he pulled his hands as far away from her as possible. She closed her eyes, imagining Berthold's face when he smiled, imagining Reiner when he joked, imagined Aaron when he was excited, imagined Armin laughing, imagined Krista braiding Mikasa's hair, imagined even Amir, lazily drawling away at how stupid the world was, even Jean, who'd hated her so badly, but wanted to save her in spite of everything. None of it was making her heart rate slower. It was only worsening her shallow breaths. Hitch, Marlowe said urgently, calm her down, will you? And you expect me to do that how? The woman who had spoken was wearing a very nice beige coat, her hood up and a lime green scarf bundled up to her nose. She had pale, fluffy hair that poked out from under the fur lining of her hood. Oh, let me guess. Womanly touch. She gave a shrill little laugh. Fuck yourself, buddy. I came here for a story, not a nanny service. I'm sorry, Annie, Marlowe said to her gently, holding his hands up to show her where exactly they were. She was almost touched by the gesture. "This is my friend Hitch. She'd been helping me get people off the streets." He sighed, shooting a glare at the woman, who struck Annie as rather self-absorbed and careless. "Unfortunately she's the biggest bitch in the country." "Oh my gosh, you really mean it?" Hitch feigned awe, and then she pinched out Marlowe's cheek. "I'm the only bitch you've got, pal." Can I go?" Annie asked weakly. Marlowe glanced at her worriedly. She appreciated the concern, but they hardly even knew each other. They'd met when Annie had stumbled into the soup kitchen a few nights ago, looking for a place to crash. She didn't expect anyone to really care, because she wasn't an unusual case, she was just like any other homeless kid roaming around. "Annie," Marlowe said, "why don't you come back? There are lots of people seeking shelter right now, you might as well." "No thanks," she said. She saw Hitch's eyebrows rise. "Come on. You can't stay out here in this weather." "I probably could," she said. "Can I go now?" Marlowe looked a little distraught, and he grimaced, whirling around to Hitch. "You talk to her." He shoved Hitch forward, much to the woman's dismay, and she glanced at Annie uncertainly. "Oh boy," Hitch whistled, "you are an absolute wreck." "Okay, hon." Hitch hopped onto the gurney beside Annie, much to her dismay. "You're cute, you know that. You've got a kind of rugged Icelandic look about you. Totes adorable, bet you get a lot of boys." "No," Annie said. The wind was howling pretty loudly. What the hell was this lady going on about with boys? Annie didn't give a shit about boys. Hitch squinted at Annie's face. She was a little impish, her features angular and pinched, and she reminded Annie of sharp edges that needed to be patted over so little children didn't crack their heads open. "Hey," Hitch chirped, "Marlowe, why don't I take her off your hands?" "What?" Marlowe asked flatly. Annie glanced at this woman, slight and smiley and shrill, and she wondered if she'd be able to take an hour with her, let alone a day. But actually, going with this woman would probably make it harder to be found, wouldn't it? Annie was a 15-year-old girl, alone in a blizzard, and she'd fucked up so badly that she was pretty sure she'd signed her own death certificate. And it'd be a lot easier to run away from this one woman than, say, an entire building of sheltered homeless. She had to give it some consideration, but in all honesty, she had nowhere to go. "I'm going to regret this," she thought, eyeing Hitch warily. "Okay," she said, hopping off the gurney. "Let's go." "Who?" Hitch shoved Marlowe away, jumping over a mound of snow as her boots cracked against the fresh powder. "Let this be a lesson, Marlowe. I will always be your superior in every way." "You're the worst type of person, Hitch," Marlowe said quietly. And loving every minute of it, she crowed over the roaring wind. Annie peeled off the coat she'd been given, and she offered it back to Marlowe. He stared at her, snowflakes gathering in his hair, and he shook his head furiously. "No way," he said, shoving the coat back in her face. "At least let me give you this much. I trust Hitch enough not to kill you in your sleep, but be careful, okay? She's really not that nice." "You're just jealous because she chose me over you," Hitch sneered. "Come on, Annie, I'm not staying far from here." Annie followed her quietly, wondering if Marco was lurking somewhere around here. He had a tendency to stalk. She wasn't sure if it was out of curiosity, boredom, or insanity. Perhaps a combination of all three. But Marco was busy with Armin's frozen body right now. Thankfully Annie was a low priority. For how long, she could not say. "So like," Hitch said, marching forward through the frigid whip of wind that lashed out at them, "gotta ask, what were you doing passed out in the snow?" Annie's sneakers sank heavily into the fallen drifts. She was very glad she could not feel this vicious cold, because her sneakers were soaked completely through, and the inside fabric was sticking uncomfortably to her soles. She might have been terrified. She couldn't tell anymore, it was all so cold, and it was all the same. She wasn't sure if her heart was in the right place, or if she even had a heart anymore. She wanted to tell Armin that she regretted so much, that she wanted so much, but she had nothing, and she was nothing, and she wanted him to know that. She wanted him to understand that she was weak, weaker than him by far, and that she had no sense of right or wrong, just some spark of feelings sometimes when it seemed okay to feel. She wanted to tell him that she'd never meant to hurt anyone. Especially not him. He's dying, and frozen, she thought. And he's going to haunt me forever. Forever seemed like a long time to be haunted by a silly little boy with hollow eyes and a silver tongue. Okay. Hitch glanced at her, and rolled her shoulders. So, why were you so jumpy around Marlowe back there? Yeah, he's kinda a lot to chew, but like, damn that boy's got a heart. He'd never actually hurt you. Annie had a lump in her throat that was difficult to swallow. It hurt to breathe, the air was so thin. She stepped forward, stepped and stepped, her boots crashing upon the ground. If she told them it was Marco, would any of them believe her? Or would they take her for a liar when she was finally telling the truth, and put her to the axe anyway? Marco always made himself appear as Ilse. And Ilse, Annie knew, was such an intricate fabrication she may as well be a real live girl. You're not all that talkative, are you, doll? Annie went rigid, all her muscles locking as though the cold had finally gotten to her, and ice had licked up from wet, squishy toes, slipping across her feet and slithering around her ankles, clawing up her calves and clenching her thighs in an iron grip. She stared at Hitch, wondering if she had enough energy to be furious, or if her fury would just be another lie. Don't call me that, she said in such a sharp, quiet tone, that her voice tore from her throat in a strange guttural snarl. Annie was a wolf that had been trapped so many times, it had lost its legs and was forced to crawl. Little Omega Wolf was waiting for her old pack to put her out of her misery. It'd be a mercy. Wouldn't it? Jesus, yeah. Hitch threw up her arms, blinking at Annie confusedly. Sorry. Are you okay? Annie couldn't reply. Okay. Well, to start with, her skin didn't sit right on her bones, and she was pretty sure that was because it literally torn off not too long ago to release a fucking blizzard. And that was only to start with. Had Annie ever been okay? It was hard to think. When was the last time she'd been happy? Talking to Armin, she reminded herself. That had been nice. And then before that, there was Mina. I don't really know, Annie admitted, watching her sneakers kick up slush. This was her world. All sparkling and pure for only just a few moments before everything gets trampled, and blackened footprints dug into her soul. It was all violent, hissing wind and protruding icicles, and death come knocking early. Hitch stopped at decent-looking hotel, stepping up to the stoop and kicking the snow from her boots by knocking them against a rail. She glanced at Annie, and she waved her forward. Well, she said, come on. This is where I'm staying. Annie followed Hitch obediently, like the good girl she knew she was not, and she sulked along, not really feeling a thing as the warm burst air from the hotel's heater smacked her in the face. She almost missed the wailing winds. At least she'd felt at home outside. Now she felt like a prisoner again. Why, she wondered, are my prisons always the warm, innocent kind? If someone locked her in a hard, cold basement, at least she'd know who to hate. "'Kay, so," Hitch said, letting herself and Annie into the hotel room. It was a little trashed, clothes strewn across the floor, a beer bottle lying on its side beside the bed, an open box of condoms half tipped over the corner of the nightstand. Annie tried not to let her eyes linger on it. This is it? You're totes welcome to the couch. Actually, some of my clothes might fit you, so that's good, I guess. Annie slumped a little, pulling off the coat Marlowe had given her, feeling sweat break out across her back. Heat was disgusting. She wanted to be back in her blizzard, and to be frozen over like Armin. Is Marlowe your boyfriend? Annie asked suddenly, unable to meet Hitch's eye. She barked a laugh so genuinely amused that Annie found herself flushing at her naivete. Oh, gosh, she breathed, snatching Marlowe's coat from Annie's hands and tossing it onto her bed. Sometimes. When I'm in the mood for him. How old are you, anyway? Annie felt like lying. 19. 19 seemed like a good age to lie about. But she didn't look like she was 19. She looked like she was 13. And that was on a good day. She didn't want to be treated like a little kid, though. She wasn't a kid, she didn't know. A monster, maybe. 17, Annie said, because she knew she couldn't get away with being legal. Huh. Hitch kicked off her snowy boots, stripping herself of her coat and scarf, revealing a tight pair of jeans and an oversized purple sweater. Okay, so tell it to me true. What were you doing out in the snow? I don't know, Annie said truthfully. Oh, come on. Hitch cocked her head, and her soft blonde hair curled around her cheeks. You were half buried. Freezing to death isn't exactly the way I'd choose to go. I wasn't going to freeze to death, Annie said. No? Because seemed like you were pretty damn close to it. You don't know anything, she bit back. Can I shower? She said instead. Hitch quirked an eyebrow, and she smirked. Her lips were a little blue from the cold outside. She pointed to a door on the far wall, and Annie strode over to it, kicking her sneakers off as she went and ripping her hair from its bun. It was wet and scraggly around her ears. The bathroom was as scummy as any hotel bathroom, she guessed. So, it probably could be a lot worse. The grime was only really in the grout of it tile, and the sink and tub were still white. Annie closed the door behind her, pressing her back to the wood and taking a deep, shaky breath. Her clothes were completely soaked. She thought about kissing Armin under that tree in that cemetery, and she hated herself for it. It hadn't even meant anything, really, because neither of them wanted it to, and neither of them had any sort of interest in romance or sex, and yet that was what was so attractive about the entire situation. Because they'd been on the same level. They were thinking the same thought, and this time, for once, she knew it was out of her own will. It was a kiss that probably killed him. She was so good at fucking things up. She locked the door, taking great care in peeling the clothes from her back. They were stuck firmly to her skin, clinging helplessly until she was forced to tear them off and kick them away. There was a towel folded on the sink that looked big enough for her to use, and she shivered as she looked at herself in the mirror, half of her skin blackened and gleaming with crystals of ice forming in the very creases of her flesh. Her face was splotchy, and her eyes were bloodshot, and she saw ice in her eyes as she saw ice riddled across her entire body, chunks of flesh missing to reveal solid crystal structures. It seemed like her skin was growing back, but slowly. She turned on the shuriad, making the water as hot as possible, and she climbed in. She didn't bother shutting the curtain. The scalding water hit her like a sandstorm, and it brought tears to her eyes. Steam blinding her, tears stung her eyes, and water lashed upon her back with the kind of pressure that made her feel as though her spine would snap. Annie stood for a moment, her mouth open and her lips trembling against the excruciating pain, and she wondered if it made sense to punish herself, or if she was simply losing her mind. Hot water streamed around her, enveloping her in fire when her entire body was ice, and she hated every moment of it. She sat down on the floor of the tub, liquid flame slicing brands into her pale skin, rivulets of scorching water tracing the protrusions of her spinal column. The beating of the heated water on her icy skin was like being dipped in molten gold. After a little while, she let the tears go, and sobbed into her knees. She didn't feel anything, so she didn't know why she was crying. She was growing weaker and weaker, and she was powerless to stop it. The world was melting for her. She was melting with it. She didn't understand. She didn't want any of this. Through the steam and the pain, she imagined what it would be like to just be a normal girl who could touch things and play sports and have friends without lying through her teeth for someone who considered her disposable. She wished she'd escaped with the rest of them 5 years ago. Then she might have a clean heart. A clean slate. Maybe then Armin wouldn't be trapped in ice, and she wouldn't be in such a terrible place thinking such terrible things and feeling that there was nothing at all inside her but ice. She didn't wash her hair, but she scrubbed at her body until her body was raw. Then she dunked her head in the scalding downpour, and let it lash upon her face until she felt sufficiently clean. She felt a hollow place in her chest where a beating heart might have been not so long ago, but she figured it was gone by now. Shattered or melted with the rest of her. This was terrible. She turned off the water, trying to get her head straight, but the water had just made everything murkier, and she felt like she was going to puke. No, she thought. No more blizzards, holy shit, please no. She sat on the floor of the tub for a little while, letting the burns from the shower heal slowly. She ran her finger over one, brushing over the raised skin, blinking at the tingling spark of pain that rushed through her. She wished someone she knew were here. Someone not Marco, someone like Armin, or Reiner, or Berthold, or Aaron, or even Mikasa. She'd give anything to see a familiar face. Sniffling pitifully, she climbed out of the tub, dripping water everywhere as she snatched the towel and flung it around herself, burying her face in the downy fabric. What was she supposed to do now? Armin, she thought into a great void. I'm so sorry. If he had heard her, he did not respond. Perhaps he was already dead. A knock at the door nearly had her toppling onto the floor. When had she become so frigging jumpy? She needed to calm down. She wrapped her towel tighter around herself as Hitch called through the door, "Hey, are you alive in there?" That was probably a matter of perspective. It wasn't really like her to be so worked up over such trivial things, and she honestly really tried not to get emotional because it was easier to play pretend if her insides didn't feel like they were about to spill out. But she wasn't playing pretend anymore. The jig was up. She was no longer expected to act as the tool she knew she was, and she could go along and spout all sorts of truths without any fear. The only problem was that no one would believe her. The wolf, or the girl who cried wolf. It didn't matter. She was doomed either way. Hitch's fist was rapping on the door, and Annie watched the door frame shake in the steam and the mist, her body quaking and her skin stinging from excess healing. She felt the residual stretch of scorching water branding into her back. She hadn't taken any sort of pleasure in that pain, which was frustrating to her, because she wanted some kind of release from the pressure building inside her. Kissing someone again might do the trick. What if I seduce her? Annie thought, eyeing the doorway thoughtfully. She'd take the bite. She's just that type of person. But Annie's mind was on the crystalline structure her single kiss had trapped Armin in. Annie was too unstable for such thoughts. And, also, she wasn't sure if kissing Hitch, or doing anything else with her, would make her feel better. Armin had been a good first kiss, because Armin was odd and awkward and inexperienced. Hitch was a stranger, and a confident one at that. I'm gonna get someone to chop down this door, Hitch warned. I swear. Annie readjusted her towel so it knotted at her breasts and covered her body as best as it possibly could. She'd always tried to cover up out of self-consciousness, feeling that her body was too strange to trust on any level. It was too strange and awkward for her, even with people she'd trusted completely like Reiner, Berthold, and Marco. Privacy was not a luxury she got often, so she compensated by burying herself in clothing. Her life was too complicated for this shit. She unlocked the door, and before she could pull it open, Hitch burst into the room. Annie stumbled backwards, her heels colliding sharply with the grimy tile, and she regained her balance after a little dizzy spell of cool air rushing to greet her. There were snowflakes dancing inside her eyes. What the hell were you doing? Hitch asked. Preening. Showering. Annie was self-conscious again. She found herself clasping her left elbow tightly in her fist, feeling foolish and awkward and far too vulnerable. Her thin legs were wobbling, well-toned muscle turning to jelly as she realized her fear of intimacy extended to this woman too. She'd never be able to seduce her. Or, really, anyone. Annie was too terrified. Gosh, Hitch said, squinting through the steam. You're a real mess, aren't you? Annie couldn't respond. It was true. Well, come on, Hitch said, waving her out of the bathroom. Annie followed hesitantly, every moment passing another blow to her ego. She stood silently, flushing and furious with herself, because showing fear was a huge mistake. You're really tiny, so I didn't know what exactly would fit you. Your hips are pretty narrow, and my ass is glorious, so most of my jeans and stuff are out. My leggings should fit you, though. Hitch shoved a black bundle at Annie's face, and then tossed a faded blue sweater her way. Annie caught it, watching it wilt between her fingers. Hitch seemed to notice that. Oh my god! Hitch exclaimed, her eyes flashing in horror. Shit, you have frostbite. Annie glanced at her blackened fingers, and she sighed. No, she said glumly. No, I do not. Han, your fingers are black as my soul. Oh man, what do we do? Hitch scratched her head, not looking particularly distressed. Call a doctor? But who'd take you in this weather? Hitch, Annie said firmly. My fingers have been like this for years. It's not frostbite, it's just a skin condition. Hitch glanced at Annie, pursing her lips indignantly. For some reason, I just don't believe you, she said. Whenever I tell the truth, Annie thought bitterly, I'm a liar anyway. Believe what you want, Annie snapped. Just don't expect me to see a doctor. She marched back into the bathroom, shutting the door behind her with careful ease. She didn't want to make a ruckus, or anything. She stood with her clothes clutched between two shaky hands, and she gritted her teeth. Weak, weak, weak. A weak little girl. A weak little dream. She let the towel drop, and found, thankfully, that Hitch had wrapped the leggings around a pair of underwear. She got dressed hastily, the fabric clinging to her wet skin, but all in all she felt much better upon slipping into fresh clothing. She gathered her old clothes in the towel, plucking her gloves from the damp mass and slipping them on. She didn't want any more comments about her supposedly frostbitten fingers. Annie exited the bathroom again, and stood watching Hitch as the woman sprawled out on her bed, looking bored and exhausted. Annie set her clothes aside, noting a small window with the beige curtains drawn. She peeked out into the blinding whiteness of her sick creation, and she was astonished to find it had stopped. You're super jumpy, Hitch said. And, true to form, Annie jumped in alarm, whirling away from the window. Look, I'm not subtle at all, so I've gotta pry. Did someone assault you? No, Annie said. Then why are you so uptight? I'm homeless, she said dully. I don't trust a lot of people. Well, you should definitely trust me, Hitch said brightly. Not on your life, Annie thought darkly. Hitch began talking to Annie about things that Annie didn't really care about, like celebrities and movies. Annie plucked at the hem of the sweater she'd been given, recalling that Armin liked musicals. She was making things so much worse for herself by focusing all her thoughts on that stupid boy. But she couldn't help it. She was guilty, and he was dying, and she had lost a real friend today. Happy birthday to you, she thought, staring distantly ahead of her, and many more to come. What a terrible joke. So where are you from? Hitch asked. All over. Why'd you run away? Annie glanced at her sharply. Who said I ran away? You're a homeless kid, I kinda just assumed. It's not really your business. Fine. She tucked her legs under her, and took a swig from her beer bottle. Do you have a boyfriend? No. Girlfriend? No. Anyone special at all? Hitch was definitely grappling at straws to get Annie to talk. And all she wanted was to get her mind off Armin. This wasn't fair at all. Not really, she said. Not really is someone, though. Annie glowered at Hitch, and she snatched the beer bottle from her fingertips, bringing it to her lips and throwing it back. The taste wasn't exactly nice, and it was a lot like cold piss slithering down her throat, but she did not gag and she did not balk, and she downed the bottle in 3 long gulps. Damn, Hitch whistled. If you were thirsty, you could have asked. Annie wanted to tell Hitch that she wanted to die, but she was terrified of dying, and the worst part of all of it was that her body forced her to live no matter what, so she could probably kill herself a dozen times, and she'd still be plastered to this whitish hell on earth. If I was interested in a boy, she said thoughtfully, not in any sexual or romantic sense, just out of curiosity, would that be strange? Like, what? Hitch looked a little surprised, and Annie found that satisfactory enough. Companionship? Maybe. Well, Hitch sighed, that's all sorts of messy, especially for a little lady like you who's got lots of trust issues. I don't trust boys at all. I just fuck them. Nice. Oh, it is. Hitch smirked at her, and Annie felt discomfort gnawing at her cold insides. But I can tell you're not interested in any of that. Annie sat on the edge of Hitch's bed, her heart returning piece by piece, and she found herself in the terrible position of knowing exactly what she wanted with no way to attain it. She wanted to scream, and sob, and let the entire world freeze. But there was truly nothing she could do. I want to go home, Annie said. Her voice was lost. Her heart was lost. She was lost, and life was crumbling. Hitch was quiet. Annie was not used to being candid about things, especially not about her feelings. Perhaps this was her great release. Admitting something so trivial, and yet so utterly impossible. She wanted to cry, but she didn't think she had any tears left. "Look," Hitch said, shifting uncomfortably. "If you want, I can take you home when this blizzard blows over. Just promise me you weren't abused." "No," she said. "I wasn't. I made a mistake. That's why I ran away." "Okay." Hitch studied her uncertainly, and then rose to her feet. "I'm going to go make a few calls, because I need to let the place I work for know I'm stuck here. I can probably grab some dinner, or something too. Soup sound good?" "Sure. If I leave the door unlocked," Hitch said, staring into Annie's eyes, "do you promise not to run away?" "I have nowhere to go," Annie replied in a quiet, dull voice. Hitch stared at her, and nodded sharply, rounding the bed and marching out the door. Annie watched her go with a mixture of curiosity and disgust. Annie attracted the strangest people. She curled up on Hitch's bed, suddenly aware of her exhaustion. She hadn't slept in over 24 hours. The room was growing darker and darker, and time was slipping through Annie's fingers, and suddenly it was nightfall and Hitch had not returned, and Annie began to cry. She buried her face in the soft bedding, and muffled her sobs into the warm sheets. Weak, weak, weak. She must have fallen asleep, because when the door opened with a quiet squeak, she saw nothing. The room was as black as her fingers, and her sight was lost as she shifted her position, the skin around her eyes feeling tight and sticky from her tears. She decided to pretend she was still asleep so Hitch wouldn't try to strike up another conversation with her, and she closed her eyes, listening to the sound of her own breath rattle in the darkness. Quiet steps, barely a sound to be heard. Annie's eyes snapped open. Hitch was not that quiet. She sprung upright, leaping from the bed as a large hand closed around her hair, tearing a great chunk of it out as she crashed to the floor, gasping in astonished pain, her fingers trembling against her throbbing scalp. She skittered to her feet, blind and stumbling over clothes, her body crashing into a wall in order to avoid another swipe of a hand. Her instincts kicked up into overdrive as she listened and felt and ducked away, kicking her pursuer blindly. By the quiet grunt, she knew she'd caught him. The light flickered on, and Annie saw, horrified, a broad chest between her and the door. She backed away, breathless and terrified, and she saw his face. His blue eyes watched her. There was cold hatred there. Irwin Smith was furious. "Annie," he said. His voice alone, she thought, could easily skin a lone wolf. She backed away some more, her eyes flashing. The bathroom. The window. She could hide, or she could escape. She would not be trapped and skinned, no, not today. "I'll scream," she said suddenly. He watched her with his calm face, and livid eyes, and he lowered his hand from the light switch. "Don't come any closer. Don't come near me. I want to talk to you," he said. His voice was level, but his words were like monosyllabic jinxes cast upon her, locking her in place. She could sense the danger here. He would kill her if he had the chance. No. Looking at him, all she could see was Armin's pained little face as his body convulsed, and ice crawled over his skin. "Go away. You understand," he said, taking a step forward, "why I'm here." "Please," she breathed, her shoulders sagging in defeat, "please, just leave me alone." He was within a foot of her. She tore off her gloves and flung her hands out, watching icicles bloom like spiky flowers. Irwin dodged them, barely, and caught her wrist in his giant fist, wrenching her arm back so hard that her shoulder popped. Her scream shuddered through the air, and she kicked the back of his knees, her eyes watering, but he was too sturdy and she was too badly injured, and so he stayed upright and bent her other hand away in order to ensure his safety from her icy skin. "Tell me," Irwin said in his sharp, frenzied monotone, "what have you done with my son?" "Oh God," she thought, teary-eyed and glowering, "he's going to kill me." She didn't think she could take another session of torture like what Marco had inflicted upon her. "Be a liar, be a liar, be a liar." "I don't know what you're talking about," she spat, her frigid bones cracking. "Weak, weak, weak." He wheeled her around, and she watched a wall come rushing to meet her, colliding with her face and sending a blast of black snow flurrying across her eyes, her vision obscure and tilting as blood spilled from her nose, collapsing onto her tongue and promptly freezing over. "I want the truth," Erwin said. "No more games, no more lies. Where is he?" This time, the liar in her could not win. She stared dazedly into Erwin's cold, furious eyes, and she grinned her bloody teeth away. "No idea," she said, relieved that she could say something honest for once. He didn't believe her. When he backhanded her, she had to remind herself that he was a pacifist. Whatever vision he had seen, whatever he believed she was capable of doing to Armin, it must have fucked him up. She didn't even think she could blame him for this. What he wanted was Armin. She just happened to be his only clue as to how to get to him. "Tell me," he said, his voice rising ever so slightly. She was a little disoriented from the blow he'd delivered, and she kicked away from him, blinking rapidly as she was released, and she leapt at the bathroom door. He grabbed her by her sweater, yanking her back, and she twisted away from him, her knee jutting out and colliding with his stomach. He buckled, but did not stand down. She flipped herself so furiously that she landed on her back, her body rolling against the floor, and she planted her hands on the rough carpet, watching it grow frosty and white until every inch of it was ice. Erwin did slip, but Annie didn't have any better traction as she slid sideways, her hair gathering in her eyes, and she shrieked as he pinned her wrists above her head. "Get off me!" she snarled. "Armin," he said as she kicked and squirmed, "my son. What have you done with him?" She rolled her body backwards sharply, and her feet collided with his face. She was panting, her body still healing itself, and the ice beneath her cracked as she leapt to her feet, stumbling a little blindly, her head pounding and her breath ragged. Maybe she should just tell him. But then, wasn't he trying to kill her? She just didn't know. This was confusing. "I don't know, okay?" she cried hoarsely, her hands flying to her head, knotting in her hair. She didn't want to cry again, especially not in front of him. "Just leave me alone." She ducked a punch and punched him back, her eyes clinging to his shirt, but he did not care, and he kept coming with startling precision, knocking her off her feet and catching her before she could fall. Her problem was her emotions, and his strength was his. Suddenly she was being held in a chokehold, his forearm crushing her throat. "Give me a reason not to kill you," he whispered. She was grappling for air, her lips parted pitifully, heaving little breaths, weak, weak, weak little breaths. The door burst open, and Annie was actually relieved to see Hitch's hazy face. She had her phone in her hand, and she held it level with her stricken face. "Say hello, pal," Hitch said, staring at her phone with pale, frightened eyes. "You're going to jail?" Erwin did not let go of her. Annie twisted a little in his grasp, heaving for breaths, hardly even caring that Hitch was taking a video of her. "Annie," Erwin said. "Tell me where my son is." "I don't know," she rasped. "I don't, I swear." "Why should I believe you?" "Because it's the truth." "I'm gonna text this to the entire staff of the brigade," Hitch declared. "You better." Annie elbowed him in the gut and slipped out of his grip, lurching toward the window. He once again snatched her by the hair, and she whirled around, placing her palm flat against his bicep and letting an icicle pierce right through his skin, muscle, and bone. He didn't scream. He merely stared at her, his shirt reddening, and she watched in horror as she retracted the ice, leaving a strangely perfect hole in his arm, blood bubbling up with every second that passed. He grasped her by the shoulder, wheeling her around, and pointed to Hitch. "Call her off," he said. Tears stung her eyes. This man was hardly human. "Hitch," she said, "turn the phone off." "What?" Hitch's voice heightened in distress. "What the fuck was that? What did you do to his arm?" Erwin's fingers squeezed her collarbone, and she said desperately, "Give him the phone or he'll kill me." And then, uncertainly, Hitch lowered the phone and tossed it at them. Annie caught it, and she stared at it dully before Erwin snatched it from her fingers, threw it upon the floor and crushed it with his heel. "Jesus!" Hitch cried. "Annie," Erwin said in a dark voice. "Tell me everything." "You won't believe me," Annie said weakly, Such a weak little voice from a weak little girl. If you can lead me to where my son is, Erwin said steadily, I will be in your debt forever. A tantalizing thought, to be sure. But I don't actually know where he is, she said, pushing her hair from her eyes. She glanced at him, watching as his entire arm bloomed bright red. You should probably stop the bleeding. I'll be quite alright, once you give me an idea of what happened to Armin. You'll just try to kill me again, she said bitterly. Brute force seems to be the only thing you truly react to, he said calmly. Go fuck yourself. Erwin whirled her around one-handedly, his eyes alight with his chilly rage, and he shook her once, hard enough for her to feel as though her brain was rattling in her skull. He's dying, Erwin said tersely, did you know that? She averted her gaze, staring at the floor and wondering what she could possibly do to get out of this mess. Yes, she admitted. You know this, he said, and yet you refuse to tell me a damned thing, when it's clear you know something. Habit, she thought. I'm a creature of habit. You can't help him, she murmured. She felt him tighten his grip on her, and her eyes flashed to his face. Oh, but that's not what you want to hear, is it? You want to know where he is, and that he's perfectly safe and whole, but he's not, and there's nothing you or I can do about it. He's a lost cause. Erwin shoved her, and she collapsed onto the floor, feeling a sob bubble in her chest. No, not now. Now wasn't time to be weak on the outside too. Tell me what you know, Annie. She ran her fingers through her hair, her lips trembling miserably. Do you want Hitch to learn all of our secrets too? She asked bitterly. Hitch, sit down. You get to be the neutral party. Annie, this guy just beat the shit out of you, Hitch said. I should call the cops. No, I actually deserved this one. She sat up, staring at her knees as Hitch moved deeper into the room. I accidentally froze his son. You did what? Erwin said in a quiet, deadly tone. It was an accident, Annie said. How could I possibly believe you? Erwin asked, bending onto one knee and holding his bloody bicep tightly in one hand. If Annie wanted to, she was positive she could win. I told you that you wouldn't, she snapped at him. I told you that you wouldn't believe me, but you wanted the truth, and here it is. I never meant to hurt him. I never meant to hurt anyone. Erwin was quiet then, listening to her attentively. His anger was still prevalent, but at the very least he wasn't trying to attack her any longer. He knelt before her, watching her with his clever eyes, and he reminded her so much of Armin that it made her want to attack him again. She wanted him out of her head for good. He's alive, Annie mumbled, if that makes you feel any better. It truly does not. Well, I'm not happy either. She slumped, tucking her loose hair behind her ears and scowling somberly. It wasn't like I was trying to freeze him. He was having a seizure and I panicked. You're not making this any better on yourself, Annie. Erwin's fist clenched around his wound, and Annie watched rivulets of blood seep through his fingers. Where is he now? I don't know, remember? She shook her head furiously. I left him in the cemetery with Marco. Marco? Erwin studied her face, and she noted that he was utterly unreadable aside from his terrifying rage. The boy you killed. That Marco. Exactly that Marco, she said bitterly. Great deduction. That boy is dead, Erwin said, I saw his corpse, Annie. You shattered half his head. This is the part, she said, staring into his cold blue eyes, that you won't believe. The fury in him seemed to be replaced by the most tender curiosity, because he leaned forward, matching her gaze. Try me, he said. What the hell is going on? Hitch called to them, waving at them as though to remind them she was still there. Erwin glanced at her. You know she's a reporter for the brigade, don't you? He asked her. Annie had not known that. I don't really care, she said honestly. Fine. He watched her, his expression unchanged. Tell me about Marco. Why did you kill him? I didn't want to, she sighed, rubbing her face tiredly. He made me do it. Why on earth would he want you to kill him? She exhaled sharply. Because, she snapped, mimicking Marco's sweet voice, Marco Bod has to die. He faked his death so you wouldn't suspect him, and it worked. You were all eating out of the palm of his hand, doing exactly what he wanted you to do. Even now. She jerked an accusatory finger at Erwin's face. You're playing right into his hands. He let me run away again because he knew you'd see my future, and confront me instead of focusing on Armin. I'm the decoy. I'm not following, Erwin said. You're saying Marco has powers too, yes? He was experimented on with the rest of you. You're just as much of a fool as Armin is, she spat, close to tears once again. Marco didn't take part in the experiment, he ran the experiment. Erwin was suddenly attentive to every word she spoke, and she realized, alarmed, that he believed her. Annie, he said softly, what is Marco? I don't know, she said, her voice shaky and thin. The beginning, I guess. The beginning of what? Of us. She stared into his eyes fiercely, and sat up straighter. He's our creator, our savior, our everything. We owe him everything. He is the only one whose power is natural, the rest of us were poked and prodded at. Even Amir, somehow, even in 1912, Marco was able to create a human with the power of a god. We're nothing without him. We're nothing with him either. But who is he? Erwin was no longer clutching his bleeding arm, and he leaned very close, his breath barely over a whisper. What can he do? Annie's heart was thudding in her chest. Weak, weak, weak. How foolish she'd been all this time. She wanted to take it all back. She wanted to spill her guts, and let them all know what abominations they were. His power is telepathy, she admitted. Erwin's eyes darkened considerably. It's why he's so interested in Armin. I think he thinks they're the same. If. She swallowed thickly, feeling dizzy and sick as she thought about this betrayal. Marco had raised her. He'd given her a home, and a family, and she was repaying him with these truths. But all he ever did was feed me lies, and paint me to look like a fool, or a monster, or a pawn, she thought feverishly. No more. If I'm right about one thing, though, it's that Armin is stronger than Marco. The only difference is that Marco has had, years and years, centuries, even, to perfect and yield his power. His control is unlike anything you could imagine. He can control minds, trick minds, make minds see not him, but someone else, someone sweeter or kinder, someone you want to see desperately. Marco preys on your fears and insecurities. He knows you. He knows all of you. He knows how you think, he knows what you love, and he's tricked you into adoring him because it's just what he does. And now he has Armin. Erwin was disturbingly quiet as she took a deep breath, tears leaking from her eyes and freezing upon her cheeks. And now he has Armin, Erwin echoed her softly. She buckled under the weight of her own words. Marco's been inside Armin's head for months, she said, her voice bitter and broken. One telepath created us. 2 telepaths could control the entire world. Chapter 30, Family Over Everything. Familia Supra Omnia. Salem, Massachusetts. 83 Non. November, 2766 AUC. Confinement was a familiar feeling, like the rush of emotion that came with the initial sensation of seasons changing. Like summer fading into autumn, it was wind and dust whirling around in a little square cage, and something was howling and screaming and crying in desperation to get out. But at the same time, that same something was so relieved to be boxed in, to be safe from the cruelty of nature as it beat at the doors and the windows. It was mighty funny how nostalgia worked. Well, actually, to be fair, she wasn't being confined. Not really. It was more like, well, she could probably just leave whenever she wanted. But she chose not to. Because she was curious, and like hell if her curiosity didn't win out every single time. She was lying on her bed, recalling the odd little fancies of yesteryear, the cool waters of Great Pond and the hot, listless days that drew onward with her freedom beating at her heels as she ran and laughed and sang and danced and swam and felt like she belonged in this world, finally, until the world had decided it didn't like her much at all. Sick children didn't last very long in 1923. But, even so, she hadn't any real reason to complain. She remembered her childhood fondly. It was all a rush of memories, really, a prickling nostalgia that she couldn't shake. The more she thought about it, the more she realized she'd quite loved her life back then, in spite of the occasional tragedy such as the Great War, and then her mother being sent away. But, all in all, a good life. Boy, she wished it hadn't been. The door to Amir's room opened, and she tore her gaze from her ceiling to glance at the dark head of hair that had popped through the doorway. A soft knocking filled the air, tapping away until she made it clear that she saw him. He grinned at her broadly, his teeth white and gleaming. "Knock, knock," he chirped. "Oh my," Amir drawled, letting her voice slip into a thick accent that seemed rather archaic now. "A visitor? Knockin' upon my door? Why, it must be my birthday." He played along like he always did, bouncing into the room ready and in character. "A pretty young thing such as yourself, why," he said, gasping as he pressed his fingers to his chest, "why, how could I possibly let you rot away all by your lonesome?" "You could lock the door," Amir said, smiling sweetly, with no explanation. His face fell considerably. "Amir," he began, his warm eyes apologetic. She pushed off her bed, leaping to her feet and wandered over to the corner where a Victrola sat with its faded wood and discolored crank, records resting in stacks on either side. In truth, Amir preferred the music of this generation. The loud, anxious, strangling sounds that rushed in such a rapid succession that it felt like they were crushing her lungs. She liked that there was so much emotion to it all, and yet, it all felt rather vapid. She enjoyed that weightless sense of breathlessness. "Where'd you get this, anyhow?" she said, running her dark fingers across the top of the cabinet, a little saddened that he hadn't gotten a phonograph for her. She'd always loved it when the horn was outside the contraption, because she thought it made the sound clearer. Yard sale," he said, stepping up to her side. "I thought you might want a throwback." "Just being around you is a throwback," Amir admitted. Perhaps part of her had hoped he'd died of old age, comfy in a warm bed. But no. Of course not. "Does it make you sad, Marco? That I'm all grown up now?" Her elder brother smiled at her warmly, and he pressed his hand to her head, rubbing it affectionately. "You could never make me sad," he told her earnestly. "All I've ever wanted in the world for you is to be happy." "Is that why you decided," Amir said, pulling a record from its case and popping open the doors of the Victrola, "to put me on ice forever? Because you want me to be happy." "Ah, hell," he groaned, rubbing the back of his head. "Now, come on. Don't get like that." She popped the record in, and she shrugged mildly. "But I just have to know, you see," she said loftily, "because I was not happy at all whenever you woke me up on my birthday. In fact, I was rather terrified, and it was because you let me think I was going to die for about 80 years. "You're getting it all wrong, Amir," Marco said, touching her cheek. She jerked her face away. "Oh, please don't be angry with me, you know that kills me." "Ah," she sighed, smiling at him genially. "If only." He barked a laugh, and kissed her temple. "You've got a way with making me smile," he sighed into her hair. "I missed that a whole lot. I missed you. You believe me, don't you?" She couldn't help it. He was too genuine. "I believe you missed the idea of me," she said coolly. "You've got a complex, brother." "True enough," he laughed. "I can't deny it. I think I've gone a little mad in my old age. But don't you see?" He forced her to look into his bright, brilliant brown eyes, and she saw the hope reflecting there. "That's why you're so important to me. That's why you are also so important. You make me feel sane." "Tell that to Berthold," Amir snorted, dropping the needle into the record. The sound of a bell chiming startled her out of her skin. She watched the record spin, and the ringing bells melted into a soothing melody of a violin and a cello harmonizing in perfect time. She stared at the little needle as the disc spun, and she closed the cabinet as she realized she recognized this song. 3 o'clock in the morning, she recalled. "We used to dance to this song," she said quietly. "That we did." He watched her curiously, and she couldn't help but frown as he offered her a hand. He knew she was sad. The bastard. "Give me the honor of a dance, little sister." She didn't want to. She liked dancing, loved it, actually, but he was so out of touch with reality, and she knew full well he was just trying to relive their glory days of when she was a child and knew no better than to trust him with all her heart. But even so, his pull was too strong. She took his hand hesitantly. "Only because you're so pathetic," she scoffed. He grinned, his cheeks caving as his dimples came through, dark freckles stretching about his cheeks. He was so happy she was here, and she hated that. She wanted to go back to Historia, or at the very least to Connie, who expected nothing from her except safety from fire. And she'd even made a folly of that. "You're so sad, Emir," Marco said, sounding alarmed as their footfalls served as the backdrop to the fibers of a bough screeching shrill against wire, a sound strangely comforting. "That's my fault, isn't it?" "Probably," she admitted. "Things aren't the same as they were 90 years ago. I'm a completely different person. You know I never meant you any harm, right?" "Oh no," she said, unable to keep the bitterness from her voice. A trumpet beat at the air, their shoes scuffing as they shuffled their feet expertly in time with the familiar tune. "Of course not. You just let me rot with tuberculosis for 90 years. No biggie, brother." His fingers dug into her back, and let her stare burn heavily into his. He looked to be the sad one now, his eyes drooping and his lips parted as though he wanted to say something but could not find the words. His feet moved, and they swayed, a familiar dance to a familiar song, but nostalgia could only get them so far. He was still a rotten boy, and she was still hopelessly pining for his affections, admiring him and despising him, like any dutiful sister might. "La unica cosa que queria era que nunca me dijeras," he whispered. Tender voice and tender words, but nothing could excuse his selfishness. "And the only thing I wanted," she replied, her voice cold and bitter to the very bone, "was to be normal." "What a wish that was, huh?" "Why crave normalcy?" he asked, blinking at her, "when you're perfect the way you are." "You like to tell me that," she said. "That I'm perfect? Well, I think you are." "Bull. Bull on you, hotshot," he teased her, twirling her around. "I love everything about you." She wanted to laugh, or maybe sob, but neither seemed to suit her at the moment. So instead she simply stared at him, her dark eyes narrowing. "Oh?" she asked him, her voice sweet as honey. "Even my name?" He grimaced. This time, she did laugh. She threw her head back and laughed so heartily that her ribs ached. "Caught you, didn't I?" She grinned at him wickedly. "Tell me this now, will you? Was I ever anything more than a replacement?" "Emir," he said, taking her shoulders as the music melted into chiming bells once more. "You know you are." I know what it must look like to you, but..." "No." She shoved him very hard in the chest, watching him stumble in alarm. "No more. I love you, but I hate what you are, and I hate what you've done. Why couldn't you just let me die, Marco?" "Because I love you," he said earnestly, staring into her eyes and pleading with her without resorting to begging on his hands and knees. "Because you're my sister, no matter the circumstance. I'm sorry for the things I did in the past. I was so blind with you, naive, I think. I'm different now. I understand. You're free to be whoever you want to be." "The person I want to be," Emir declared, the needle skimming the surface of the record and forcing it to skip, skip away, "is not perfect, and not pretty, and not nice. The person I am now is just a pale reflection of who I used to be and who I want to be, and that's all your goddamn fault. I hate people, or at least I want to, because you made me want to hate the whole damn world with your lies and your manipulations. Look at you." She jerked her hand at his face, her eyes flashing in disdain. "You're so sick of yourself, you can barely stand it." "I'm lonely," he whispered, his eyes widening in shock. She could see how hurt he was. The warmth was gone. There was only sadness. "You'd be sick, too, Emir, if you saw what was inside my head." "Pass," she told him coolly. He was looking at her as though she was a goddess. But that was nothing new. "Look," she said, looking up at the ceiling and exhaling sharply. "I'll stay with you. Forever and ever, or at least until I die. And, yes, Marco, I will die. No more cryogenics for me, hermano." But I have one condition. Name it, he said eagerly. Leave them all alone. He blinked at her curiously, his long eyelashes batting. Innocent as ever. The crook. The liar. She couldn't help but pity him. Them. He asked uncertainly. Everyone, Emir said firmly, folding her arms across her chest and standing tall. Historia, Connie, Petra, Aaron, Armin, Mikasa, Jean, Sasha, Reiner, Berthold, Annie, Levi, Erwin, hang everyone. She raised her chin high in defiance of him. This world does not belong to you. And their lives are their own. Let them go, Marco. They deserve the peace you can never have. He smiled wanly. It's not so simple, he whispered. Oh, she cooed, pressing a finger to her lips thoughtfully as she smirked, am I not enough for you, big brother? Must you take every little happiness I happen to have? They could be dying, Emir, Marco sighed. I'm responsible for them. I did this to them. Dying, Emir repeated. Dying? You're full of shit. You're full of shit, Emirda, he said, grinning at her. She felt actually offended on Connie's behalf. You stole that out of Connie's head, she said. Skeeve. True enough, he admitted. But I'm serious. I kinda really messed up. Your brother's a real asshole. Yup, she agreed, can't argue with that one. Alrighty, what did you fuck up, then, huh? Did you not experiment on M right? The experiments were definitely the best they could have possibly been, he sighed. The problem is that I can't account for human anatomy. Armin's tumor came back. Emir didn't really care. She was about to tell him so, that Marco should just let Armin die like nature intended, because it'd mean less suffering on his part. But then she recalled Historia. Armin is her brother, Emir thought. Ah, hell. There was a cold, empty feeling swelling inside her stomach. That's a shame, she found herself saying vacantly. He's just a boy, you know, Marco said, eyeing her in a way that made her suspect he wanted something. Compared to us, he's practically an infant. And he's so powerful, Emir, you haven't a clue. I've been in his head, Emir said, throwing him a sharp glance. He's been in mine. I know what he's capable of, hermano. No, he said, shaking his head furiously. No, you really don't. He's unlike anything I've ever seen, and you know how old I am. Hella, Emir said. He laughed at her, but she paid no mind. You're using modern slang, he said softly. That's so surreal. This entire week has been surreal, she said. Don't think I'm not still mad at you for burning Connie's house. That was a dick move, brother. More slang. He looked exceptionally pleased. Ha ha, yeah. That was rude of me. Yeah, just a little. Oh, but you understand why, don't you? His expression twisted in doubt, and he watched her with his eyes heavily lidded and sad. Like a puppy. She wanted to kick him, but she thought against it. I didn't want them to know about me, and you were going off and telling them everything. You tried to kill Petra for no reason, Emir reminded. Marco groaned, running his fingers through his hair. Oh yes, she'd caught him there. It's all Jean's fault, he muttered. Jean just won't let this hero thing go. It's annoying. Weren't you responsible for that, though? She was amused. He'd created his own problems so thoroughly, and had no idea how to eradicate them. I didn't think he'd take it this far. Marco sat down on her bed, looking rather normal now, like a real teenager distraught about school or something equally trivial. I thought he'd quit after I died. Guess you don't know him as well as you thought you did, she chirped. Dry up, doll. She gave a great, hearty laugh, feeling the need to point and mock him. Testy, testy. She crowed. You said your boyfriend loved you enough to want to avenge you? You're so pathetic. I suppose I am, he admitted, rubbing his face tiredly. You'll have to excuse me for that. I don't have much left to me, but I thought I could at least savor in Jean's life being his own. Yeah, you mucked that up real fine, she snorted. Why even involve him in the first place? How couldn't I? Marco looked at her desperately, his brow furrowing and his lips parting. After he became my friend he was enamored with me Casa. I considered getting into his head to make him let it go, but I thought that'd be too invasive and cruel. I just let him be, and that was my mistake with him. Marco's eyes darkened considerably. I should have erased his memory of me and left. I shouldn't have gone through the trouble of faking my death. You must respect him a lot, Emir said. Marco bowed his head. A confirmation of that fact. Emir found herself smirking, and she marched up to him, leaning over so her face was very close to his. He eyed her a little warily, but she could tell her was amused by her nonetheless. At least Marco got her silly antics, and never took her too seriously. Or maybe, she could, you love him. Well, that would be scandalous, he said gently. It ain't 1923 anymore, you damn hobo. He quirked an eyebrow, and he began to clap very slowly, the sound ringing in her ears as he smiled. Excellent assessment, he said. Well, what's the problem with admitting it, then? She leaned back on her heels, her eyes narrowing at him sharply. I'm just the same, and I've never had a problem admitting it. Maybe you're just braver than I am. Marco offered. Nope, she said firmly. You're perfectly okay with your sexuality, I can tell. You're just doing this to tease me. At that, he grinned. It amazes me, he said, staring at her in disbelief, how well you know me. 100 years is a long time, buddy, she wanted to say. But, in truth, she wasn't sure if she knew him all that well at all. There were so many gaps, and he was such an enigma. She wished so very badly to be free of him, but she knew that she could never be free. He was responsible for her life. And he truly loved her, whether she liked it or not. She wished there could be another way, because she didn't fancy herself being with him until the end of her days, but if it was the only way to pull his attention away from the others then so be it. She could make that sacrifice. So much for living for myself, she thought bitterly. She was aware in her own flaws. She loved people too much. Wasn't that such an awful joke? She wished for nothing more than to hate and hate, but all she was capable of was love. No matter what she tried, she cared too much, and she wanted too much, and she was living in the shadow of a boy who'd given her too much. Love and hate were warped in her head, and she couldn't differentiate any longer. It amazes me, she said, shooting him a chilly look, how little you know me. I'm sorry, Marco said, his eyes large and beseeching. I'm so sorry, I've been horrible to you, I know. Not just to me, she accused, to all of us. You've made a mess of everything. You've ruined more lives than you've helped. True enough, he sighed. But bear with me. I learn from my mistakes like any other human. She gave a derisive snort. Yes, she said, her eyes rolling back. Because you are so human. Hell, Marco, you've barely any humanity left in you. He was hurt by that. She could tell by the way he flinched back, his eyes widening and his muscles coiling in tension. No, he said, no, that's not true. You've hurt so many people, she said sharply, and for what? You play sick games, because your mind is sick, and you are so sick of being by yourself that you can't even remember what it's like to be a human being. You say Armin is dying, but you don't truly care. You'll make an even bigger monster of him, turn him into something he's not. It's what you do. He lurched to his feet, grabbing her arms and squeezing her biceps. No. He cried, his breath beating at her face. She could see the tears in his eyes. Are they real, she thought, or just another fabrication? I know I've made a lot of awful decisions, but I've only done it to protect all of you. Don't you see? I see, she said, shoving him back and whirling away from him. I see that no matter how old you are, you'll always be a weak little boy too tempted to resist his own power. Pathetic. He didn't respond. She thought she must have struck a chord, since he didn't laugh or tease or twist her words. It was fascinating. He took her by the hand, which she had the immense urge to shake off, and he watched her with his warm eyes flashing in desperation. His skin was almost cold to touch in comparison to hers, but she paid no mind, nor did he. Emir, he said gently. I need you to do me a favor. She found herself smiling humorlessly, her eyes closing as she realized what was going on here. You only came to see me because you wanted something, she said. You think the worst of me. You are the worst, Marco, don't you see? She wanted to scream at him for being so hopelessly selfish, but she couldn't because he was exactly what she wanted to be. She wanted to be selfish too, to leave him to his snares and traps, to steal Historia away and never think of Marco again, even though he'd likely be in control of the entire world if she left him be. He already controlled this country through a series of obedient puppets. He practically already had the world in his hands. Emir, he said, his bony fingers digging into her palm. Please come with me. And she did. But only because she had nothing better to do, and spiting Marco only got her so far. He pulled her through her door and into the hall of the facility. It was the old building, the oldest and the first, the one she'd been born and raised in. Emir had thought it had been abandoned, but she realized it had merely extended its reach below ground. It'd be difficult for anyone to find it below the debris scattered across the labyrinth above. And below it was a great maze of catacombs, pale walls rising everywhere, no significant characteristics to tell her where she was or where she was going. Marco led her along like the child he thought she was, and they twisted about in zigzags and sharp turns, making her dizzy and sick from the confusion. Finally they reached a door, and Marco glanced at her. Don't be angry, he said. And he opened the door. It was a great chunk of crystal. The room was frigid, blasts of cold air blowing at her face, and she shuddered, folding her arms across her chest and scowling. She didn't come here to be frozen again. She glanced at Marco as he stepped into the room, ushering away some scientist or another. He came up to the crystal and stared at it. Then he turned to Emir and smiled. I had a little trouble with Annie this morning, he admitted. Emir came closer, and she saw a sweet-looking face behind the thick layers of ice. A familiar face. Historia, she thought for a split second, her heart thundering in her chest. But no. No, she saw, getting so close to the crystal that her breath fogged against the ice, that it was not Historia at all. She froze Armin. Emir blurted, feeling a little better knowing it wasn't Historia, but angry nonetheless. You let her do that? What the hell? I figured it'd be easier to get him away from her if it happened, her awful brother laughed. Also, he's not doing too well. His health, I mean. I don't think he's going to last much longer. And whose fault is that? Hey, Marco said, holding his hands up in defense, I genuinely cannot change nature. So. She peered at Armin's face in the foggy ice, his little face serene in spite of his predicament. What are you gonna do with him? Oh, well, Marco laughed easily, I was hoping you'd melt him for me. Of course you were, she thought, peering at Armin's face through the crystalline structure of the ice. She noted that the crystal seemed to be giving off a chill, possibly keeping itself frozen somehow. Annie's power worked differently than Emir's, so she couldn't be sure. What will you do with him after I release him? She asked apprehensively. She wouldn't free this boy if it meant he would have to undergo Marco's curiosity. Or, in all reality, his cruelty. He didn't really understand the difference between the two, unfortunately. I'd like to speak with him candidly, Marco said. And then what? It depends on him, he said, his eyes cast upward at the crystal. Emir didn't really like the sound of that. Look, Hermano, she said, rounding on him. I ain't gonna do this if you have some grand divine plan for him. I thought I said I'd stay if you didn't do stuff like this. Calm down, he sighed. Honestly. He'll be perfectly fine. I mean, aside from the fact that he's dying. You're such a liar, she breathed. Why did she always fall for it? She pressed her fingers to the ice, her skin initially jerking in discomfort, and the ice actually hissed and steamed against contact. She decided to readjust her grip so her hands weren't on Armin's face, otherwise it might end badly for him. She focused her energy forward, laying her palms against the ice and listening to the flames gutter into existence, licking at the surface of the crystal. It was not going to be a quick process, she knew, but she tried her best anyway with moving her fiery fingers around the ice, watching steam rise from it as rivulets of water slid away, the structure caving in upon itself with every moment that passed. Armin's head poked through, and after half an hour of careful heating, they managed to tug him out of his icy tomb. Marco looked delighted, which didn't sit well with her, but she was more focused on the face that Armin had been frozen solid. Was he okay? Would he be okay? Why did she even care? I've got him, Marco said, scooping Armin into his arms. The tiny boy sank limply, looking smaller and smaller with every moment that passed. His hair and clothes were damp, and when Amir touched his cheek his skin felt like marble. Get him some clothes, she said, following Marco as he laid Armin out on a table, his lips blue and parted, his hair plastered to his pallid cheeks. Marco looked surprised, but he nodded curtly, and turned away. Stay with him, he told her. She didn't need to be told twice. She pressed her hands to his cheeks, fidgeting uncomfortably at the cold clamminess of his skin, but she knew that the heat of her body would be an immense help to him, so she left her hands there. Last time she'd touched him, she recalled, she'd accidentally burned him. She would not make such a folly again. After a minute had passed, color flooded the boy's cheeks, turning his pasty skin a faint rosy hue. Amir was reminded once again of Historia, which made none of this easier. Damn it, she thought, why do they have to look so alike? She wasn't sure what to do about any of this. She lifted her hands as his eyes twitched behind their lids, and the blue of them could be seen through the murkiness as they cracked open. Then, suddenly, his eyelids peeled back, and he was bolting upright with a scream ripping from his throat, so terrible and shrill that Amir clamped her hands over her ears and hunched backwards. He was screaming so loudly that she could feel the floor vibrating, and her head was spinning madly as his voice smashed into her mind and tore away all semblance of evasion she'd managed to procure for herself, a defense against mind readers. Armin, she gasped, her voice thin and shaky. His awful screaming was bursting like bombs in her eyes, and she thought she might explode. Armin. He stopped. His fingers were knotted in his hair, and his lips were trembling, and there were tears streaking his splotchy cheeks. And he looked up at Amir and gaped. His eyes were murky and sad. And also, very suddenly, aware. He dropped his hands very slowly, very shakily, into his lap. His lips trembled. Amir. He breathed. His eyes darted around him, and she saw him shrink into himself, terror clear in his little face. This was not going to go well. Where? I don't. Don't overexert yourself, love, she said, pressing her hand to the crown of his head. He flinched. He stared at her confusedly, his eyes wide and fearful, but then he seemed to relax. He leaned into her touch. Where's Annie? He asked dimly. She sat down on the table beside him, noting how he quaked and shuddered, a result of being trapped in ice, and she carefully wrapped her arms around him. He looked utterly appalled, his body tensing so badly that she thought he might be frozen again. But her warmth seemed to be enough for him to trust her, because he slumped against her with his little breaths shallow against her neck. I'm so. He whispered. I know, she told him. It's a lot to take in. The freezing part is never as bad as the waking up. His eyelashes tickled her throat, and she imagined for a moment what Historia was doing. I owe it to her, Amir thought, to keep this boy alive. If not for just long enough that she could see him again. You were cryogenically preserved, he mumbled against her skin. It was surprising that he wasn't reacting violently by her touch. She was thankful, but confused. Last time he'd puked. You're such an amazing scientific anomaly. How were you even created given the technological limitations of the early 20th century? How? You ask a lot of questions for a dead boy. I'm not dead yet, he said weakly. And I'd like to have some answers before I die, thank you. Amir laughed at him, listening to the sound of her own chortling and hating herself a little for it. Don't worry, mi muchacho lindo, she said. You'll get your answers, all right. Armin shifted a little in discomfort. Don't call me that. Mi muchacho lindo. Yeah, that's so weird. You're weird, she told him. Get out. Nerd. She bopped his forehead, and she felt a great amount of satisfaction when he let out a weak little chuckle. What's He spoke in a slow, slurred voice, and Amir was growing a little concerned because he was shaking into her side, his body thin and cold, and his teeth chattering just beneath her ear. What's going to happen to me? To us? Amir wished she knew. Maybe we'll all become really famous and get a movie deal, or something, she said. He chuckled again. He must be a real gunner, she thought, if he's Logan at my jokes. Make sure the actor that plays me doesn't hurt himself, he said softly. That'd suck. Poor guy. Maybe Historia can just play you, Amir offered. She's a pretty good actor. I can't imagine she'd like that at all, he mumbled. Nah, she'd hate it. We should petition her to do it. Put it in your will. To my dear and loving sister, Armin said quietly, I will the rights to my face. Play me in the inevitable documentary about me. G-bye. 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 Amazing, she said. He's taking this so lightly, she thought. When I was diagnosed with TB I couldn't stop crying, I was so scared. Armin and Historia were a lot alike, it seemed. Take your shirt off. He looked up at her, and she felt a prickle against her skin, a spark of his thoughts and the taste of him blipping on her tongue, all funny and dry, dusty pages and diluted ink. She unwound her arm from his shoulders, and reached for the top button of his damp shirt. He leaned back on impulse. Read my mind, she said to him, grabbing his bare fingers and squeezing them in her own. He tasted like crumpled paper and bleeding black ink, and it dribbled down her throat, thick and acrid. He stared at her with his gauzy blue eyes wide, his teeth chattering beneath his blue lips, and he knew. He understood what she was doing for him. With shaky fingers he began to unbutton the thin white cotton shirt, and Amir wondered if he was always this helpless, or if it was just because he was dying. She helped him peel the wet cloth from his skin, and he was trembling so badly now that he looked as though he was about to snap in half. His bare skin was glazed with water and he hugged himself very tightly, his arms curling about his chest as though to cover himself. Chill, mi muchacho lindo, she said. You haven't got any breasts worth looking at. He scowled at her at that, taking offense at one of her jokes for the first time. Well, it had to happen eventually. His scrawny shoulders were shaking terribly, and Amir could see his ribs with excruciating clarity. He was utterly emaciated, his bones protruding from his skin like blunt knives edging to get out. She could understand why he was barely alive, with a skeletal body like that. Amir, don't tease him. Armin jumped nearly out of his skin at the sound of Marco's voice, and his shaking only got worse, his body close to convulsions with the way it trembled. His head whipped toward the door, damp hair whirling around his head and clapping against his cheeks and sticking to his forehead. Amir could hear his ragged breaths, and she watched his bony chest rise and fall so heavily she thought his ribs might cave. What? Armin sank back, blinking profusely, and Amir could almost hear his thoughts. A mantra that sang that this was all just a bad dream, bad dream, bad dream. Amir, where am I? She didn't want to scare him. How was she supposed to tell him he'd been brought back to a facility? She didn't want to touch him either, because he seemed utterly terrified, and she would only make it worse. So she stayed quiet. She stayed quiet, and she glared at Marco, who stood with a fresh pair of clothes and gurney stacked with all sorts of medical supplies. Armin was staring at it with large eyes. I'm sorry, Armin, Marco said, maneuvering the gurney around the large puddle of water from the ice Amir had melted. Dr. Jaeger isn't currently at this facility, he's down south right now with Berthold and Reiner, but he should be back shortly. Don't worry, though. I don't intend on letting you die. Armin was hyperventilating. Stop, Amir snapped at Marco. Holy crow, hermano, you're giving him an asthma attack. I've got an inhaler, he replied, as though it excused all. And to prove it, he plucked an inhaler from the gurney and brought it over to Armin, offering it out to him. Armin merely stared, his face reddening and his breath short and raspy. He heaved, his fingers twitching at his throat, and he eyed the inhaler distrustfully. Amir had to laugh. He really doesn't trust you. She slapped her knee as her laughter went. Not that I blame him. Armin, it's just an inhaler, I swear. Marco pushed it in his face, and Armin, who was rasping so terribly that he was swaying in place, had no choice but to take it. He inhaled 2 puffs, tears leaking from his eyes, and he gasped and coughed and shook his head furiously. The air was thin and cold, and so was he. What? He gasped, tears running down his cheeks. What's going on? Nothing, really, Marco said, setting the clothes down beside Armin and whirling away. Emir watched him pull the gurney forward, its wheels squeaking against the floor. Well, I mean, aside from your imminent death, Emir chirped. Now, Emir, Marco said, shooting her a look. Did I not say that I have no intention of letting Armin die? Stop scaring him. He should be scared, she said, folding her arms across her chest. Armin was staring at the fresh pair of clothes, and then at Marco. You're real, he said in a dead little voice. All this time I thought you were a sign of my declining mental and physical health. But you were just a monster playing pretend inside my head. You did have some real hallucinations at first, Marco admitted, wrapping a blanket around the tiny boy's quaking shoulders. It wasn't a total lie. I merely took my place in the illusions your mind was already in the process of formulating. Sometimes I couldn't even discern what was my own creation, and what was inside your head. It was a very strange thing. Get away from me, Armin said, hunching as Marco released his shoulders, leaving the blanket where it lay. You make me sick. Marco sighed, and he took a step back as he rubbed his head irritably. Overdramatic much, Armin. He pointed to the clothes at the boy's side. Change into those. You'll feel better, I promise. Armin's teeth were chattering, and there were tear tracks glistening wetly on his face, his skin too damp to allow them to dry. And even so, even with his poor health, his weak, starving body, even though he'd been frozen just 10 minutes ago, he glared at Marco with everything in him. There was hatred in this boy's eyes. Emir was sorta proud of him. I just can't understand your motivation, Armin whispered. Why make me feel as though I'm going insane? How could you possibly benefit from that? Marco watched him, and Emir turned away as he tapped the clothes. Without speaking, Marco informed Armin that the only way he would answer is if he did as he said. Emir wanted to go back to her room now, but she dreaded leaving Armin alone. Armin closed his eyes, wrapping the blanket tighter around himself as he pushed himself shakily off the table, nearly falling flat on his face before stumbling and grasping the edge of it. When Marco reached out to help him, Armin reeled on him, his face warped in terror and determination. His blanket slid from his shoulders as he hunched over, breathless. No. He snapped, flinging his arm out to keep Marco away. Emir leapt to her feet as Marco, instead, was thrown across the room. She watched his body smash into the opposite wall, cracking pitifully and crumpling to the floor. Armin was breathing so heavily that it was all Emir could hear. She stared, open-mouthed, and stunned into silence, and she wondered how on earth Armin's mind could have evolved to make him so powerful. No wonder Marco wants you, she thought numbly. Aye. Armin breathed. Emir glanced at him, and she could see the tears welling up in his eyes. She sighed. No, I don't understand. I shouldn't. I'm not. Change, Emir told him. He looked up at her in alarm, his pale hair drying in tufts around his dewy eyes. Before he wakes up. If Armin were actually Historia, she might have cared a little more about how utterly lost he seemed to be, but she was trying not to panic in her own revelation. If Armin could do this sort of thing, what would Marco do with him? If his mental power was so immense that he was capable of telekinesis, what was his telepathy like? This boy was dangerous. I'll take him and run now, she thought, so Marco can't find a way to cheat his death. If he dies, then Marco can't have his mind. Do you think that would work? She jumped, glancing at him as he kicked his damp jeans away, wrapping his blanket carefully to cover himself. She'd been evading his power for so long, it was strange to know he'd caught what she'd been thinking. I don't know, she admitted. But it ain't like we have a lot of options. Armin nodded distantly, pulling on a pair of gray sweatpants beneath the towel. I understand, he said hoarsely. His tears were trickling slowly down his cheeks now, and she pitied him. She could not help but pity him, because his life was over whether he lived on or not. He was Marco's toy and tool, just as much as she was. There was no escaping it. My death would be a blessing. I'm too dangerous to live. If you weren't already dying. Emir thought at him. I understand, he repeated, pulling a thin shirt over his head. His skinny body swam in it. His teeth were still chattering, and he was still crying, and Emir wished she could help him somehow, but it didn't seem possible. Hey, guys. Emir squeezed her eyes shut at the familiar tickle of Marco's voice inside her head. She could feel Armin tensing up beside her. So, Marco thought, the sound of his footfalls filling the room, did you forget that I can hear your thoughts too, or? Oh, go to hell, Emir said. If only, he said, his voice floating by her ear. She glanced up at him. He was resting his hands on the gurney, smiling at Armin as though nothing were wrong with the world, as though the boy was not slipping between death's fingers with every breath he managed to inhale. You know, if she's convincing you that your death will bring the world peace and happiness, you probably shouldn't listen to her. You know life isn't that simple. Armin was leaning heavily on the table for support, tears running in thick streams against his ruddy cheeks, and even so he glowered. She knew he was just pretending to be brave, and that he was hardly even standing on his feet, but she had to admire his guts anyway. Come on, Marco said, removing the equipment he'd gathered from the gurney and onto the table. Sit. Let me explain. You have an explanation. Armin's voice was hoarse and dry as it sliced through his chattering teeth. Amazing. This is going to be great. Sit, Marco said. And Armin obeyed. As if he had any other choice. Emir sat back down on the table as Marco tied a tourniquet around his bicep, and Emir looked into Armin's dazed eyes and wondered if the boy could even feel the insertion of a needle into a vein in his hand. I should probably start by apologizing. Too late for that, brother, Emir said coolly. Brother, Armin said softly. He closed his eyes. Marco said nothing in response, and merely set up an intravenous drip on a stand. You two are siblings. Of sorts, Marco said, plucking the blanket from the floor and wrapping it carefully around Armin's shoulders. It's a bit more complicated than that. Her blood is most certainly my own, in some way or another, but siblings wouldn't be the best technical term. Armin raised his eyes to Marco, and his thick brows furrowed. Don't tell me you're her father, he said blandly. Emir snorted. Marco merely smiled placidly, as was his way, and he shook his head. Not quite, he said. Though I suppose in a sense, since I'm the reason she exists, but I won't attribute that sort of reasoning to this, or else I'd have to call you all my children. Marco grimaced, and shook his head furiously. That's really not what I want. Then what do you want? Armin swiped at his tears, his breath still shallow and his teeth still chattering and his body still trembling, and it was very clear that he was not doing well. He sunk deeper into his blanket, staring at Marco with disbelief glowing in his gauzy eyes. Immortality. Marco smiled faintly. So close, he laughed. But I'm already immortal. Take another shot. You're immortal? Armin croaked, looking at him rather strangely. Wait, for real? Yeah. Marco twirled a metal instrument between his fingers, and he offered it out to her. You wanna show him, Emir? She took it from him, fingering the edge of it to test how blunt it was. I dunno, hermano. Doesn't look like it'll go all the way through. I thought your anger would be force enough, he said, smiling at her brightly. She stared at him. She shoved the instrument between his ribs, a shockwave running up her arm from the effort it took to break skin and muscle, and she listened to the sound of metal piercing flesh and scraping bone, sinking into his heart. He buckled a little, gasping in hollow pain, and he grasped her shoulders in order to keep himself upright. Blood soaked his left breast, painting the front of his shirt and leaking down his side. She felt it squirming between her fingers as she pulled the rod out. Was that how Annie did it? Emir asked vacantly, studying the dark blood oozing down the surface of the rod, dribbling with the consistency of sticky melted sugar to the floor. Oh, no, Marco coughed, holding his ribs and grinning a red smile. She was much less willing. What? Armin's eyes were wide and bewildered. His already pallid skin had taken on a sickly sallow hue. What the? Armin doubled over on the gurney and hurled his guts onto the floor, his vomit splashing against the glimmering ruby hue of Marco's blood. Emir sidestepped it, and she tossed the metal instrument at Marco, listening to the sounds of the poor boy retching, his shaky body jerking with every breath. "Now look what you've done," Emir said. "Stupid." Marco smeared his bloody hand across her cheek in response. "Don't patronize me, little sister," he said. Armin was curled up in his blanket, holding his stomach and coughing. Emir grimaced and rubbed the blood from her cheek onto her sleeve. She watched Marco wipe his hands on a spare towel he must have brought in anticipation for the moment, and when he was done he tossed it to her. She caught it, and frowned at him. "I'm sorry, Armin," Marco said gently. "I thought I'd just show you instead of explaining, but I guess that wasn't a good idea." "Why you think?" Armin spat, his expression twisted in utter disgust. "Why would you? Even if you could heal, I don't." His eyes flashed suddenly, and he recoiled from Marco. "You made Annie kill you. Aren't you supposed to be the smart one?" Emir found herself asking, laughter tinged in her voice. He didn't spare her a glance, and instead scrutinized Marco so thoroughly that she thought her brother actually looked uncomfortable. "Yes, I made Annie kill me," Marco said. "But I had my reasons." "I don't believe this," Armin breathed, clutching his head. "I don't understand, I don't." Tears were welling up in his eyes again, and he dug at his scalp, his foredrip pulling at his hand. "Is this real? Am I dreaming?" "It's very real, Armin," Marco said. Emir could only laugh, feeling so damn sorry, and so damn angry, and she laughed away her disgust. "You fucked him up awful bad," she said. "I want to go home," he said. Marco said nothing this time. Typical. "I want to go home," Armin screamed, clawing at his head, tearing at his hair until it came out in soft yellow clumps, blood smearing across his stubby nails bitten to the soft fleshy skin. Emir could see now how truly terrible this boy had been treated. His sobs were ugly and loud, breaking in awful notes like piano keys being struck with a sledgehammer, ivory shattering with shrill shrieks, metal strings snapping and coiling, and the earth seemed to shake with his immense despair. Marco took Armin's bloody hands in his own, pulling them from his scalp. Armin jerked backwards upon contact, but Marco soothed him with a gentle word, laying his lips to Armin's forehead, and then lifting his chin with his knuckle. "Sleep," Marco whispered. He pressed his lips to Armin's, muffling his soft cries and causing him to buckle in shock. His bloody fingers flew out, catching Marco's throat for just a moment, curling ever so slightly in a clench. His wet, glimmering eyes were wide with terror, and there was something like agony writhing in his tears as they slithered against his skin. And then, all at once, his eyes slid closed. He slumped onto the gurney, his breathing reedy and thin. Marco held Armin's bloody hands to his throat. "Do you see, Emir," he said, "why I am the way I am?" Armin looked almost peaceful as he slumbered, his lips parted and his face half buried in the padding of the gurney. She could only stare at him, a sick feeling crawling around inside her stomach, capturing her heart in a snare. "No," she said in a hollow voice. "The only thing I see is a monster. Check the description for the links to the author."